What sets AIR2 and AIR3 apart in UPSC CSE 2024? They didn't wait to feel ready. They started smart with the GS Foundation course at Vision IS Delhi. Structured learning, focused current affairs, real mentorship, test feedback that actually helps you grow. This course isn't just about study hours, it's about direction, clarity and the strategy toppers trust. Start strong. Start where toppers started. What sets AIR2 and AIR3 apart in UPSC CSE 2024?
Are you still juggling newspapers, random notes, and endless PDFs trying to make sense of current affairs? Let's make your UPSC prep smarter. Introducing Digital Current Affairs Premium by Vision IAS, your all-in-one platform to read, revise, and write better every single day. Have a doubt from today's news or something in your syllabus? Just ask and get instant AI-powered answers that are concise, relevant, and completely aligned with the UPSC exam pattern. No more guesswork, no more confusion. Want to boost your mains writing skills? Practice daily with structured questions and get expert feedback to sharpen your content, clarity, and analysis, because writing well is winning half the battle. Need better revision? Use quick notes and highlights to save key points, mark important lines, and organize your current affairs in a way that actually works for you. And here's the best part, some of the most powerful tools are absolutely free. Daily news summaries from The Hindu, Indian Express and more, curated, filtered, and exam ready. Downloadable PDFs so your notes stay organized and accessible. Daily quizzes and MCQs to reinforce what you've learned and track your progress. A smart student dashboard to monitor your performance and stay on top of your goals. Whether you're just starting or deep into your prep, Digital Current Affairs Premium adapts to your strategy and makes every minute count. So why prepare the hard way when you can prepare the smart way? Visit www.visionis.in/current-affairs and start transforming your current affairs prep today. Because with Vision IAS, you don't just stay updated, you stay ahead.
UPSC preparation is not just about reading books or watching online lectures. It requires personal guidance, real discussions, and structured practice. This is where offline mentoring makes all the difference. Unlike online learning, where doubts often remain unresolved, offline mentoring offers direct interaction, real-time feedback, and an environment of discipline and competition. One-to-one sessions help students get tailored advice, strategy corrections, and focused improvement. Every aspirant has different strengths and weaknesses. Personal mentoring helps address them effectively. Ground discussions sharpen analytical thinking and help students develop a multi-dimensional perspective on issues crucial for prelims, mains, and interview. Elocution sessions help in personality development, clarity of thought, and confidence, essential for UPSC interviews. Test writing is the most crucial part of UPSC preparation. It helps in time management, structuring answers, and improving content quality. Offline mentoring is not just about teaching, it's about grooming future officers with the right guidance, discipline, and confidence. So if you are preparing for UPSC, make sure you have the right mentor by your side.
Should we start? Okay, good morning everyone. So how was the paper? Paper was difficult, moderate to difficult. So if we compare with the last year, 23, then it is difficult. Why it was difficult? Like the marker is what? Permutation and combination. But this year no question from permutation and combination like last year. But still number system. More than 20 questions from number system itself. And total number of questions in maths, 34. Because of it, the paper was very difficult. A new trend also we have seen this year, like in data sufficiency questions, one option is given, without even using these two statements, we can get the answer. So that was a new trend, like we have seen in the GS. Statement 1, 2, 3. The same way, every year UPSC is innovating in making and framing questions. And also the RC part. That was also very difficult this year. As compared to last year, it was difficult. And last year was more difficult as compared to the 23 paper. So RC paper, RC questions, they are making more difficult. Like next year also, it will be more difficult. We can say that. But UPSC is trying to make a balance. Reasoning questions, they were moderate. So if we have attempted more here, LR, like roughly 15, 16 questions, so 8 to 10 questions. And in maths, 34 out of 34, 15 straight away we can skip. Those 15 questions was given just to skip in the paper. If we are involved in solving those questions, time is killed, number of attempts down, and in many questions, we cannot be sure also in maths, like how many numbers are there, how many pairs are there. We cannot be sure what can be the correct answer, even if we are getting answer. But what happens in other questions, we can be sure it is there in the option, it is not there in the option, and with the option also we can check whether it is correct or not. So that possibility was also lower. So in maths, if we are attempting like 15 questions were doable. In maths, at least 15 questions were doable. So those questions we need to figure out. And next year also the same way the trend will continue. So we need to be studying these concepts, the basics, the conventional approach we need to find out. Because in many questions we cannot apply any formula. So for that we need to have better understanding how the numbers work. What are the properties of numbers? What are the basic concepts of different type of questions? And that can come from previous year. And many questions, if we do the mapping, many questions came as it is, it was asked in previous years. So we'll see that while discussing all these questions, we'll see that where this question was asked. So in previous years, we can see the same type of questions were asked. So if we start the maths part, the first question, this is set B, I guess. See this question. And we'll also try to see we need to skip or we need to solve. So that is the most important thing in CSAT, which questions we need to skip. Like what is the maximum value of n? Such that 7 multiplied by 343 into 385 into 1000 into 2401 into 77777 is divisible by 35 to the power n. This is 35 to the power n. 35, we can write 5 into 7. That means it must be divisible by 5 also and 7 also. 5 to the power n, 7 to the power n, we can write. 35 to the power n is what? 5 into 7 to the power n, or 5 to the power n, 7 to the power n. So basically we need to find out how many pairs of 5 and 7 we can have. So how many pairs of 5 and 7 we can have? That would be the maximum possible value of n. So here we can see, so we'll try to find out number of 5s and number of 7s. Just we need to see which one is coming less number of times. 5 is coming less number of times or 7 is coming less number of times. If we see 5s, here number of 5s, 3 zeros, 3 5s, 1 5, and we're not getting any further 5. So total number of 5s, we are getting 3 plus 1, 4. But number of 7, 3 4 3, 7 7 7, 2 4 0 1. So we are getting more than 4 7s. So how many pairs of 5 and 7 we can have? 4. Because number of 5s less than number of 7s. In the factorial concept also, the same thing we were discussing. So answer is what? So 35 to the power n, if it is coming more than 4, 35 to the power 5 if we are writing, that means 5 to the power 5 we are going to write. But 5 how many times coming in the numerator? 4 times. So it will not be divisible. So that is why the answer is what? 4. This was a doable question. This was a doable question. Understood everyone? If we go further, see this. This question was asked in 22, I guess. Related question, not the same question, but a related question was asked in 22. There in that question, it was given this way, कि they were running in same direction. This was the question in 22. Here they have asked opposite direction. We'll try to see. This is the question related to circular track. So both are standing here, P and Q. They walk along a circular track. This is a circular track. They started at 5 a.m. from the same point in the opposite direction. In the opposite direction. Then P walks at an average speed of P is what? 5 rounds per hour. The speed of Q, 3 rounds per hour. How many times will they cross each other or meet each other between 5:20 and 7 a.m.? That means it is not written till 7 a.m. It is written between 5 and 7. That means we are not going to take this 5:20 a.m. We are not going to take this 7 a.m. So if the speed is this, they are moving in opposite direction. So after what time they are going to meet each other? The concept of relative speed. The distance between them is what? 1 round is the circular track's distance. Distance is 1 round divided by relative speed. They are moving in opposite direction. So 5 plus 3. That means 1 by 8. It is what? R. 1 by 8 R. Because this round ko we can assume anything. Any number we can assume. 1 round relative speed is what? In opposite direction. 5 plus 3, 8 rounds per hour. So this way 1 by 8 hour we are getting. 1 by 8 hour is what? 7.5 minutes. 1 by 8 hour is what? 7.5 minutes. That means every after 7.5 minutes they are going to meet each other or cross each other. So if we take this 5 a.m. to what? 7 a.m. What is the total time? 120? 120. So in 120 minutes, how many times they are going to cross each other? ये कितना जाएगा? 16. This will come 16. But no remainder we are getting. No remainder we are getting. That means at 7 a.m. also they are going to meet each other. So first thing we are going to subtract that. That means 15 times. If we are getting some remainders, that means before 7 a.m. last time they are meeting. But remainder nothing. That means at 7 a.m. they are going to meet each other 15 times. But this time we are calculating from 5, after 5. But we can see at 5, 7.5 also they will meet. And 5, 15 also they will meet. But it is asked after 5:20. After 5:20. That means these two counts also we need to remove. That means the total, the final answer is what? 15 minus 2, 13. 13 times they are going to meet each other. So this way they have tricked like this 5:20 a.m. Because in the previous question in 22, this way it was asked just like this round is 300 meters and total race is of 3 kilometers. There they have asked how many times they are going to meet each other, just that. But here they have given the time duration already, what time they are going to take. In that time duration, how many times they are going to meet each other. So the key thing is this last time. If it is written till 7 a.m., that means we need to add this one also. But it is written between this. Done? Everyone understood? So this way we can proceed further. Next. So this was also doable, but little tricky. It can be incorrect also because in the option 14 is also there. 16 था? No. This question. So in the last 2-3 years, not a single question was asked from this time, speed and distance. Last question in 22, I guess, that circular track question was asked. But after 22, like in 23, 24, not a single question was asked on this time, speed and distance. Again, they started asking. Because time, speed, distance, there are so many subparts. We have boats and streams, we have relative speed concept, we have race concept, correct? So this way so many concepts are there in time, speed and distance. See, a tram overtakes two persons, X and Y, walking at an average speed. So this is the train. A person is standing here. This train is also moving. This person is also moving. That means two objects are moving. There is a concept of relative speed. So this person is moving with 3 km/h. This train is moving, we don't know. By what speed? 8 km/h. So when we can say if this person is not moving, if this person is stationary, then basically when we can say after what time this train has crossed this man, basically this train has to cover its own length. Its own length. But this person is moving, then also it has to cover its own length, but the speed would be relative speed. Speed would be relative speed. So after what time this train will cross this person? That means the distance what train has to cover, its own length, let's take is L km, divided by, how we calculate time? Speed is equal to distance by time. So time is equal to distance by speed. So every time we need to write this formula. Otherwise we can write opposite. If time is equal to speed by distance, like the answer is wrong. So after what time this train will cross this person? Distance is what? The length, L, divided by speed. Speed is what? Relative speed. Both are moving in same direction. That means A minus 3. Can we not write 3 minus A? If 3 is more than, if this person's speed is more than the train's speed, train cannot cross it. Cross to nahi kar payegi na. If train has to cross this person, speed must be more than this person who is walking. A minus 3. So T is what? It is given 8 seconds. So this L key value is what? T into A minus 3. T is what? 8 seconds. But L kilometer, A minus 3 km/h. So 8 second also in hours we are going. Unit is very important here. So 1 second mein how many hours? 1 hour mein 3600 seconds. So 3600 say we are going to divide it. Correct? Or we can write L into 3600 is equal to 8A minus 24. This we can write. Then the second case, for second person, the time taken is what? Distance, the length of the train, divided by the relative speed. Train key speed is same, A. This person's speed is what? 4 km, A minus 4. So L is what? T2 is what? 9 seconds. 9 by 3600 hours into A minus 4. We can write L into 3600. That is equal to what? 9A minus 36. This we can write. See this equation 2, equation 1. This is what? Same. This is same. Or L also we can write ki length is same. So from equation 1 and 2, what we can say? 9A minus 36 is equal to 8A minus 24. So A is what? 12. 12 is what? Km/h. We know A. The speed of the train we have calculated, that is 12 km/h. Now what they have asked, what is the length of the train? How we can get? We can take equation 1 or 2, we can get what is the length of the train. So how we can get that? This is what? Equation 1, this L is what? 8 by 3600 into A minus 3 is what? A is 12. 12 minus 3? Nah, ये कितना आ गया? But this is coming in kilometers. Option में meters into 1000. 1 kilometer, 1000 meter. So this is what? 200 meters. Sorry, 20. है ना? एक ही बचा? 20 meters. So this question was also doable. हमने length निकालना था from the first information, length from the second information. Both are same because same train is there. Then we can equate, we can get what is the speed of the train. If we know what is the speed of train, we can get what is the length it has, what is the distance it has covered. That is basically its length. Then answer is what? 20 meters. So this was also doable question. And UPSC has asked same way, but the concept of relative speed was not there. In 22, 21, this way they have asked, a train is moving and it is moving with this much speed in kilometer per hour. So how much time will it take to cross a person standing near the platform if the length of the train is this? This way they have very straightforward question in 21, 22. But now they have given the concept of relative speed also. Done? So some applications are there of the concepts. Then this question, this is also linked with 23 question. In 23, one question was asked, like 1 is written 9 times. 3, 3, 6, 3, 9. It is multiplied by itself. So the number what we are getting, that is divisible by which number? Because of this question, we got the concept of mirror image numbers. What is mirror image concept? 1 into 1, we are getting 1. 11 into 11 or 11 square is equal to 1 to 1. Mirror image 1, 1. Then 1, 1, 1 into 1, 1, 1. What we are getting? 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2. Mirror image, beech mein 3. So this way, this is what? Basically 1, 1, 1 ka square. So we are getting how many digits? 5. So this way, if we go further, if we are taking 9 nines, 3, 3, 6, 3, 9. If we take the square, then we'll get number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this way till 9, then 1, 2. So this way we are going to get the number. This way we are going to get number. So they are asking, this number is this only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 beech mein. Mirror image of these numbers are here. That means this is basically 9 ones are written and square of it is equal to this number. So how many digits are there in this number? 9. So application of that mirror image concept that was asked in 23. Done. Next. So this was like, if it clicks, we can get it, otherwise we cannot. Next. Because first time when I have seen this, I thought this is a question by taking log I can solve it. But if then second time I have seen that, okay, this is a concept of mirror image. Otherwise, if they are asking for number of digits, we need to go for log. Then this question. This question was also on similar, not on similar pattern, not this. Next question, I guess. This is a question, it is asked. Earlier they were asking, like, what is the smallest number which is divisible by these numbers? Now they have written, consider the first 100 natural numbers. So starting from 1, 1, 2, 3 till 100. how many of them are not divisible by any one of 2, 3, 5, 7 and 9? So 2, 3, so 4 se bhi it is divisible because 2 is the factor of 4. 5, 6, 6, 2, 3 factor 6 se bhi it is divisible. 7, then 8, 2 से divisible तो 8 से, 8 का factor है. Then 9, 3 into 3. So this way they are asking कि not divisible by any one of these numbers. So basically the idea is they are asking for the prime numbers, because prime numbers, they are divisible by itself or 1. Correct? So how many prime numbers are there from 1 to 100? That we have written and that we know if we remember. How many? 25. 1 to 50? 15. 50 to 100? 15. 10 more. Total 25 prime numbers are there. But out of 25 prime numbers, these are also prime number? 2, 3, 5, 7. So these numbers are divisible by 2, 3, 5, 7. So इसमें से तो 4 minus करना पड़ेगा. What we are getting? 21. But these 25 prime numbers में 1 is not there. So 1 and 0, they are creating problem everywhere. So it seems the answer is 21 and option में 21 is there. But we need to include 1 also. 1 is the number which is not divisible by 2, 3, 5, 7 and 9. 1 is not divisible by 2, 3, 5, 7, 9. Everyone? 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, they are divisible by 1, but 1 is not divisible by these numbers. So total 25 prime numbers, usme se we have excluded these 4 prime numbers, 21, and added this one number 1, which is not a prime number. So total, this was also a tricky one. This was also a tricky question. Because 1 we can forget. Even if we know 25 prime numbers are there which are not divisible by these numbers, क्योंकि factor तो हो नहीं सकते इनके अलावा, numbers और 1 के अलावा कोई factor हो नहीं सकता. But what about 1? So 1 के कारण हो सकता था कि आंसर गलत हो जाए. Then tricky one. Next. What about this? Because of the options. Because of the option, we might have thought कि something wrong we have done. The answer is this. Like how we can start? X, the range of X is given 4 to 8, including these two numbers 4 and 8. Y 2 to 7, including these two numbers 2 and 7. What is the ratio of maximum value of X plus Y? What can be the maximum value of X plus Y? So maximum value of X we need to take, maximum value of Y we need to take. What is the maximum value of X? 8. What is the maximum value of Y? 7. 15. Then what is the minimum value? What is the minimum value of X minus Y? So how we can get minimum value of X minus Y? When we take minimum value of X and maximum value of Y, then only we can get minimum value of combined this X minus Y. So minimum value निकालना है X minus Y की. So what is the minimum value of X? Minimum 4? 4. What is the maximum value of Y? Minus 3. Because minus में values will be minimum. अगर हम ऐसा करते कि we are taking it 4 and we are taking it the Y की minimum value 2, we are going to get 2. But 2 is not the minimum value of this X minus Y. क्योंकि ये पहली बार में यही होता है ना? But we need to understand if we see the option में भी minus is given. So we need to check for the negative value. So what is the ratio of it? 15 divided by minus 3 or minus 15 by 3. So after calculating this, if we are checking the option, then also we can see minus 15 by 2 is given. Something wrong I have done. I think this is the answer C, minus 15 by 2. But if none of the above is also there, so option is D. Correct? So this was also like hit and trial. We can get it correct or we can get it wrong. But these type of questions we attempt. We try to attempt these questions. Done. Next. See this. Let both P and Q. See these kind of questions. When they are asking possible values, the first instinct must be skip it and mark it at the end. If we get some time, we are going to get it. Let both P and Q be prime numbers. Both P and K be prime numbers such that P square plus K is also a prime number. इस बार तो वेदर अच्छा था, थोड़ा सा दिमाग लग सकता था. But still, 3 things are there. We need to check P, Q, and if we are adding P, like P square plus this number K, we must get prime number. And these numbers, and such that P square plus K is also a prime number less than 30. So less than 30, how many prime numbers are there? We need to have a list of it. So if we start with 2 से ही start करेंगे prime numbers. We have 2, 3, 5, 7, then 11, 13, 17, 19, then 23, 29. So these prime numbers we have less than 30. Now it is written, what is the number of possible values of K? So we need to find out possible values of K. So how we can get that? So we can start with 2. If the value of K, if the value of P का square करना है. If we take P की value 2. So 2 square is what? 4. 4 plus what? So that we can get a prime number. So 1 we cannot take because 1 is not a prime number. So we need to check this also. Okay, this is also a prime number and this is also a prime number and this is also a prime number. So if we take 4 plus 1, we are going to get prime number, but 1 is not a prime number. So K key 1 is not a possibility. So if we take further 4 plus 2, no, 4 plus 3, we are getting 7. This fits here. This is also a prime number, this is also a prime number, this is 2 ka square, yes. Further 4 plus, if I take after 3, which is the prime number? 5. 5 plus 4, 9, no possibility. After 5 we have 7. 7 we are getting 11. This is a prime number, this is also a prime number, ye to hai. 2 possibility. Then after 7, what possibility we can have? After 11, after 7 we have 11. 11 plus 4, 15, no. After 11 we have 13. 13 plus 4, 17. This is also a case. After 13, 17. 4 plus 17, 21, no. 4 plus 19. Plus 19. We are getting 23. This is also a possibility. After then, 19, 23. 23 plus 4, 27, no. 29, no possibility. So how many possibility? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 possibility we are getting here. But we cannot stop here because P key value can be 3 also. So if we take P key value 3, 3 square plus what? So that we get a prime number. So this is 3 square, 9. 9 plus what? We can get prime number. Prime number, ab is value, this prime number ki value cannot be 2 because 9 plus something. And after 2, all these numbers If they are prime numbers, yes, they are prime numbers, they must be odd. Other than 2, all the prime numbers are odd numbers. So, this is odd number plus even number, we can get odd. जैसे ये property बड़ी है ना, odd plus odd will get even, odd plus even will get odd. अब ये possibility होगी तभी we can get any possible value. So k की value first we can take 2. What we are getting? 11. It fits in the given information. P square plus k is a prime number. P square plus k, both are prime numbers. 3, 2, this is also a prime number. One more possibility we are getting. But if we go further, 9 plus, further prime numbers are odd. So if we take further any prime number, 9 plus odd, odd plus odd will get even number. We cannot have further any possibility. We cannot have further any possibility. After 3, we can go for 4 also. We can go for 4 also. 4 square plus k is equal to prime number. So 4 square is what? 16. 4 is not a prime number. 5 lenge. 5 square. 5 square plus k. 5 is a prime number. This is 25. 25 plus k. We are going to get a prime number. K की value क्या होगी? एक ही बचा है 29. For that we have 4. हो ही नहीं सकता. So how many possibility we are getting? 4 यहाँ पे, 1 यहाँ पे, 5. So how much time it is taking? A lot of time it is taking. Because we need to be sure also कि we are not missing out on any number. We are not missing out on any number. So whenever they are asking number of possibilities, first try to skip it. Then if time permits, then come back to this question. Next. There are n set of numbers. Now this question was doable. LCM HCF. But इसमें भी we need to find out what can be different possibility. See here. There are n sets of numbers. Each set having 3 positive integers. So this way x1, y1, z1, this way many possible values we can have. This is one set, like if I write this way, this is one set. Second set, this way there can be n sets. It is given the LCM is equal to 1001 and HCF is 1. If HCF is 1, that means co-prime numbers हैं इसमें. Co-prime numbers are there. So if we take the factors of 1001, what we get? 7 into 11 into 13. 1001 is a magic number which we can write. It is what? 7 into 11 into 13. This way we can factorize it. In number system, we have read about the divisibility rule of 7, 11 and 13, combined divisibility. There we have understood this. 1001 is divisible by 7, 11, 13. 7 into 11 into 13, we are getting 1001. So one set is 7, 11, 13. One set is 7, 11, 13. If we take the factors of 1001, how many factors of 1001 we are getting? So we are getting 8 factors. 1 plus 1, 1 plus 1, 1 plus 1, 8. So we are going to have factors this way, ki 1, 7, 11, 13. Then we are going to multiply these numbers, 13 into 7, 11 into 7, then till 1001. This way we are going to get total 8 factors. अब 8 factors हैं total. So we need to find out 3 combination. ऐसा combination ले सकते हैं जिसका multiplication 1001 हो. So we can have number of combinations. हमने ले लिया ऐसे 1, 1001. What is the LCM? 1001. What is the HCF? 1. This way we can have number of, अब 8 तो at least होंगे, उसके अलावा इस तरीके के भी कॉम्बिनेशन हो सकते हैं. दैट मीन्स मोर देन 8 कॉम्बिनेशन वी कैन हैव. दिस वे मेनी नंबर्स वी कैन हैव. हमने ले लिया 7, 11, 13, सो 77 है ना, 77 ले लिया, देन 13, देन this way we can get, we have number of combinations. अब वो वहीं से दिमाग में थोड़ा सा अगर क्लिक करे तो आ सकता है कि how many pairs we can get. Difficult. It is also a difficult one. So we need to find out if we are writing this way, या तो write करो, ऐसे लिखो सारे कितने combinations हो सकते हैं, और get some idea with this, with number of factors. Answer is D. It was also a difficult one. And this set B शुरू में ही गड़बड़ कर दिया था. So many difficult questions. Let PQR be a 3-digit number and PPT be a 3-digit number and PS be a 2-digit number where PQRST are distinct non-zero digits. That means they can take value 1, 2, 3, 4. Non-zero digits, 0 cannot be a possibility. Then it is written this PQR 3-digit number minus PS is equal to what? T here, P here, P here. And also it is written T is less than 6. That means T can take values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Q is equal to 3. This is what the possibility we have. If Q is equal to 3, T cannot be 3. T cannot be 3. Then Q की value 3 है. If I write this way, P, Q की value 3, R minus P, S divided by, finally we are getting the resultant value, P, P. So if we observe this carefully, this is the 100th place digit, P. यहाँ से we are not subtracting anything and we are getting P. That means the concept of carryover we need to understand here. That means no carry is given to this number. तभी ये P आ रहा है, P minus 0 P. Otherwise if one carry is given, so this cannot be P. This is less 1. That means no carry is given for 3. So this value, whenever we are going to subtract it, it can be 3 itself. That means 3 minus P, we need to have P. Or one carry is given to R. Then this value will become 2. 2 minus P is equal to P. So with the help of these two things, we can get what is the value of P. 3 में से what we subtract so that we can get the same value. अब this value must be less than 3 only. नहीं तो negative में आ जाएगा. So we cannot have 0. We have possibility 1 or 2. 3 minus 1 we are getting. अब मैंने ऐसे करा. 3 minus 1 we are getting 2. 3 minus 2 we are getting 1. This must be same. That means one carry is given to R. This value is 2. If this value is 2, 2 minus what so that we can get the same value? Only one possibility we are left with, that is 1. 2 minus 1 is equal to 1. That means with this, we are getting P key value as 1. P key value as 1. So we are getting P key value 1. Q key value is 3. Then R minus P key value 1 S divided by, we are getting T. Here P is what? 1, 1, T. That means this is 131 to 139. This is 111 to 190. Now R key value can be what? Can R key value 1? P key value 1 है, distinct numbers है, R cannot take 1. If we take R key value 2, if R key value 2, we can write this way, 1, 3, 2, minus 1 S, so that we can get 1, 1 T. Up T key value cannot be 1, it can be 2, 4, 5. अब r की वैल्यू 2 लिया है तो 2 हो नहीं सकती यहाँ पे, इट कैन बी 4 और 5. सो 2 माइनस वॉट, दैट मीन्स एक कैरी यहाँ से लेगा, इट वुड बी 12. 12 माइनस वॉट, वी कैन गेट 4, 8, तभी तो यहाँ आएगा 4, t की वैल्यू लेस देन 6. सो वन पॉसिबिलिटी वी आर गेटिंग फॉर r and s. Then if we are taking this 132 same, पहला ऐसे लिया 132 minus 1 8, what we are getting 4 1 1. This value we are getting. Second value possibility can be r की value 2 है, we can take 132 minus 1. What we subtract so that we can get 4 आ गया, 5 we can get. 5 की वैल्यू कैसे हो सकती है 7, 7, we can get 5, and here 1 1. 2 possibility we are getting. R की वैल्यू 2 we are getting. Further can we get any further value? If 2 तो 7 के बाद we can take 6. If we are taking 6, 12 minus 6, 6. T cannot be 6. So this way we need to see a lot of things. अब इतना टाइम एग्जाम में तो होगा नहीं, तो ये स्किप करना था. So we are getting 2 possibility. After 2, what value of r we can get? R की वैल्यू 3 we cannot get. R की वैल्यू we need to take 4. 4 ले सकते हैं. अगर 4 लिया 134 minus 1s 1 1 t, ये हो गया 14, 1 carry. This is 14. 14 minus what? We can get a value which is less than 6. 9. 14 minus 9, we can get 5. One possibility. And beyond that, after 9, so one possibility of r and s more. Beyond that, if r की value अगर 4 है, 1s 1 1 t. If I take the value of s as 8, क्योंकि 9 के ऊपर तो जा नहीं सकते. If I take 8, 14 minus 8 is what? 6. Cannot be a possibility. If we go further, the value of s as 5, 5 भी जा सकते हैं. अगर फर्दर जाते हैं 1 3 5 minus 1s 15, 15 minus 9 6, 15 minus 8 more than 6. So if we go further 4 5 5 6 7 8, we'll get this t key value more than 6. So only we have possibility this 1 2 and 3 possibility. Difficult one. अब एग्जामिनेशन में ये करते तो फिर 5-6 minutes gone, and also answer is not coming. Both the things, time is gone and no answer we are getting. Skip it. Next, this question, the same type of question was asked in 21 or 22, I guess. Price hike पे एक क्वेश्चन पूछा हुआ था यूपीएससी ने. The same was repeated here, but slight change, but not that difficult. So we know when expenditure is constant, how we calculate expenditure? Expenditure, we are spending on buying something. How many quantity of that product we are buying and what is the price of that product. So what is the expenditure? Price into quantity. This way we calculate expenditure. What is the price of the product and how many quantity we are buying. P into Q. If this expenditure is constant, if it is constant, so we can write P1 Q1 is equal to P2 Q2. This way we can write, because expenditure is constant. If we are increasing the price, we need to buy lesser quantities. If we increase the price, we need to buy lesser quantity because expenditure is constant. So P1 by P2 is equal to Q2 by Q1. ये आ रहा है relation. If this is the relation, what is given here? a petrol price shot up by 10% as a result of the hike. So initial price, it is given also 90 rupee per liter, and hike kitna hua? 10%. So 10% hike, 90 ka 10%, 9. 90 by 99 is equal to Q2 by Q1. So this is what? 10 by 11. So we can say quantity 1 is equal to 11x. Quantity 2, we can say it is 10x. This way we can assume, because it is the ratio. Q2 is to Q1 is equal to 10 is to 11. We can assume Q1 is 11x, Q2 is 10x. So what is the difference in the quantity? X. Difference in the quantity is x. Earlier this person was buying 11x quantity. Now this person is buying 10x quantity. So how many quantities it is buying lesser? X. Dono ka difference. And what is given? A person travels 2200 kilometer every month and his car gives a mileage of 16 kilometer. So what was the quantity in terms of petrol? Liters he was consuming earlier. Quantity 1, which is 11x, is equal to 2200 kilometer cover करने में कितना liter petrol लगेगा? This much. So if 11x is equal to this, x is equal to what? 2200 by 16 into 11, sorry, by 11. Yeah. So this is what? 200 by 16. X is what? 200 by 16 liters. That means this person is going to consume 200 by 16 liters lesser quantity. अब इस lesser quantity से it is being asked by how many kilometers should he reduce his travel if he wants to maintain his expenditure at the previous level. So कितने से reduce करेगा? इतने लीटर से जितना ये travel कर रहा था, जितना distance that person was covering, वही reduce करेगा distance. So what distance this person is going to reduce? In 1 liter, 16 kilometers. So 200 by 16 liters में 200 kilometers. So basically 200 kilometers this person is going to reduce. ऐसे कर सकते हैं आसानी से, या फिर सिंपल 2200 किलोमीटर से भी निकाल सकते थे कि 10 by 11 Q2 by Q1 x is what? इसका यहाँ पे 16 भी हटा दो, x की वैल्यू like 11x is equal to 2200 kilometers. So x is what? 200 kilometers. वो भी सेम चीज है, but if we go by the things, consumption उसका किसका है? Petrol का, in terms of liters. So that is why we have calculated कि this previous consumption 11x, it was equal to the consumption of petrol. 2200 kilometers he was traveling and the mileage was 16 liters. So what was the petrol ka amount? It was 200 by 16 liters. If x की value आ गई 200 by 16 liters, so this much petrol he needs to expend less. आ गया? So this was also doable, and the same question was asked in previously also. In 21-22, this way on price hike they have asked. So price hike ki any question if it is asked, simply we can apply this concept. Expenditure is equal to price into quantity. If it is constant, so P1 Q1 is equal to P2 Q2. This way we can write. The next, see this. This is also a previous year question. We can simply solve this question by applying divisibility rule of 9. A 4-digit number n is such that when divided by 3, 4, 6, 9, it leaves a remainder of 1, 3, 4, 7. That means if the number is divided by 9, it leaves remainder 7. And we know divisibility rule of 9 and how we can get the remainder with the help of divisibility rule of 9. So if this is the question, these 4 options are there. Out of these 4 options, 1 is our answer. They are asking what is the smallest value. So we'll start with the smallest value, 1068. We'll try to divide by n. If this is the number, if we divide by 9, remainder must be 7. If not, then that is not our answer. So divisibility rule of 9 से कैसे remainder निकालते हैं? Sum of digits. 6 plus 1, 7 plus 8, 15. 15 by 9, what remainder we are getting? 6. This cannot be answer. If we take this, divide by 9, what is the remainder? 7 to 9 plus 1, 10. 10 plus 9, what is the remainder? This cannot be our answer. 1078, divide by 9. Sum of digits, 7 plus 1, 8 plus 8, 16. 16 by 9, what is the remainder? This can be a possibility. We'll check this also. What we are getting? Sum of digits, 8 plus 2, 10 plus 1, 11. 11 by 9. Remainder is what? This cannot be answer. 1078. So just by applying the divisibility rule of 9, we can get the answer. The same way previously also UPSC asked questions. This way 2, 3, 4 questions are asked on pattern. Everyone understood? Or we can go by that approach. 3, 5, 6, 9 say we are dividing. What remainder we are getting? 1, 3, 4, 7. Minus, see what difference we are getting? 2, 2, 2, 2 everywhere. Then we are going to take, the first number would be what? The LCM of 3, 5, 6, 9, minus 2. Minus कर देते हैं यहाँ पे difference. So this is the first such number. This way we are going to check for the number which is the smallest 4-digit number. That way also we can go. तब भी आंसर मिल जाएगा, but it is little lengthy. LCM निकालो, फिर उसके बाद minus करो, then see a number which is nearby 1000. Like what LCM we are getting here? 3, 5, 6, 9, 90. We are getting the LCM 90. So 90 minus 2, 88. This way we need to go further. The second number is what? 90 into 2. This way further, 90 into 10, 900 minus 2. Further, 990 minus 2. Further, after 990, the next number is what? Which will be the first 4-digit number. 90 add करेंगे, कितना आ जाएगा? 1080 minus 2. Then also we are getting the same answer. By this approach or that approach. Done? Next. See, what is the unit digit in the multiplication of this? This question we have solved in the classroom itself. Classroom में ही करा था ये solve हमने. This is the property of 5. 1 into 3 into 5 into 7. So this way we can see everywhere we are getting odd numbers. All the numbers in this series, odd numbers. And 5 is there. 5 multiplied by even number at unit place, we get 0. 5 multiplied by odd number. At unit place, we get 5. So here 5 is there. It is multiplied by even number, odd number, and odd into odd number only. So 5 into odd number at unit place, 5. So this question, just in 10 seconds, we can get the answer. In 10 seconds only. Done? Next. See this. Again, how many? If they're asking how many, it is slightly difficult. A natural number n such that it can be expressed as n is equal to p plus q plus r. where P, Q, R, they are distinct factors of n. Distinct factors of n. How many numbers below 50 have this property? First thing, we need to have 3 factors, and the sum of these factors can be more than 3 also in that number, but sum of 3 factors must be equal to the number. If we take 2, number of factor 1, 2, 3 तो है ही नहीं, 3, कोई भी prime number लो, will get just 2 factors. If we take 4, 1, 2, 4, sum is not equal to 4. 5, prime number, 6, 1, 2, 3, 6. So if we take the sum of factors, 1 plus 2 plus 3, we are getting 6. So this is first such number. Then if we go further, 7 is a prime number. 8, 1, 2, 4, 8. 4 plus 2, 6 plus 1, 7, no. 9, 1, 3, 9, no. 3 plus 1, 4. 10, 1, 2, 5, 10. 5, 2, 7, 1, 8, no. If we go further, 11, prime number. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12. So 4, 3, 7, 2, 9, 1, 10. But if we take 6, 4, 2, we are getting 12. We are getting 12. 3 factors and sum we are getting. So we are getting a pattern. At 6 we are getting the number, where sum of factors we are getting is equal to number. Not all the factors we are taking, just the 3 factors we need to take. So we are getting here. So this trend we can continue. We can check for 18 also, 24 also. Everywhere will get the same pattern. So first 6, last 48, because less than 50 only we need to check. So how many such numbers? 6, 12, 18, 24, this way till 48. 6 ka table, 6 into 8, 48. 8 such numbers. 8 such numbers. So this is also in the examination hall. If you are getting that way the pattern, if this way you are getting the pattern, then only you can mark it. So after 6, 7, 8, 9, you are lost. ये अब इसके आगे नहीं. Correct. So answer we are getting 8. So 10 questions in maths part simply we had to skip. Skip नहीं करा तो फिर problem थी. Next. Because when we start trying it, कि ये देखा तो नहीं है कभी, try करते हैं. See this. 3 prime numbers P, Q, R, each less than 20 are such that P minus Q is equal to Q minus. 2 back-to-back questions the same way. 3 prime numbers P, Q, R, each less than 20. So how many, what are the prime numbers? We can have 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19. These are the prime numbers. Are we missing out on any prime number? We have written all. Then it is being said P minus Q is equal to Q minus R. So we can write this way, P plus R is equal to 2Q. The same thing. And P, R, Q are what? Prime numbers. Now here in the question, it is not written 3 prime numbers P, Q, R each less than 20, they are distinct. अब 2 आंसर इसमें बन जाते हैं. But if we go by the convention, the way UPSC is asking questions, so we can think that they are asking for distinct numbers. If we are going after this distinct numbers, P, Q, R, 3 must be distinct. Then we'll try to see how many possibility we can have. So P plus R is equal to 2Q. So we can start with Q. If Q key value, the smallest prime number is what here? 2. If we take Q key value as 2, then this value is 4. P plus R, we can get this way only. P plus R is equal to 2Q. 2Q is what? 4. Only one possibility, 2 plus 2. These two must be prime numbers only. We cannot write 1 plus 3. 1 is not a prime number. But here what is happening? All the three are same numbers. All the three are same numbers. So if we are looking for distinct number, if all the same can be a possibility, then it is more than 6. But if they are distinct, then we need to check further. After 2, we can write 3. This is what? 3 into 2, 6. Only this possibility. This also we cannot take if we are taking distinct numbers, PQR. Further, we can go for 3, 5. This is 10. How we can get 10? Sum of two numbers, which must be prime number. 7, 3. ले सकते हैं? 7 plus 3, 10. Do we have any other possibility? We can have 5 plus 5 also. We can have 5 plus 5 also, but they are same. 7 plus 3. Then if we go further, after 5, 7. 7 into 2, 14. We can get 7 plus 7, 14. Or what else we have? What other possibility? Yes? 11 plus 3. We can have possibility this way. 11 plus 3. Do we have any other possibility? 11 plus 3. 11 is a prime number. 3 is also a prime number. 14, 7. So how many possibility till now we have got? Then after 7 we can take 11. It is what? 2Q, 22. Then how we can get 22? 17 plus 5. We can take 17 plus 5. 22. And also we can get 19 plus 3. But basically they are asking ki how many possible values we can get for P plus Q plus R. They are asking this. So P plus Q, it must be 22. And R. So 11 plus 22. Even if we take two possibility, just one sum we are getting. Just one sum we are getting. So this is also one possibility. And after 11 we can take next 13. So this is what? 26. How we can get 26? 19 plus 7. We can take 19 plus 7. 26. And here also further, can we have any possibility? अगर possibility होती भी है तो भी sum would be just one. है नहीं वैसे. Then 17. 17 into 2, 34. Can we have any possibility here? 30. We cannot take less than 20. We need to take. We need to take less than 20. So 19 plus something, 17 plus, no. We don't have any, we are having just one possibility, that is 17 plus 17, which is same. So this way how many total possibility we are getting? 4. These 4 possibilities are for sum of P plus Q plus R. That must be distinct. So this is distinct, this is distinct, 1, 2, 3, 4. Total 4 possibility we are getting. Total 4 possibility we are getting. But if they are asking, like in the bracket, if they write specifically that these numbers can be same also, these can be same also, then total possibility will be more than 6. Because here also we are going to get possibility. And at 19 also we are going to get possibility. And these possibilities are already there. So we can have more than 6 possibility if same numbers are allowed. But if we go by the convention, we can go with this option 4, distinct possibility. Next. How many possible values of P plus Q plus R? So 4, 5 questions we have already seen. Number of possibilities, how many pairs, how many possible values of P plus Q plus R are there satisfying 1 by P plus 1 by Q plus 1 by S is equal to 1, where P, Q, R, they are natural numbers. And here it is written not necessarily distinct. Because in the question itself it is written next question may not necessarily distinct. So if we go by this rule, the previous question may we can go for only distinct numbers. So what can be the possibility here? How we can get 1? How we can get 1? So first thing that can come into our mind, one, this possibility we can have, or 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2 is 1. So 1 by 2, one number we are taking, then if I am taking 1 by 4 plus 1 by 4, this is 1 by 2. This way also we can get answer. Or if I take 1 by 2, I need 1 by 2 again. How we can get 1 by 2? If I take 1 by 3 plus 1 by 6, what we are getting? मिल रहा है यहाँ पे 1 by 2. Then also we are getting 1. Then also we are getting 1. If we go further, like 1 by 2, 1 by 3, if we go after this, like 1 by 4 wala to we have already seen. If I write 1 by 5, so I need 4 by 5. So two numbers we need to take such a way that is sum we are getting 4 by 5. We cannot get that because numerator में 1 ही रखना है. We can have this way 2 by 5 plus 2 by 5, 4 by 5. But 2 is coming in the numerator. So if we go further, we cannot get any possibility. So how many? 3 possibilities we are getting. This is also a tricky question. Anyone can get more than 3? मिल रहा है 3 से ज़्यादा? नहीं? 3 भी नहीं मिल रहा है? So few students they marked none. Few students they marked 1. 3 पे मुश्किल था. 3 पे मुश्किल था. तो बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने ऐसे ही टिक करा हुआ था. None और 1. Done. See this question. This question how many of you attempted? किसी ने attempt करा था? This is related to basically the combination of average and the percentage. That is what is there. So team X scored a total of n runs. Team X scored n runs in 20 overs. So what is the runs per over? Average runs per over. How we can get that? Average runs per over n by 20. लिख सकते हैं? चलो नहीं लिखते हैं अभी. Y tied the score. That means Y scored n runs in 10% less overs. 20 का 10% is what? 2. 18 overs. Then had team Y's average run rate, runs per over, been 50% higher, the scores would have been tied in 20 overs. Sorry, 12 overs. So n run Y scored in how many overs? 20 overs. That is what is given in the question. Then how many runs were scored by team X? That is what they have asked. So we need to see how many equations we can have. Then we'll try to see what answer we can get, or we cannot get the answer. We'll try to see. So what is written here? Average run rate been 50% higher of Y. So average run rate क्या है? If average कैसे निकालते हैं? Total sum of observations divided by number of observations. So n runs 18 overs में बने हैं. So 1 over में कितने बनेंगे? n by 18. 2 overs में 20 runs बने. What is the average runs per over? 20 by 2 overs, 10. The same way. Here what is the average? N by 12. N by 12. And it is given in the question कि if the average run rates per over be 15% high, 50% higher, ये जो average score है n by 18, if it is 50% higher, that means then it is equal to n by 12. It is equal to n by 12. That is what is given. The scores would have been tied in 12 overs. So this way we have equated. So what we are getting? N by 18 plus n by 36 is equal to n by 12. This is what the equation we are getting. If we are getting this equation, we are taking n common here. N is also common here. N will get cancelled out. We are not going to get any answer. है ना? अब हमें पता ही नहीं चलेगा. अब n तो cancel out हो जा रहा है. How we can get the answer? We cannot get the answer. Cannot be determined. And if we check with the options, all the three options will seem that it is correct. So this way we have made equation and we are not getting the variables value. That means we need one more equation, then only we can get answer. Then only we can get answer. So answer cannot be determined. Next. This question. ये मुश्किल लगा था? See, the price P of a commodity is first increased by k%. So the price is P. It is increased by k%. अब k% से increase हुई, so the new price would be what? P into 100 plus k by 100. निकाल सकते हैं ऐसे? Like the price is 100. It got increased by 15%. So क्या करते हैं इसमें? या तो ऐसे करें, price is 100 increased by 10% plus 10 by 100 of 100. This way we can write. Or simply price is 100, it has become 110%. If 10% say it is getting increased, it has become 110%, 110. The same way we are writing, P has become 100 plus K key value can be anything, 100 plus K by 100. Now this value decreased by K%. Now this is the value, this is decreased by K%, that means we are going to multiply by 100 minus K by 100. Then this value is again increased by K%, 100 plus K by 100. Then this whole value is again decreased by K%. This will become 100 minus K by 100. This is what the value of Q. This is the final value we are getting, Q. Now we are going to simplify it. What we are getting? P, 100 plus K, 100 plus K by 100. So we can write this way, 100 plus K by 100 square into 100 minus K square. ये 100 का भी स्क्वायर ही होगा. That is equal to K. So P की value is what? 100 plus K square 100 minus K square, that is equal to Q multiplied by this 100 square, that is 10 to the power 4. This is 10 to the power 4. This is 10 to the power 8. Correct? Now 10 to the power 8. This can be the answer. This can be the answer. Then here it is written P 10 to the power 4 minus K square. So now if I simplify it, A plus B, A minus B. A plus B, A minus B. So I can take a plus b, 100 plus k, 100 minus k. What I can get? 100 का square, 100 को लिख सकते हैं 10 square, 100 का square, that means 10 to the power 4, minus b का square, that is k square, a square minus b square, and total का square. That is what we are getting, q into 10 to the power 8. So simplification यहाँ पे 10 to the power 4 कहाँ है? 4 minus k square is also there, but whole square is also there. This is the answer. So slight calculation was there, but if we are able to write this way, then only we can get the answer. Otherwise, if we are subtracting it, then again making the whole value, again taking the percentage of that, again adding the value, then it would be difficult. If you are able to write this way, simply 1 minute may we can get answer. Done? Even if we apply AB formula, then also it is very difficult because 4 values are there. Done? Next. See this question. So data sufficiency, a new type. Why this is a new type? Because of the options. The question can be answered even without using any of the statements. So the question is P plus Q whole square? So we'll try to simplify it first. Minus 4PQ. So this is what? P square plus Q square plus 2PQ minus 4PQ. This is what we are getting? P square plus Q square minus 2PQ. That means basically it is P minus Q whole square. This is whole square, it will come positive only. But if P is equal to Q, it can be 0. So 0 is not a positive. So is P plus Q whole square minus 4PQ, where PQ are natural numbers, where these are natural numbers, positive? The answer we need to get yes or no. Is it positive or is it negative? So how we can say this value is coming positive, but it can be 0 also. It can be 0 also. So if we are taking just this information and trying to get the answer, we can say we can get 0 also, we can get positive also. So the question can be answered even without using any of the statement. This is wrong. We need to go for the statements. अब ये तभी हो सकता है when P is not equal to Q. P is not equal to Q, whether P is greater than Q or P is less than Q. Positive minus जो भी value आएगी उसका square will be positive every time. But if P is equal to Q, this will become 0. 0 का square is 0. 0 is not a positive. So that is why if we take statement 1 or statement 2, with the help of these two statements, either the statement if we take, then also we can get the answer. So either wala hai option. The question can be answered by using either statement alone. This will be the answer. ये हो जाएगा answer हमारा. Why this was tricky? बस ये तो 0 वाला case था. That was important. Otherwise, without the help of these statements, we can get answer. But P must not be equal to Q. यही होना चाहिए. Done? See this question. Question related to ratios. T20 cricket match, 3 players. Total run 37. The ratio of number of runs scored by X to the numbers of runs scored by Y is equal to the ratio of number of runs scored by Y to the number of runs scored by Z. This is what the ratio we are getting. X by Y is equal to Y by Z. That means Y square is equal to X Z. This is what the relation we are getting. And X by Y is equal to Y by Z. If X की value I take, just for the ratio we are taking, 1 by, it can be 1 by 2, or it can be 2 by 1 also. X by y is equal to y by z. If I take x key value, so basically what they are asking, value 1 run score by x, run scored by y, run scored by z. Which value is larger, which value is smaller? For that, we need to have a definite relation. If this value is given and x is to y is to z is given, if this value is given, then only we can get what is the exact value of x, y and z. Tabhi we can say which one is bigger, which one is smaller. But here in this case, the ratio is given of x and y and z. Both are same. So we can say this thing, ki y is between x and z. But which one is bigger, which one is smaller, we cannot see. Because this ratio is not given. So these value we cannot equate. Like x plus y plus z is 37, and the relation is not given of x, y, z. If in the question this is given sum and this ratio is given, then we can get this idea ki what is the value of x, what is the value of y, what is the value of z. Mil sakta hai. But in the question this information is not given. The information given is this, x by y is equal to y by z. Yahi information hai कि x by y is equal to y by z. Kitna? That is also not given. So with the help of this information, we cannot get what is the relation of x, y and z. अगर ऐसे दिया होता कि x is to y is equal to 1 is to 2 and y is to z is equal to 2 is to 3. If this way information is given, तब तो x, y, z का relation मिल जाता. We can get the answer. But here we cannot get the answer. We cannot get this idea ki what is the exact values of x, y, z. So we cannot compare it. Or we are not having a relation which one is bigger, which one is smaller. ठीक है? Next. Let p plus q is equal to 10, where p, q are integers. It is given p plus q is equal to 10. Value 1 is what? Maximum value of p into q when p, q are positive integers. When p plus q is equal to 10, this is related to previous year questions. When the sum of two values is equal to 10, what can be the maximum possible value of product of these two numbers when they are same? That means 5 into 5, 25. First value is 25. जब सेम होते हैं तभी ज़्यादा आएगा. अगर मैंने ऐसे ले लिया, like if I write 4 plus 6, then also I am getting 10. 4 into 6 कितना आ रहा है? 24. So that will be every time less than when we are taking same values. या मैंने 9 into 1 ले लिया. 9 plus 1 10. 9 into 1 is what? 9. That is what the property. Second value, maximum value of p into q. Again, p plus q is 10. Maximum value of p and q when they both are same. तो ये क्या हो सकता है? When p is greater than equal to minus 6, 5 we can take. p, q greater than equal to minus 4, again 5 we can take. क्योंकि minus 6 से बड़ा क्या नंबर होगा? Minus 5, minus 4, ये 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ऐसे, this will go further. The same value, 5 into 5, here also, maximum value क्या हो जाएगी? 25, क्योंकि ऊपर sum क्या है? 10 है. So both values are same. Value 1 is equal to value 2. This was doable. Done. Next. See this question. Consider a set of 11 numbers. Now in the classes we have done classification of numbers. In that we have discussed, see if we take the second statement, non-negative integers, non-positive integers. What do you mean by it? Non-negative, non-negative integers. So number line में we write this way 0, 1, 2, -1, -2 till minus infinite. So non-negative, these are negative integers. We are removing it. We are getting non-negative integers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 this way. If it is written non-positive integers, we can remove 1, 2, 3, 4. We can get 0, -1, -2, -3. If we take the first statement, minimum value of, if we take this statement only, value 2, minimum value of the product, minimum value of the product of the numbers of the set, 11 numbers are there, when they are consecutive non-negative integers. So non-negative integers will start from which value? 0. So we can take this way 11 consecutive numbers, 0, 1, 2, 3 this way. What is the minimum value of this, the product of these 11 numbers? अगर 0 को multiply कर देंगे तो ये आ जाएगा 0 ही. 0 is multiplied by any number will get 0 only. And this is the minimum value. We can start with 1 also, 2 also, 3 also, but that value will be bigger. So this value, value 2 is what? 0. Minimum value of the average of the numbers of the set when they are consecutive integers greater than equal to -5. So -5 से ही शुरू करते हैं. So if I write -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. कितने हो गए? 5, 5, 10, 11. So this way we have written these 11 consecutive integers starting from -5. So minimum value of the average of the numbers. Average कैसे निकलेगा? The middle value is the average. Middle value is the average. Middle value is what? 0. So this value is also 0. This value is also 0. अब 0 से कम हो सकता है negative value. But 11 numbers, 0 से कम average value नहीं आएगी. If it is starting from 6, then 0 से कम आ सकती है. If it is starting from 7, the average value can be less than 0 also. So here 0, 0, both values are C. Next. What is this? This is also a doable question. आखिरी में कुछ क्वेश्चंस ऐसे आ रहे हैं जो लग रहे हैं. सेट बी किसका किसका था सेट बी. सेट ए सेट सी तो मैंने देखा नहीं है वैसे. The average of 3 numbers P plus Q plus R by 3 ऐसे निकलता है average. That is equal to K. That is what is given. The average of 3 numbers P, Q and R is K. Sum of observation divided by number of observations is equal to the average. So P plus Q plus R is what? 3K. P is as much more than the average. Average क्या है? K. P is as much more than K as Q is less than ये लिखा हुआ है. Q is P is as much more than average as Q is less than the average. मतलब दोनों का डिफरेंस सेम है. उस समय समझ में नहीं आया था. So P is as much more than average as Q. अब P जो है एवरेज क्या है? K है. K से कितना बड़ा है? Let's take the value A. ठीक है. And the same thing is about Q. Q is less than average. कितना less than है? जितने से ये P बड़ा है K से उतने से ही Q छोटा है K से. सेम थिंग है ना. अब ये समझना था एग्जाम में. आखिरी क्वेश्चन तो नहीं था. So that is what we have written. P minus Q is equal to K minus Q. अब K की वैल्यू क्या हो जाएगी? This is what? P plus Q is equal to 2K. Correct? This is the first thing, first information. Second information is this. So p plus q we can put this value 2k. हमने यहाँ पे क्या करा, ये वैल्यू पुट कर दो p plus q वाली. What we are getting? 2k plus r is equal to 3k. So r is what? K. R is what? K. Basically ये सिंपल सा एप्लीकेशन था. अगर ऐसे लिखा हुआ है कि p और q के बीच में k है, बेसिकली सेकेंड इंफॉर्मेशन इज दिस. k से जितना बड़ा p है, q k से उतना ही छोटा है. दैट मीन्स k इज द एवरेज ऑफ p एंड q. अब वही लिखा है, इफ k इज द एवरेज ऑफ p q एंड r, तो r जो है k के बराबर है. r k के बराबर है. सो k इज इक्वल टू r. दैट इज व्हाट वी हैव डन हियर. Or simply by writing the formula also, we got the answer. Next. See this question. Real numbers. So लग रहा है this year they have asked about real numbers. Next year they will ask about imaginary numbers. नहीं, नहीं ऐसा नहीं होगा. Imaginary numbers they will not ask. But let's see here. Let x be a real number between 0 and 1. So if I ask you between 0 and 1, how many real numbers are there? Infinite real numbers are there. Infinite. It can be like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.5, 0.11, 0.22, 0.33, this way. So many numbers we can have, infinite numbers. The first statement is written, x square is greater than x cube. So if we simplify it, if we divide by x square, 1 is greater than x. Can we have this possibility? X is what? Simply मैंने x square से divide कर दिया दोनों, left hand side and right hand side. What we are getting? 1 here x. But x की value is between 0 and 1. So 1 will always be greater than x only. That means this statement is correct. If we take the second statement, x greater than square root x. X को I can write this way. This is cancelled out. Square root x is greater than 1 we are getting. Is this correct? 0.5 का square root लेंगे वो उससे भी छोटा होगा. That cannot be more than 1. It would be less than 1. अगर less than 1 होता तो सही हो जाता. It is more than 1, that means it is incorrect. So 1 only is the correct answer. 1 only is the correct answer. Next. The difference between any two natural number is 10. This was also a tricky question. The difference between any two natural numbers is 10. So we can take numbers this way कि हमने number ले लिया जी 20, 10. Difference is 10. And what can be said about the natural numbers which are divisible by 5? And lie between these two numbers. अब इन दोनों numbers के बीच में which number is there? 15. Only one number which is divisible by 5. So answer तुरंत मार दिया मैंने 1, but that is not correct. Here it is written difference is 10. So we can take this way also. 11, 21. Natural numbers. Difference is what? 10. So यहाँ पे क्या आ रहा है? First number is 15. Second number is 20. These two numbers are divisible by 5. So we have possibility for one number also. We have possibility for two numbers also. So first cannot be our answer because only is written. There are only two such numbers. This is also cannot be a possibility because we can have possibility for one also. So there can be more than one such number. There can be more than one such number. There can be one also. There is a possibility that we can have more than one also. Can लिखा हुआ है, तो can तो हो ही सकता है. It can be more than one. It can be two also. Next. अब no such number exists. So वो तो हो ही नहीं सकता. We have seen it. See this. So this year what happens? The data sufficiency questions, they are not very difficult, but they are tricky. Why? Because of the options. The way they have changed the options. See this. There exists a natural number when increased by 50% can have its number of factors unchanged, है ना? So every time we'll start with, हम क्या कर सकते हैं, 1 से start कर सकते हैं या 2 से start कर सकते हैं. 1 से start करेंगे, so if we are increasing by 50%, 1.5 we are going to get, that is not a natural number. If I take 2, if I increase this number by 50%, 2 का 50% is what? 1. If increase by 1, so it will become 3. So 2 will become 3 when 2 is increased by 50%. Number of factor here, 2. Number of factor here, 2. It is unchanged. So we are having that number. So there exists a natural number. That statement is correct. Second statement, there exists a natural number which when increased by 150%, again we take 2. If I increasing this 2 by 150%, then what is the value? 2 का 150% is what? 2 का 100% is what? 2. 150%, 3. So 2 plus 3, 5. Can have its number of factors unchanged. 2 is also a prime number. 5 is also a prime number. Both are having two factors. Number of factors unchanged. Both these statements are correct. Both these statements are correct. है ना? Simple doable question. Next. See, this question also we have done in the class. What is the remainder when 9 power 3, 9 power 4? वहाँ पे हमने लिखा था 10 power 3, 10 power 4 ऐसे. But that started with 10 power 1. It is starting by 3. So 9, this number, this is 9 power 100. This is not 91 power 00. Divided by 6. The rule of remainder we know. Remainders get added, remainders get multiplied. That is what the rule we have discussed. Like 5 plus 7, if I write this way, 8 plus 7 divided by 6. What is the remainder? या तो add करके सीधे कर लो, या फिर take each step. 8 by 6 what remainder we are getting? 2. 7 by 6 what remainder we are getting? Final remainder is what? Added. 2 plus 1, 3. 8 plus 7, 15 by 6 remainder is 3. The same logic we are going to apply here. 9 power 3 divided by 6 remainder is what? 3. 9 to the power 4 again remainder is 3. Everywhere we are going to get remainder 3. So first two numbers के लिए we can get remainder. If we are getting same, we can generalize it. Like ऐसे लिख सकते हैं ना, 9 into 9 into 9. 9 power 3 by 6 करा, remainder 3, 3, 3. यहाँ पे remainders multiplication है, so get multiplied. This is what? 3 into 3 into 3, 27. By 6. Remainder कितना आया? 3. If remainder is 3, इसमें एक और 9 मैंने करा, 3 into 3, है ना? 9 power 4 कर दिया, so 1 more 4, 81, है ना? So this way again will get remainder 3, so we can generalize this trend कि everywhere we are getting remainder as 3. If we are getting remainder 3, so what is the final remainder? 3 plus 3 plus 3, how many times? 100 minus 3, 97, but 99 power 3 is also included, 98 times. 98 times divided by 6. This is what? 3 into 98 by 6. And this is cancelled out. Remainder is 0. Remainder is 0. ठीक है? Done? ये तो समझने के लिए करा था. Just to understand how we are applying this remainder concept. That first concept is remainders get added. Second concept is remainders get multiplied. So here we are applying the concept of remainders get added. Because we are adding all these remainders, then further dividing by 6. ऐसे कर रहे हैं. So finally, 3 plus 3 plus 3, 98 times. So 3 is being added how many times? 98 times. So 3 into 98 सम आ गया by 6. यहाँ पे remainder क्या आ जाएगा? 3. यहाँ पे कितना रिमाइंडर आ जाएगा 98/6। ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं, इसको सिंप्लीफाई नहीं करना है। यहाँ पे रिमाइंडर वी आर गेटिंग 3, 98/6 what remainder we are getting? 6 1 6 3 8, remainder 2. Remainders get multiplied 3 into 2 6, but 6 cannot be the remainder because we are dividing by 6. Again divide by 6, remainder is 0. या फिर 2 से कर सकते हैं, then 3 से कर सकते हैं, it will get simplified. क्योंकि ये शुरू हो रहा है 9 power 3 फर्स्ट टर्म, सेकेंड टर्म 9 power 4, this way last term is 9 power 100. So how many terms are there? उतने ही time we are adding these numbers, 3 plus 3 plus 3. So total 3 से start होके 100 terms तक है. Either we can count, it is difficult. 100 में से 3 minus करा 97, but this 9 power 3 is also included, so total 98 terms. हमने 9 power जैसे 3 से 100 तक कितने numbers हैं? How many numbers are there between 3 and 100? How many numbers are there? 3 से 100 तक. अब 1 से 100 तक कितने नंबर हैं? 100. अब 3 से 100 में कितने हटाने पड़ेंगे? 1 और 2 हटाना पड़ेगा. We need to remove 1 and 2. बचे कितने? 98. So we have total 98 terms. Done? So जैसे भी समझ में आए वैसे दिमाग में बैठा लेना है. Next. So what is the answer? 0. Option A. Option A is the answer. Then this question. A question is given followed by two statements, 1 and 2. Consider the questions and the statements and mark the option, correct option. The question is, what is the smallest one-digit number having exactly 4 distinct factors? If we see the question, just by seeing this question we can get answer. We don't need to go for the statements. What is the smallest one-digit number? How many one-digit numbers are there? यही है वन डिजिट नंबर्स. इसमें पूछ रहा है द स्मॉलेस्ट वन डिजिट नंबर हैविंग एग्जैक्टली 4 डिस्टिंक्ट फैक्टर्स. दिस कैन नॉट बी द नंबर, दिस कैन नॉट बी द नंबर, दिस कैन नॉट बी द नंबर. 4, हाउ मेनी फैक्टर्स? 1 2 4, 3 फैक्टर्स. 5 कैन नॉट बी द नंबर. 6 1 2 3 4. So smallest one digit number which is having exactly 4 factors, that is what? 6 है ना. 1 2 सॉरी 6 होगा, यहाँ पे हमने 4 लिखा है. 1 2 3 6, करेक्ट, वेरी गुड. So 6 is having exactly 4 factors. So just by reading this question we are getting the answer. We don't need any further information. 2 is one of the factors, 3 is one of the factors. It is not required. Just by this information we are getting the answer. So answer is what? The question can be answered even without using any of the statements. तो हमने क्या करना था? पहले ऐसा करते थे, we were taking first statement, then second statement, then we were combining these 2 statements, then we are getting the answer. But because of this option we need to first solve for this information which is given in the question itself. If you are not getting the answer, then we'll try to take help from the statement. Statement 1, then statement 2. Next. A question is given followed by 2 statements. Let P, Q, R, S be distinct non-zero digits. 1 2 3 4 5. But it is given for P, it is less than equal to 3. That means it can take value 1 2 3. Q less than equal to 4. 1 2 3 4. Then what is the Q equal to? This information is given. PP into PQ is equal to RRSS. This information is given. So first we are going to see, are we getting the answer with the help of this information given in the question itself? If not, then we'll try to get the statements information. So if we are taking this information PP into PQ, So P key value can be 1. So if I take 11 into 1, Q key value can be 1 also. 1 we cannot take because they are distinct. So we are taking 2. It can be 11 into 12, 11 into 13, 11 into 14. But we are going to get 4-digit number, then only this is going to satisfy. So if 11 into 12, 13, 14 we are taking, we are going to get a 3-digit number. So this cannot be the case. If I take 2, 2 into 2, 1, am I getting a 4-digit number? Because this resultant value is what? A 4-digit number, RRSS. Here also we are not getting a 4-digit number. So further we need to go for 3. P key value maximum is 3 only. So we can take 33 into, if I take, let's take 34, or if I take 31 or 32. Then there can be a possibility. If we multiply, what we are getting? 33 into 34. 1122. This is what we are getting. 33 into 34. So PP into PQ, we are getting RRSS. Same set of numbers we are getting, digits. That means Q key value is what? 4. Q key value we are getting 4. We can go for this also, 33 into 31. But we are not getting in this form, RRSS. 33 into 32, we are not getting in this form, RR and SS. That is why only one value of Q we are getting, that is 4, which is providing in this form RRSS. So with the help of questions information only we are getting answer. So we don't need to go for this statement information. The question can be answered even without using any of the statements information. Tough tha, thoda sa difficult tha, है ना? Because we need to check this way. Next. See this question. A 5-digit number PQRST. All distinct digits. P, Q, R, S, T. Then we'll try to see such that T is not equal to 0. Not equal to 0. That means it can take value 1, 2, 3, 4 till 9. And what is written? All are distinct. P is thrice T. P is what? 3 times of T. S is greater than Q by 4. S is greater than Q by 4. S is greater than Q by 4. That means S is what? Q plus 4. While Q is greater than R by 3. Q is greater than R by 3. R plus 3. यही है. R is R only. So अब Q की वैल्यू R plus 3 है. So we can write S की वैल्यू Q की जगह पे मैंने लिख दिया R plus 3 plus 4. What we are getting? R plus 7. So we are getting number this way, 3T, R plus 3, R plus 7, and this is not equal to 0. Now we can take different values, all distinct digits. T is not equal to 0, so it is not written non-zero digits. 0 can be a possibility. 0 can be a possibility. So if we take the R key value 0, can we take R key value 0? Yes? Because it is written T cannot be equal to 0. T cannot be equal to 0. Then this Q key value will be what? 3. S key value will be what? 7. Then what can be this T key value? If I take 1, तो क्या हो जाएगा? This is what? 3. But 3, 3 cannot be same. All must be distinct. This cannot be a possibility. If I take 2, This is what? 6. This can be a possibility. If I take 3 I cannot take. If I take 4, then this is again 7, 0, 3. 4 into 3, 12. This cannot be a possibility. है ना? 4 के बाद जैसे ही जाएंगे, because this value is what? T, it cannot be 0, but P की value is 3 times of T. That means T की value can be 1, 2 and 3 only. 3 possibilities are there. So this cannot be a possibility. If we take R की value 1, then Q की value 1 plus 3, 4. Then this S की value R plus 7, कितना हो जाएगा? 1 plus 7, 8. Then this value we cannot take 1, because 1 is already there. We can take 2. If we are taking 2, this is what? 6. All the distinct. Then if I take this value as 3, then this is what? 9. And this remains same. Distinct आ रही है. Further, R की value if I take 2, then R की value 2, Q की value 2 plus 3, 5, 2 plus 7, 9, 2 plus 7, 9. Then this value, if I take 1, it is 3, because 3 times of it. If I take 2, तो ये कितना हो जाएगा? 6. These remain same. Then if I take 3, तो ये कितना हो जाएगा? 9. But 9 is already there, so this cannot be a possibility. So how many possibility we are getting? 3 to 5? 3 to 5 or 4 possibility? कहीं पे mismatch हो रहा है? Last is to repeat it, because we have taken 2 here, and this 2 we have already taken for R. This we cannot take. This we cannot take. All distinct. अब इसमें ये ध्यान देना है, यहीं पे miss हो जाता है. So how many possibility we are getting? Now we are going to check all our distinct digits when we have written here. 2, 7, 0, 3, 6 distinct. Then 2, 8, 1, 4, 6 distinct. 3, 8, 1, 4, 9 distinct. 1, 2, 3, 5, 9 distinct. Total 4 possibility we are getting. 4 possibility we are getting. Done. How many questions are left? हाँ, वहाँ पे तो टाइम नहीं मिलेगा. So 2, 3, 4 questions are there. That is why we can skip. We can skip. फटाफट करते हैं. See this. So first time UPSC has asked. नहीं, अच्छा वो pipes वाला next question. So time and work का question है. And the same. So different types में this is one of the types in time and work. When few 2-3 persons they started working together, and after some time 1 or 2 they are quitting the job. So how we can start? What is written? X can complete 1/3 of work in 6 days. So total work 18 days. Y can complete 1/3 of the same work in 8 days. So total work 24 days. Correct? Then third person is also there. Z can complete 3/4 of the work in 12 days. So one complete work in 16 days. यही है ना? So we are getting this information कि X, Y, Z. They are completing in 18 days, 24 days and 16 days. What is the LCM? LCM is what? 18, 24, 16. 144? 144 units total work we can assume. है ना? Yes. Then what is the efficiency of x, y and z? This we can calculate. X is taking 18 days, y 24, z 16. So this is what? 8 units. 8 units per day. This is what? 6 units per day. Z is taking how many units? 9 units per day. 9 units per day. Correct? So if all the three are working together, in one day, how many units they are going to complete? How many units? 8 plus 6, 14 plus 9, 23. 23 units they are going to complete. Done? But what is given? All of them working together for n days, and then x and z quit and y alone finishes the remaining work in 8 2/3 days. Correct? Who is working? Y alone. So y alone in one day, how many units y is completing in one day? Y one day mein how many units? 6. So 8 2/3 days mein how many units he will complete? 6 into, this is what? 8 into 3, 24 plus 2, 26/3. ये कितना आया? 52 units. That means 52 units y has completed. Total units 144 units. 144 minus 52 is 92 units. That means 92 units was completed by all the three. And all the three, they are completing 23 units in one day. So 1 unit 1/23 day. So 92 units, 92 into 1/23. ये कितना आ गया? 4. 4 days. 4 days is the answer. So this was doable. कहाँ पे? ये this x is taking 18 days because that is what we have calculated. X is taking 18 days to complete 144 units. So what is the efficiency of x? X is completing how many units in one day? 18 days में you are completing 144 pages of a book. So on an average one day में how many pages you are completing? 144 by 18? 8. That is what the efficiency. कि per day how many units one has completed. 144 तो LCM ले लिया था. That number can be anything. That we have assumed. LCM लिया था 18, 24 and 16 का. That is what we have assumed. ठीक है? ऐसे करा था. Done? A set X of 20 pipes can fill 70% of tank in 14 minutes. Now pipes and tanks say, first time UPSC has asked any question. This is the first time. So in recent years, pipe X is having 20 pipes. It can fill 70% of tank in 14 minutes. Correct? So 1%, 14 by 70, 100%, 100 into 14 by 70. ये कितना आ गया? 20 minutes. The same way, pipe Y is having how many pipes? 10 sets, 10 pipes. It can fill 3/8 part of the tank in 6 minutes. So one part कितना करेगा? 6/3/8. ये कितना आ जाएगा? 16 minutes. Then another set Z, it is having 16 pipes. It is emptying, so work undone is there, है ना? इस पाइप से पानी बाहर जा रहा है, इट इज एन आउटलेट पाइप. It is emptying the half of the tank 1/2 in 20 minutes. So complete tank in 40 minutes. Correct? So this is what we have written. Now what is given? If half of the pipes of set X mein how many pipes were there? 20. But half of the pipes are closed. That means half are opened. So if 20 pipes, they are filling tank in 20 minutes, then 10 pipes, 40 minutes, double time, 40 minutes. Then Y, only half of the pipes of set Y are open. That means, kitni hai Y mein? 10, that means 5 pipes are opened. So if 10 pipes, they are filling in 16 minutes, so half pipe will fill in how many minutes? Double time, 32. And what about Z? All the 16 pipes. All the 16 pipes, all the pipes are opened. So all the pipes, when they are opened, it will take what time to empty the tank? 40 minutes. Now we can see whatever the efficiency of these 10 pipes, because these 10 pipes they are filling in 40 minutes, and these 16 pipes they are emptying the tank in 40 minutes. So whatever the water which is being filled by these 10 pipes, the same will be emptied by these 16 pipes, because दोनों की efficiency same है. That means only basically Y5 is opened. Only Y5 is opened. So how much time it will take to fill the tank? 32 minutes total tank fill करने में लेगा. But in the question it is written 50% of the tank. So 32 minutes में full tank, 50%, 16 minutes. है ना? 16 minutes done. Next. What is this? So unit digits में we have read about this property of 4. है ना? But here what is given? Then what is the number of distinct remainders of this? Okay. So 1 power n plus 2 power n divided by 4. है ना? 4 का divisibility rule we know, and also if we take the n की value 1. So this is what? 1 plus 2 power 1 divided by 4. What is the remainder? अब यहाँ पे तो remainder basically 3 है. If we take n की value 2, so what we are getting? 2 square by 4. यहाँ पे तो remainder 1 आएगा. But here remainder is what? 0. Finally what remainder we are going to get here? 1. If we go further, 1 power 3 plus 2 power 3 by 4. This is what? 2 power 3. 2 power 2 and beyond, if we take any number, 4 will be there in that number. Remainder would be 0 only. यहाँ पे remainder 1 आएगा. So remainder 1. So two possibility for remainder we are getting. If n is equal to 1, we are getting remainder 3. When n is greater than 1, then what remainder we are getting? 1. And if we go further, n की कोई भी value ले लो, every time only 1 remainder we are going to get. So what they are asking, then what is the number of distinct remainders? कितना जाएगा? 2. 2 is the answer. Next. अभी मैं बताता हूँ, बस ये कंप्लीट कर लेता हूँ, फिर से आई विल एक्सप्लेन. जस्ट अ सेकेंड. एक बार ये क्वेश्चन देख लेते हैं, फिर उसके बाद लेट P इज इक्वल टू Q Q Q be a 3-digit number and another number we are given 481. So Q, 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 if we take the place values, the place value is what? 100Q plus 10Q plus Q. This is what? 111Q. Basically it is what? 111 ko we can write 37 into 3 into Q. This way we can write. So first number P is what? 37 into 3 into Q. This is the first number. Place value कैसे निकालते हैं? जैसे Q, Q, Q. Q into 1, Q into 10, Q into 100. This way we take the place values. So what we are getting? In terms of place value, 100Q plus 10Q plus Q. This is what? 111Q. And 111 के factors we can write 37 into 3. And this value 481, this is what? 37 into what? 13? Correct? 37 into 13 we can write? 37 into 13. So this number 37 into 13. So HCF is what? The common factor. HCF is 37. HCF is 37. है ना? HCF में कॉमन लेते हैं, LCM में क्या करते हैं? We take distinct numbers and जिसमें जिसकी पावर ज़्यादा है that we take. ऐसा करते हैं. Then the next. So this was also doable. Option C. Then see this question. Sorry, what is the 489th digit in the number 123? See, this question was related to number of pages questions. Like in a book, number of pages are written this way, 1, 2, 3, 4 till this way, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, this way. So here, again, we are going to approach the same way. 1 to 9, how many numbers are there? 9. How many digits are there? 9 into 1, 9. Then all the 2-digit numbers we are going to write this way, 10, 11, 12, 13 till 99. How many numbers are there? 90 numbers. How many? Each number is carrying 2 digits. So 90 into 2, 180. This is what? 189. And further, how many 3-digit numbers are there? That we don't know. So we can assume it is X numbers are there. So these X numbers, they are carrying 3 digits. ये 3x हो गया. So total 9 plus 180 plus 3x. That is equal to 489. Because they are asking for 489th digit. So that we can get. This is what? 189 plus 3x is equal to 489. So 3x is what? ये कितना आया? 489 minus 189. 489 ही है ना? ठीक है. 489. ये कितना आ गया? 300. So x की वैल्यू कितनी आ गई? 100. X की वैल्यू 100. That means this is what? 100. That means in the book we are having how many pages? 99 plus 100. That means 199 pages are there. So numbering जो 1, 2, 3, 4 this way pages पे है, the last number would be 199. So this way it will go till 199 and this would be the 489th digit क्योंकि total digits हमने count करा है. And they are asking what is the 489th digit in the number? ऐसे number लिखा तो ये है 9. 9 is the answer. थोड़ा सा tricky था, दूसरे तरीके से पूछा था. We need to understand how we are going to read this question, this question and understand in the terms of number of pages. थोड़ा सा difficult था. जैसे इसमें क्या है 1, 2, 3, 4 this way numbers are written. So just assume it. These are the number of pages. First number, second, 2, 3, 4 this way, 10, 11, 12, 13 this way number की series है. Pages में जितने भी numbers हैं, so we are writing this way. अगर ऐसे लिखा है, they are asking what is the 489th digit. Number is written till 9. So what is the 9th digit in that number? Suppose number यहीं तक लिखा है. 9. How we can get that? All the single digit numbers are written to form a number. All the single digit number, how many numbers are there? 9. How many digits are there? 9. So last number is what? 9. क्योंकि sum of digits are 9. Then if it is going for the 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 this way till 99. है ना? So we are having 9 numbers, then 90 more numbers. This way we are getting a total complete number in which the last number is 99. Last number is 99. So we'll try to see ki how many digits we have written. So single digit number we have written 9. है ना? 9 digits. And double digit numbers how many we have written? 90 numbers. But each 90 numbers carrying 2 digits. Total मिला के 180 digits. So 180 digits, these numbers till 99, 10 to 99. And 1 to 9 they are carrying 9 digits. So total 189 digits are there. And 189th digit would be what? 99 का 9. क्योंकि last number तो 99 होगा. After then, we can see here they are asking about 489th digit. So we need to go further in 3 digit also. So after the numbers will be written this way 100, 101, then 102. This way numbers would be written. And we are getting x की value 100. That means, so how we are getting that? कि अब 100 से कितना है that we don't know. So we have assumed कि x numbers are there. This way 100, 101, 102. Each number will carry 3 digits, 3x digits हो गया total. So 189 plus 3x is equal to 489. X की value we are getting 100. That means after 99, we have written how many more numbers? 100 more numbers. 100 more numbers we have written. So total number मिला के कितनी हो गए? Total how many numbers we can have? 99 plus this 100, 199 numbers we have written. That means first number is 1, second is 2, 199th number is what? 199. तो ये number जो series बनेगी, last number would be 199. And this 9 would be what? 489th digit. 9. Done? Thank you. Done? So this way we have completed the maths part. Okay? It was difficult. So थोड़ा सा we need to be careful कि क्या पढ़ना है. And after then we need to be more careful while attempting the questions. Okay, which question we need to skip? That is very important thing. If we are not skipping the right question, it is going to kill our time. So that is what we need to understand. And this new, and I think next year also they can come up with some new variations. Like every year. This year the new variation is without even using the statement we can get answer. So we need to prepare for new variations. But those are not many. ऐसा नहीं है कि there were many variations. Just one variation. And difficulty level for 10 question, it was high. It was very high. But 15 questions, what we have seen, which we can solve, like 10 questions we can solve within 1 minute. If we are having very good understanding of number system part. Because number system part mein we have discussed a lot of variations. So if we know those variations, we can get answers within a minute. And few questions like time and work, time, speed and distance, those all were also doable. Percentage say just one question was there. And application was there in 2-3 questions. Profit loss, I don't think any question was asked. So next year also the same trend we can see to continue. So we need to discuss more lot of questions related to number system and also this time, speed and distance. And the application of percentage, which will be there. Okay? So thank you everyone and all the best.
What sets AIR2 and AIR3 apart in UPSC CSE 2024? They didn't wait to feel ready. They started smart with the GS Foundation course at Vision IS Delhi. Structured learning, focused current affairs, real mentorship, test feedback that actually helps you grow. This course isn't just about study hours. It's about direction, clarity and the strategy toppers.
पार्क में नहीं जा रहे हो आजकल क्या लग रहा है? Okay. So what was the question number? शुरू में ही था, I guess. ये वाला ना, यही वाला, यही वाला ना. See, P and Q walk along a circular track, है ना? ये circular track है. P and Q both are standing here. P is running in this direction, Q is running in this direction. What is the speed of P? It is 5 rounds per hour. This is the speed. Q की speed क्या है? 3 rounds per hour. 3 rounds per hour. This is the speed. Correct. Both are moving in opposite direction. Relative speed concept will come. So after what time they are going to meet each other or pass each other? Distance between them. Distance between them is what? 1 round का distance है. 1 round का distance divided by relative speed in same direction or opposite direction? Opposite direction. It will get added 5 plus 3, 8. So 1 round by 8. That means 1 by 8 hours. After 1 by 8 hours, after 1 by 8 hours, they are going to meet each other. 1 by 8 hours means 7.5 minutes. Correct. So if we take the starting time like 5 to 7, total कितना time हुआ? 5 to 7, 2 hours. 2 hours में 120 minutes. 120 minutes में how many times they are going to meet each other? 16 times. Simple, 16 times. And no remainder we are getting. That means at 7 AM also they are going to meet each other. But it is written 5:20 AM and 7 AM के बीच में. Between these time durations. तो 7 AM वाला तो count नहीं होगा. That means how many times? 15 times they are going to meet each other. But in this 15 times, हमने calculate कहाँ से करा है? 5 AM से. But ये कहा रहा है कहाँ से? 5:20 AM से. So 7.5 पे पहली बार मिलेंगे. Then 15 पे दूसरी बार. अब तीसरी बार जो मिलेंगे, ये कितना हो जाएगा? ये first time they are meeting after 5:20. तो ये दोनों भी माइनस करना पड़ेगा. 15 में से 2 और माइनस करना पड़ेगा. कितनी बार मिलेंगे? 13 टाइम्स. है ना? ऐसे. ठीक है. थैंक यू एवरीवन.
What sets AIR2 and AIR3 apart in UPSC CSE 2024? They didn't wait to feel ready. They started smart with the GS Foundation course at Vision IS Delhi. Structured learning, focused current affairs, real mentorship, test feedback that actually helps you grow. This course isn't just about study hours. It's about direction, clarity and the strategy toppers trust. Start strong. Start where toppers started.
while juggling newspapers, random notes, and endless PDFs trying to make sense of current affairs? Let's make your UPSC prep smarter. Introducing Digital Current Affairs Premium by Vision IAS, your all-in-one platform to read, revise, and write better every single day. Have a doubt from today's news or something in your syllabus? Just ask and get instant AI-powered answers that are concise, relevant, and completely aligned with the UPSC exam pattern. No more guesswork, no more confusion. Want to boost your mains writing skills? Practice daily with structured questions and get expert feedback to sharpen your content, clarity, and analysis, because writing well is winning half the battle. Need better revision? Use quick notes and highlights to save key points, mark important lines, and organize your current affairs in a way that actually works for you. And here's the best part, some of the most powerful tools are absolutely free. Daily news summaries from the Hindu, Indian Express, and more, curated, filtered, and exam ready. Downloadable PDFs so your notes stay organized and accessible. Daily quizzes and MCQs to reinforce what you've learned and track your progress. A smart student dashboard to monitor your performance and stay on top of your goals. Whether you're just starting or deep into your prep, Digital Current Affairs Premium adapts to your strategy and makes every minute count. So why prepare the hard way when you can prepare the smart way? Visit www.visionis.in/current-affairs and start transforming your current affairs prep today. Because with Vision IAS, you don't just stay updated, you stay ahead.
UPSC preparation is not just about reading books or watching online lectures. It requires personal guidance, real discussions, and structured practice. This is where offline mentoring makes all the difference. Unlike online learning, where doubts often remain unresolved, offline mentoring offers direct interaction, real-time feedback, and an environment of discipline and competition. One-to-one sessions help students get tailored advice, strategy corrections, and focused improvement. Every aspirant has different strengths and weaknesses. Personal mentoring helps address them effectively. Ground discussions sharpen analytical thinking and help students develop a multi-dimensional perspective on issues crucial for prelims, mains, and interview. Elocution sessions help in personality development, clarity of thought, and confidence, essential for UPSC interviews. Test writing is the most crucial part of UPSC preparation. It helps in time management, structuring answers, and improving content quality. Offline mentoring is not just about teaching. It's about grooming future officers with the right guidance, discipline, and confidence. So if you are preparing for UPSC, make sure you have the right mentor by your side.
UPSC CSE 2024 results are out and dreams have turned into ranks. Now you are asking, how do I get there? You've got the drive. What you need is the right guidance. Lakshya Integrated Mentoring Program 2026 by Vision IAS is your one-stop guidance program for prelims, mains, and interview. Smart, strategic revision for prelims and mains. Consistent mentorship with personalized feedback. Daily weekly schedule and practice targets. Custom test practice via Sandhan test series. interview and personality test training. All of it structured to guide you, strategic to keep you focused, and designed to meet your evolving needs. New batch starts from 19th May. It's your turn now. Start strong with Lakshya Mentoring Program 2026.
Hello, my dear students. Very good afternoon, all of you. Hanji beta, how many of you appeared this year? So, how was the experience? You can't say, but you can say, try. You were? It was? Okay. Okay, beta. So, what about, you can say basic numeracy? How was basic numeracy? I'm asking about basic numeracy, beta. You are telling me LR. Difficult one. Hanji, beta. What about you? Okay. I think many of you have already attended my classes. Before the classes, I told you that those who are appearing this year, they need to focus. In case of basic numeracy, I told you 5 topics. Which were the topics? First was the number system. Then I said permutation and combination you should do only if you are comfortable with that. Then I said percentages, average mixture allegation and simple equation. These 5 topics I told you, and fortunately we are getting more than 90% of the questions of basic numeracy from these areas only. So let us have the detailed analysis of the paper. So, from basic numeracy and data sufficiency, there were 34 questions. General mental ability or logical reasoning, 17 questions. Reading comprehension, it is mistaken, it is written. So, it was 29 beta. There were 29 questions from RC. Now, this is topic-wise analysis. In basic numeracy, 24 questions from number system only. Percentage is 3, average is 2. So, these were one of the top 5 topics I gave you. So, you can say from here only you are getting passing marks. 29 questions from these topics only. And then number series 3 question, coding, decoding, cubes and dice, blood relation 2 question, comparison 1, direction sense 1 question. There were 3 miscellaneous questions. Every year we are getting a couple of questions from miscellaneous. Reading comprehension 29 questions. These data sufficiency 5 questions, these are not separate questions. These 5 questions are doubly counted. Out of these, 5 were a part of number system. There were 2 questions of blood relation. One was the normal question and 1 question came under data sufficiency, and there was 1 miscellaneous question. So quickly let's go through the questions. Those who have attended our classes, I think exactly same question was discussed in the class. If you have the notes, you can verify. The question that I gave in the class, fortunately it was 12, then 6, then 9, then 18, and then it was 45. You have to find the next term. That was the question. Exactly same logic is applicable here, only the terms are changed. Instead of, these terms are basically double of these. I gave first term as 12, here it is 24. I gave third term as 9, so here some similar kind of logic is applied here. So you can say 24 multiplied by 0.5. Okay, then this will come out to be 12 beta. Then 12 multiplied by 1. Then 12 multiplied by 1.5, 18. 18 multiplied by 2. What is the logic here? the terms with which you are multiplying, they are forming an AP. This is 0.5, then 1, then 1.5, then 2, then 2.5. You can verify also. What should be the next term? We have to find basically the value of x, no? Answer is 12. B option. Okay, beta ji. Then this kind of questions, in these I said that you should go for the options. Replace the values with the options, and then you have to apply the BODMAS rule also. So here brackets are not there, so you can say Damas rule only. So let me check the first option, SPRQ. S means plus, P is also plus. S should be divisible. Okay, beta. S is divisible. Then P is plus. SPRQ. R is multiply and Q is minus. So apply the BODMAS rule here. 60 divided by 15 is 4 plus 3 into 20 is 60 minus 4. Is it giving you 20 answer? No. So this option is not giving you the value. It is not coming out to be 20. Go for the next. QRPS. Q is minus. R is multiply. P is plus. And S is division. So applying BODMAS rule. 60 minus 15 into 3 is 45 plus 20 divided by 4 is 5. So you can say 60 minus 45 is 15. 15 plus 5, that is giving you 20. It is satisfying. So answer will be B option. Okay, beta ji. We have done this kind of questions also in the exam. In the class only we have done this. So you have to put the options and then check what is the pattern you are observing here. So if you put the first option BC BCA, BC BCA, is there any logic? A double B double C, A double B double C, then C A double B, it is not making the pattern. Then A double B double C, A double B triple C, A double B triple C, but here C is coming 4 times. This is not making a pattern. So which one is forming the pattern, beta? C option. Okay, let us check. In this way you will check for B also. Not satisfying. You are saying C will satisfy. Let us check. BC BAC. BC BAC. What is the pattern? A double B triple C, A double B triple C, A double B triple C. This is completing the series. Hence we can say C is right answer. Okay, beta ji. If you remember the first class of logical reasoning, in that case we discussed a topic by the name of cutting and painting of cubes. In cutting of cubes we discussed 2 concepts. One case, when number of cuts was given, you have to maximize the number of pieces. Second case, when number of pieces is given, then you have to minimize the number of cuts. What was the logic? If the number of pieces is P plus 1, X plus 1, into Y plus 1 into Z plus 1. If this is the number of pieces, then number of cuts will be, minimum number of cuts will be X plus Y plus Z, where X, Y, Z are as close as possible. You can check your notes. लिखवाया था बेटा? The concept was, if a cube is cut into X, if X cuts are made along one plane, Y cuts in another plane, Z cuts in another plane, then total number of pieces will be X plus 1 into Y plus 1 into Z plus 1. If the number of pieces is given, then number of cuts will be minimum if X, Y, Z are as close as possible. If number of cuts is given, then number of pieces will be maximum where x, y, z are as close as possible. It is given that this is divided into 60 smaller pieces. जी बेटा जी, समझाया नहीं है मैंने अभी, ठीक है ना? हाँ जी. So number of pieces is x plus 1 into y plus 1 into z plus 1. That is equal to 60. Can you break 60 into 3 as close as possible parts such that their product is 60? कर सकते हो बेटा? As close as possible बोला बेटा. 60 is not cube of a number. Had it been 64, then we will say 4 into 4 into 4. But 60 is not a perfect cube. तो क्या करोगे बेटा? 60 को break करो आप. And if you check the notes, this question was given in the class. 60, you have to solve for 60, 80 and 100. ये 3 examples दिए थे मैंने class में. ठीक है ना? If it is 60, how can you break 60 into 3 parts which are as close as possible? Their product has to be 60. So that is 4 into 5 into 6. 4 into 5 into, sorry, 3 into 3. 3 into 4 into 5. 3 into 4 into 5 or 4 into 5 into 3, in whatever manner you write. So these cannot be closer than this. इससे close तो नहीं हो सकता बेटा. So if x plus 1 is equal to 4, then what will be the value of x? X will be equal to 3. What about y? Y will be 4. What about z? 2. What is the number of cuts required? Number of cuts required will be 9. अभी कर देते हैं बेटा. This is the length, this is the breadth, and this is the height. What is the volume of a cuboid? Length into breadth into height. If you make one cut along the length, then how many pieces will be obtained here? 2 pieces. If 5 cuts are made in this plane, then how many pieces will be obtained? 6. If x cuts are made along this plane, how many pieces will be obtained? X plus 1. If y cuts are made along this plane, how many layers will be obtained? Y plus 1. If z cuts are made in this plane, then how many layers will be there? Z plus 1. So number of pieces obtained will be x plus 1 into y plus 1 into z plus 1. That will be the number of pieces obtained. अब 60 लेके आना है बेटा. So if I am making x cut here, then you can say along the length I can make length, breadth and height has to be as close as possible. तो इनको as close as possible कैसे लेके आ सकते हो आप? 5 into 4 into 3. 5 into 4 into 3. That is coming out to be 60. Had it been, suppose बेटा ये 27 होता, क्लास अगर आपने अटेंड किया होगा तो you have seen 27 भी किया था हमने. 27 is a cube, so we can say 3 into 3 into 3, then 2 cuts in x plane, 2 in y plane, 2 in one plane and 2 in another plane. In that way we have done that. We did an example of 64 also, that is a perfect cube, but 60 is not a perfect cube. So 60 को we can break it into 5 into 4 into 3. उससे close तो नहीं लेके आ सकते ना. तो along the length you want 4 layers. Length में along the length you want 5 pieces. 5 pieces लाने के लिए how many cuts are required? 4 cuts are required. To get 5 layers, you need 4 cuts here. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 4 cuts are required. Along the breadth, you want 4 pieces. To get 4 pieces, how many cuts are required? 3 cuts are. 4 layers लाने के लिए how many cuts are required? To get 4 layers, how many cuts are required? 3 cuts are required. So 1, 2 and 3. Along the height we want 3 layers. If you want 3 layers, then how many cuts are required? Only 2 cuts are required. What is the number of pieces obtained here? Along the length 5, along the breadth 4, along the height there are 3. Number of cuts here 4. In this case how many? 3. And here how many cuts are required? 2. So number of cuts 4 plus 3 plus 2. What is the answer? 9. So 9 cuts are required. So we can say first statement is correct. Minimum number of cuts required is 9. Okay. Then the number of smaller pieces which does not have paint on any of the faces. I think if you check your handout or the class notes, then number of pieces having no face painted. In case of a cube, it was n minus 2 cube, no color at all. And in case of cuboid, the formula was L minus 2 into B minus 2 into H minus 2. यही था ना बेटा? Along the length, you remove the left layer and the right layer, 2 layers less. Now this layer is painted, backside layer is also painted. You remove this layer and this layer, breadth will decrease by 2. Top layer is painted, bottom layer is also painted. If you remove those 2 layers, then height will also decrease by 2. So what will be the number of pieces inside it which do not have a paint at all? That will be L minus 2 into B minus 2 into H minus 2. And we got to know that L was 5, B was 4 and H is equal to 3 here. So subtract 2 from them. So this will be 5 minus 2 is 3, 4 minus 2 is 2 and 3 minus 2 is 1. So how many pieces do not have a color at all? They will be present inside it. Answer will be 6. So we can say both the statements are correct. Okay beta ji. Second wala beta. In case of a cube, the number of pieces, मैं ये erase कर दूँ बेटा. If there is a cube or a cuboid, when it is painted on all the 6 faces and then cut into smaller identical cubes or the cuboids, then the number of pieces having 3 faces painted. In case of a cube and cuboid, for both the cases, I have given you the formulas. 3 face painted, it was the corner pieces. Whether it is a cube or a cuboid, the corner pieces will have 3 faces painted. Then 2 face painted, they must be present at the edges. So there were 12 edges beta. There were 12 edges. On each edge, how many pieces were there? N minus 2. But in case of a cuboid, it was 4 times L minus 2 plus 4 times B minus 2 plus 4 times of H minus 2. This was the formula. Then one face painted, there were 6 faces. On each face, there were how many pieces? N minus 2 square. 6 faces will have 6 times of this. In case of a cuboid, top and the bottom face have same. So answer will be double of that. Front and back have same, right and left have same. So that was twice of L minus 2 into B minus 2 plus 2 times of B minus 2 into H minus 2 plus 2 times of L minus 2 into H minus 2. Then no color at all. No color at all. They must be present inside it. So for a cube, the formula was N minus 2 cube. For a cuboid, what was the formula? Along the length, you remove the left layer and the right layer, then length will decrease by 2. So 2 less layers, L minus 2. You take the front layer and the back layer, both are painted, so 2 layers less in the breadth, B minus 2. You remove the top layer and the bottom layer, 2 layers less, so it will be H minus 2. Okay beta, so you have to solve this one. This is a cuboid having no face painted, that will be L minus 2 into B minus 2 into H minus 2. Is it okay? अभी समझ में आया बेटा? बोलो हाँ. चलो, let's move to the next question. Those students who attended the class of directions. In direction, I gave you Pythagoras triplets. Pythagoras triplets में I gave you a formula. Some of the famous Pythagoras triplets. What were those? I said 3, 4, 5. Then 5, 12, 13. then 7, 24, 25, and then 8, 15, 17. You have written these triplets. From this only you will get to know that 7, 24, 25, this is a Pythagoras triplet. You can say 7 square plus 24 square, that is equal to 25 square. ये logic लग गया बेटा. And then 12, 16 and 20. If you cancel out by 4, this is also a triplet. If you cancel out by 4, this triplet is 3, 4, 5 na. This is also a triplet. So any multiple of 3, 4, 5 is also a triplet. 6, 8, 10, you can say 30, 40, 50, all are Pythagoras triplet. So you can say 12 square plus 16 square is equal to 20 square. Then we have to find the third term. So 16 square plus 63 square, that is equal to x square. And here I gave you one more logic. If sides of a triplet are integers, if the side of a right angle triangle are integers and smallest side is an odd number, then you take the square of that number, like 3 square. 3 square is how much? 9. 9 divided by 2 is how much? 4.5. So you write the adjacent numbers 4 and 5. Similarly, here the smallest side is 5. 5 square is 25. Take half of that. 25 ka half is 12.5. So adjacent numbers will be 12 and 13. 7 square is 49. Half of that will be 24.5. So the adjacent numbers are 24 and 25. What we are doing? Taking the square of that number and then dividing by 2, writing the adjacent number. This was in case of an odd number. But what will happen if this is an even number? You do the reverse. Take half of that number and then square. Like 8 is an even number. Half of 8 is 4. Take square of 4. 4 square is 16. Which are the adjacent numbers to 16? 15 and 17. Okay, beta. So in this case, smallest number is 16. Take half of that. Half of that is 8. 8 square is 64. Which are closest to, which are the adjacent numbers of 64? 63 and 65. Basically, we have to find this number. 16 and 63 are given. We have to find 65. Okay, let this is equal to x square, otherwise you can do the calculation from here. So x will come out to be 65. Okay, beta ji. One more thing you can do here. If you are not comfortable with these calculations, in number system, you know how to find the unit digit. So this number is ending with 6. 6 square will end with 6. 3 square will end with 9. So if you add them, then this is ending with 5. So x square is ending with 5, then x should also end with 5. Out of the option, there is only one option which is ending with 5. That's it. Okay, beta ji. By unit digit also we can solve this question. This is based upon the comparison. Comparison. If A is less than equal to B is greater than C is less than D is greater than E is greater than F is greater than equal to Z is equal to H, then B is always greater than E. So basically we have to compare B with E. B with E. What is the linkage between them? D is the linkage between them. So can I say beta E is less than D? Bolo yes or no? E is less than D. And what is the relationship between B and D? What is the relationship between them? There is no relation. See, D is greater than C. B is also greater than C. So how can you make a relation? How can you get a relationship between B and D? What is the relation? Out of B and D, which will be greater? We do not know. So if we are not sure what is the relation of B with D, then we are not sure about what is the relation of B with E. So we are not sure. So is it always true? No, this is wrong. Ji beta. Oh, sorry. The first statement, this is not true. What about the second? If P is greater than Q is equal to R is greater than equal to S is equal to T, then S is always less than. And in the classes also I told you, whenever you see extreme terminology, then our tendency should be to make the statement false. We have to prove that this statement is false. Whenever it is talking about possibility, try to support the data. So it is always less than V. So we should take an example which makes it false. And the relationship is between S and V. S and V. By looking at this data, is it necessary that S is always less than V? Beta, can I say S can be equal to V also? Dekho. U can be replaced by V. U and V both are equal. What is the relationship between T and V? T is less than V, and you can say T can be replaced by S and U is equal to V. So what is the relation? S is either less than or equal to V. So is it always less than? No, this statement is also false. So this is also wrong. So answer is neither 1 nor 2. We have to find which of the following is our correct. So we can say neither 1 nor 2. Both are false statement. Okay, beta ji. Next one. Am I going fast, beta? Those who have attended the class of number series, मैंने एक क्वेश्चन कराया था बेटा. क्वेश्चन वाज 15 Jan 96, then 25th Jan 96. So in this case there was a relationship between the numbers, you can say dates, and the number series. Both the things were mixed. This was the concept of calendar mixed with the number series. From January to January there is no change, or you can say plus 12, or you can say minus 12. It depends upon you. January to January. What about January to December? 1 month back. December to October, 2 months back. Now logic says that 0, minus 1, minus 2. So October is the 10th month ना बेटा. March is the 3rd month. तो logic क्या कह रहा है बेटा? It should be 10 minus 3. 10 minus 3 will be the 7th month, and then 7 minus 4 should be the 3rd month. Okay, so is it satisfying? 7 is satisfying here, so 7 means this has to be July month. X has to be July. Then you have to subtract 5 now. March minus 5. March minus 3 is again December, and 2 further 2 less than that. 2 less than December, it means October. 5 months back from March. March से 5 month पीछे जाओ बेटा. You will get October. Yes. Then from October you have to go. October is the 10th month. You have to go back 6 months. You will get the 4th month. 4th month is April. बेटा क्योंकि यहाँ पे 5 मंथ पीछे गए हो. लॉजिक देखो, 0, minus 1, 1 month back, 2 month back, 3 month back, 4 month back, 5 month back. तो नेक्स्ट में क्या होना चाहिए? इट शुड बी 6 month back, and in the next it should be 7 month back. April 7 month back. April minus 4 will be December, and further 3 minus December minus 3, you will get September. It is satisfying. So what is the answer? July. X has to be July and Y has to be April. Is it okay, बेटा? Clear है? कोई problem यहाँ तक? हाँ जी बच्चे. Let's move to the next question. This is from, you can say, direction sense. Would you like to try? There are 7 places A, B, C, D, E, F and G in a city connected by the various roads A, B, A, C, C, D, B, E, B, F, E, Z and F, G. A is 6 kilometers south of B. So there is a relationship between A and B. A is 6 kilometers south of B. 6 kilometers. A is 10 kilometers west of C. A is on the western side of C. So C has to be on the eastern side. A is 10 kilometers west of C. D is 5 kilometers east of E. As of now, we do not have any reference for D and E. So let us keep it for a hold. C is 6 kilometers north of D. C is on the 6 kilometers north of D. So it means D has to be 6 kilometers south. So A and D will be in the same line. What if I join A and D? They have to be 10 kilometers away. Okay. F is 9 kilometers west of B. F is 9 kilometers western side of B. F is 12 kilometers north of G. As of now, we do not have G or F, but one line D is 5 kilometers east of E. Now we have D here. D is 5 kilometers east of E. So it means E has to be somewhere in between this. How many kilometers, beta? What is the distance between D and E? D is 5 kilometers east of E. So this is 5. What about this? This will also be 5. D is 5 kilometers eastern side of E. Now F is 12 kilometers north of G. A person start from D to F and F is 12 kilometers north of G. 12 kilometers north of G. G has to be here. A person travels from D to F through these roads. What is the distance covered by the person? Let me check. DE, A is 6 kilometers south of B. A is 10 kilometers west of C. ये थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ कर दिया ना हमने. A is 10 kilometers west of C था बेटा. A is 10 kilometers west of C. D is 5 kilometers east of E. C is 6 kilometers north of D. C is 6 kilometers north of D. And A is 10 kilometers west of C. We have done this. C is 6 kilometers north of D. D will come here. F is 9 kilometers west of B. F is 12 kilometers north of G. A person want to go from D to F through these roads. So what will be this distance, Viche? This is 10 plus 9. 10 plus 9 is how much? 19. What about this distance? This is 6. This is also 6. 6 plus 6 will be 12. Is it okay? Now you have to go from D to F. What should be the total distance? You can choose this route. 19 plus 12, how much? 31. Or you can go through this route. 6 plus 10, 16 plus 6, 22 plus 9, 31. In both the cases, it is coming out to be 31. Is it okay, beta? 31 kilometer. Now here we have to find the distance traveled, not the shortest distance. If they ask the shortest distance, then we will join it and then we will use Pythagoras theorem here. I hope it is clear, beta. those who have done coding, decoding class, वहाँ पे एक क्वेश्चन कराया था हमने बेटा. In fact, 2 questions were discussed. One was if cat is equal to 60, dog is equal to 420, what is the code for tiger? There what was the logic? You have to write the numerical values of the alphabets and then multiply. Something like that was given. So here also in a code, अच्छा इसमें नहीं, वो next में लगेगा बेटा. So here 64 is written as 343. 64 and 343. What is the relationship between these numbers? Both of these are perfect cube numbers. So it is cube of 4. This is written as 7 cube. Similarly, 216 is written as 729. So 216 is 6 cube. This is written as 9 cube. What about this number? 8 cube. This should be written as 11 cube. 11 cube will be 1331. That will be the answer. B option. 1331. Is it okay? A question is, how is Q related to P? Data sufficiency, if you remember. How is Q related to P? First statement, P has 2 sisters, R and S. P has 2 sisters, R and S. Beta ji, we do not know the gender of P. P may be their brother or sister. Okay? So we do not know the gender of P. So first statement alone is not sufficient because in this case Q is absent. So first is not sufficient. Let's go for the second. And I told you, when you are going for the second statement, forget about the first. Don't use the information of the first. Second statement, R's father is brother of Q. In this case, P is absent. P is not there in the picture. So this statement alone is also not sufficient. Now what will happen if they are not sufficient independently? Then we will club both of them. Now clubbing this, R's father will be P's father also. R's father is brother of Q. R's father, that is P's father, is brother of Q. And question is, how is Q related to P? To answer this question, we need to be sure about the gender of which person, Q or P. Whose gender is required here? Whose gender is required? Q's gender, na? Are we aware about the gender of Q? No, because there are 2 possibilities. Q may be their uncle or aunt. We are not sure about our answer, so the data is not sufficient. Even after clubbing both the information, we are not able to answer the question. Question cannot be answered by using even any of the statements. So answer will be D option. Data is not sufficient. This is also blood relation problem. P is brother of Q and R. P is brother of Q and R. As of now, we do not know the gender of Q and R. S is R's mother. R's mother means P's mother also. S is their mother. T is P's father. It means S is husband. So T is husband of S. So T is father of all of them, all 3 of them. How many of the following statements are definitely true? You have to be sure about the statement. First one, S and T are a couple. That is the true. Q is T's son. Are you sure? No, beta. Q may be son, may be daughter. So we are not sure about this. T is Q's father. Yes. S is P's mother. Yes. R is T's daughter. We are not sure. We do not know the gender of R. R may be son or daughter. P is S son. We are sure about the gender of P. So how many of these statements are correct? 4 of these statements are correct. Okay, beta ji. I was talking about this cat wala jo example I gave. So you just write the numerical values of this alphabet. N is 14th letter and O is 15th letter. So if you multiply them, you will get 210. NOT, that is 14 into 15 into 20. So there you are getting 4200. So similarly, NOT is this much. We have to find notes, NOTES. Beta, we already know the value of NOT. NOT is 2100. We have to use only S. What is the value of S? S is 19th letter, na? S is 19th letter. So 19 times of 2100, that will be the answer. So it will be 39,900. जी बच्चे. No beta, you just see the letters here. N-O-T, T is 20th letter, na? If you write the positional value, this is 14, this is 15 and this is 20. Taking as a whole. Beta, then how can you see, how you are getting this 210? How you are getting? In coding and decoding, whatever is the logic applied here, same logic should be applied here also. How you are getting this 210? By multiplying their positional values. Similarly, by multiplying their positional values, you will get 4200. Don't say that from 210 we are getting 4200. It is not like that. This is because these numbers, these letters are also forming that pattern. That's why you are saying that. Okay? No beta, but that is not a good logic, na? How we are getting this one? Then so this would become a number series. This question is not of number series. We have to say how we are getting 210 from no. How you are getting? Taking their positional values and then multiplying. What about NOTES? Write the positional values. N ka positional value kya hoga beta? 14, O is 15, T is 20, E is 5, S is 19. So 20 into 5 is 100 and this is 210. 210 into 100, that is 21,000, then multiplied by 19. 3 times 0, then that will be the answer. A similar question was discussed in the class. Mahan karke question was there. ठीक है ना? If you see the handout, Mahan mein this code was there. So what we are observing in the first and the second, E is common. E, and what is common here? 1. So E is 1 here and 1 here. So one thing is there, E must be coded as 1 and its positional value is also same. E is at the end here, so E is 1 is at the end. E here is second, so 1 here is second, and there are other letter also. You can say R. R is second here, this is 5. R is third here, so third is 5. So it means these are the corresponding codes. F is written as 6, R is 5, A is 4, 3, 2, 1. This is 9158437. So Y is written as 7, E is 1, M is 8, E is 1. What about N? 3. 71813. D option. ओके, क्लियर है बच्चे? What is the pattern here? 1, 3, 6, 11. 1 plus 2. Then 3 plus 3 is 6. 6 plus 5 is 11. 11 plus 7. So these are consecutive prime numbers. Now here I told you in the number series that there is 3-step process: observation, confirmation and application. So here confirmation and application both will happen at the same time. So we have to apply the logic here, and you have to reconfirm whether 42 is also falling in that pattern or not. 7, then it should be 11 and this should be 13. Then this logic will complete. So 18 plus 11, that will be 29. 29 plus 13, that is 42. It is satisfying. Answer is option C. Okay, beta. Actually, this question, in this question there is some ambiguity. This kind of question we teach in CAT. CAT mein beta, in the question only it is written that on a planet there are 3 kinds of person. One is truth teller, alternator and liar. So liar is a person whose all the statements are wrong. Alternator is the person whose one statement, no two consecutive statements will be true, no two will be false. It means if the first is true, second will be false and so on. And third one is a liar. Liar's all statements will be false. Truth teller, all statements true. Here no information regarding that is given. So that's why there is ambiguity in this question. But still, if we apply the logic, they are saying that a mobile phone has been stolen. There are 3 suspects, P, Q and R. They were questioned. Knowing that only one of them is guilty, we are assuming that the person who is guilty will be lying. If you are asking a thief whether you have committed the crime, he will say, no, I did not. ठीक है ना, वो ऐसा बोलेगा बेटा. So one of them has to be a liar and other person will be truth teller. Applying this logic, we can reach the answer. Otherwise, if we do not consider that, then answer will be cannot be concluded. But according to me, if I apply that logic that one of them who is a culprit or who is guilty, that person must be a liar. If one is liar, then other 2 must be speaking the truth. So one by one you consider. I am considering P is the culprit. If P is the culprit, then P's first statement must be false. I did not steal. If the statement is false, it means who has stolen? P has stolen. We have assumed that P has stolen. Second statement, Q stole it. This statement should be true or false? This should be false. So that is satisfying. If P has stolen, then Q should not have stolen. Then statement of Q and R has to be true. Q's first statement, R did not steal it. Yes, that has to be true because P has stolen. Second statement, I did not steal, Q did not steal. That is also true. What about R's statement? I did not steal. That has to be true. Yes. I do not know who did it. We are not sure about this. He may not know. So we can say if we are considering P as the culprit, then the statements are satisfying. But in the option cannot be determined is also there. Let us check, let us verify whether what if Q is the culprit. If I am considering Q as the culprit, then Q's statement, Q's first statement, R did not steal. This statement has to be true or false. If Q is a culprit, Q has stolen it, then we are assuming that he must be lying. He is saying R did not steal. This statement is false. If this statement is false, then who has stolen? R has stolen. Is it satisfying? No. It means Q cannot be the culprit. What is the third case? Consider R is the culprit. Then R's both the statement has to be false. R has stolen, then R statement, I did not steal, this is false, so it means he must have stolen. Okay, I do not know who did it, means he must be knowing it. Okay, then other two person must be speaking the truth. If other person are speaking the truth, P is saying that Q stole it, this has to be true. If this is true, then we are assuming that R has stolen, so that this is contradicting my main statement. So what is the conclusion? Conclusion is that P must be a liar, he must have stolen the, you can say, mobile or whatever it was there. Okay, so फिर भी giving you benefit of doubt, either answer should be A option if I consider that the person who is culprit must be a liar, otherwise answer will be cannot be determined. Okay, I am assuming that only the person who is culprit is the liar, other person are speaking the truth. Three teams, P, Q and R, participated in a tournament in which the team play with one another exactly once. So how many matches will be there? 3 matches will be there. P and Q, P playing with R and Q playing with R. These will be the 3 matches. A win fetches 2 points and a draw fetches 1 point. A team gets no point for a loss. Each team scored exactly 1 point in the one goal in the tournament. Number of goals is 1. So it means none of the teams can win 2 matches. बेटा 0 goal पे कोई team win कर सकती है क्या? No ना. So there can be maximum 1 victory for a team in the tournament. The team P got 3 points. Each of them scored 1 goal and points are 3, 2 and 1. P got 3 points, Q got 2 points and R got 1 point. Okay beta. How can P get 3 points? 3 point कैसे मिल सकते हैं? By playing 2 matches, how can someone get 3 points? 1 victory and 1 draw. अरे बोलो बेटा yes or no? P must have, for a victory there are 2 points, for a draw there is 1 point and for loss there is 0 point. P is getting 3 points. तो 3 point कैसे मिल सकते बेटा? 1 win and 1 draw. How can R get 1 point? R has to play 2 matches. R must be having 1 draw and 1 loss. Loss के लिए 0, draw के लिए 1 point. What about Q? Q के लिए there are 2 possibilities. Either both draws or 1 win, 1 loss. 2 possibilities है ना बेटा? चलो तो मैं दोनों possibilities लेके चलता हूँ बेटा. First possibility 1 win and 1 loss. 1 win and 1 loss. Okay. So in that case 1 win. So if there is a match between P and Q, if there is a match between P and Q, who will be the winner there? P has to be the winner because P cannot be a loser. P cannot be a loser. P is winning. So in that case P must have scored how many goals? 1 goal. And Q must have scored 0 goal. Okay. So when there was a match between P and Q, P was the winner and Q was the loser. What about a match between Q and R? If the match is between Q and R, then that should end with, उसमें क्या होगा बेटा? win or loss जा चुका है. Now this has to be the winner. So this has to be the loser. So Q will be getting 1 point, one goal, and R must be scoring 0 goal. ठीक है. अब कौन सा मैच बचा बेटा? Which match is left? P and R. P and R, that match has to end with a draw. P and R, their match must be a draw, then only they will be getting 1 point each. But R has not scored any goal in the last match, but R has to score 1 goal. So here R must score 1 goal. P has already scored a goal. So in the next match, P cannot score a goal. So it means next match cannot end with a draw. Next match cannot end with a draw. It means this case is not possible. This case is not possible. What is the other possibility of getting 2 points? Both draws? Are bolo beta yes or no? Both draws. If there are both draw, then we can say this must be draw, this must be draw. So match of P and Q, then P and R, Q and R. P and Q, in that match there has to be draw, but in the match of P and R, we are sure that winner has to score 1 goal. Beta P playing with R, P will be winner and R will be loser. So in that case, P must be scoring 1 goal and R must be scoring 0 goal. That is the only possible case. P has already scored a goal. So in the match of P with Q, P cannot score a goal because P has already scored a goal. So in the match of P and Q, this match has to end with a draw. So if there is a draw, then it has to be 0-0. Okay. Q and R, their match has to end with a draw, and Q has not scored any goal, R has not scored any goal. Both of them have to score 1 goal each. So this match will end with a draw and both of them will be scoring 1 goals against each other. This is the only condition, only possible case. So let us check the options. So first option, the result of the match between P and Q is a draw. P and Q, yes, this is a draw with the score of 0-0. Yes. Next, the number of goals scored by R against Q. R against Q is 1. Yes. This is also true. Hence, answer will be both 1 and 2 are correct. Both the statements are correct. Do you want me to repeat this? Repeat करना बेटा? चलो. Question पढ़ो एक बार दोबारा से. There will be 3 matches. P's match with Q, P's match with R, and third match will be with Q and R. Each of them have scored 1 goal. Each scored exactly 1 goal in the tournament, not in the match. In the tournament, each of them have scored exactly 1 goal. For a win, there are 2 points. For a loss, there is 0 point. And for a draw, there is 1 point each in both the teams. Their points are 3, 2 and 1. Beta, how can someone get 3 points in 2 matches? 2 match में 3 point लेके आने बेटा. 1 victory and 1 draw. It will be 1 win and 1 loss. Draw. Okay. How can R get 1 point? 2 matches में how can someone get 1 point? 1 point तो draw से ही आ सकता है. 1 draw and 1 loss. 1 draw and 1 loss. नाउ Q हैज़ प्लेड 2 मैचेस एंड Q के 2 पॉइंट्स हैं बेटा, तो वो कैसे आ सकते हैं? 1 विन 1 लॉस और बोथ ड्रॉज. ओके, तो फर्स्ट केस लेके चलते बेटा, 1 विन एंड 1 लॉस, 1 विन एंड 1 लॉस. ओके बेटा, इन दैट केस ड्रॉ तो एक ही मैच होगा बेटा, एंड ड्रॉ किस किस के बीच में होगा? P एंड R. P एंड R दे आर प्लेइंग ए ड्रॉ. अब ड्रॉ में भी दो पॉसिबिलिटी हैं बेटा, 0-0 और 1-1, 0-0 और 1-1. But if they are scoring 1-1, then when P is winning, he has to score at least one goal. Okay, so match of P with Q must be ending with the victory of P. And when Q is playing with R, then Q must be the winner. And the match between P and R must end with a draw. This is the only possible case in this scenario. तो P and Q का जो मैच है बेटा, उसमें P has to score how many goals? 1 ना, 1-0. Okay, what about Q and R? That has to be 1-0. That has to be 1-0. Now in this case R has not scored any goal. R ने अभी कोई गोल नहीं स्कोर किया ना, but each of them has scored exactly 1 goal in the tournament. So in the next match R has to score 1 goal. But we know that R and P, that match has to end with a draw. P has already scored a goal. P cannot score in this goal. So can it end with a draw? This is not possible. That means win and loss. That scenario is not there. What is the other scenario? Both draws. Both draw na beta. So in that case there has to be both draws. If there are both draws, then P is winning one match, but P cannot win with Q na, because Q's both the matches in which Q is involved are ending with a draw. So P and Q is ending with a draw. Q and R is ending with a draw. So draw with draw, draw with draw. So win and loss, that has to be resulting in the match of P and R. P will be the winner, P and R. So if P is the winner here, P has to score minimum 1 goal, and P can score only 1 goal. 1-0. Okay beta? Chalo. P cannot score a goal in this match because P has already scored 1 goal. P has to score 0, but this should end with a draw. So how can it be draw? 0-0. Q and R, it has to be draw. They have not scored any goal, but each of them has to score 1 goal in the tournament. So that match will end with a draw and 1-1. That is the only possible case. I hope now you understood. So here both the statements are correct, 1 as well as 2. Okay beta ji? ठीक है? चलो, all the very best of luck. मिलते हैं फिर. Thank you. Take care. जय हिंद.
What sets AIR2 and AIR3 apart in UPSC CSE 2024? They didn't wait to feel ready. They started smart with the GS Foundation course at Vision IS Delhi. Structured learning, focused current affairs, real mentorship, test feedback that actually helps you grow. This course isn't just about study hours. It's about direction, clarity, and the strategy toppers trust. Start strong. Start where toppers started.
Are you still juggling newspapers, random notes, and endless PDFs trying to make sense of current affairs? Let's make your UPSC prep smarter. Introducing Digital Current Affairs Premium by Vision IAS, your all-in-one platform to read, revise, and write better every single day. Have a doubt from today's news or something in your syllabus? Just ask and get instant AI-powered answers that are concise, relevant, and completely aligned with the UPSC exam pattern. No more guesswork, no more confusion. Want to boost your mains writing skills? Practice daily with structured questions and get expert feedback to sharpen your content, clarity, and analysis, because writing well is winning half the battle. Need better revision? Use quick notes and highlights to save key points, mark important lines, and organize your current affairs in a way that actually works for you. And here's the best part, some of the most powerful tools are absolutely free. Daily news summaries from The Hindu, Indian Express, and more, curated, filtered, and exam ready. Downloadable PDFs so your notes stay organized and accessible. Daily quizzes and MCQs to reinforce what you've learned and track your progress. A smart student dashboard to monitor your performance and stay on top of your goals. Whether you're just starting or deep into your prep,
Hi, good afternoon. How was your paper? Have you attempted or have you given prelims? No? Again, very good. What was your idea of reading comprehension this year? Good. Anyone has seen the papers by any chance? देखा है paper आपने? Comprehension का? How far and how did you find it actually? And again, the perception around paper, what has been there, that of course, the comprehension part has become difficult, right? And since last couple of years, a little bit more difficult, right? And if I compare last 3 years, the most difficult one, right? But again, that does not mean it cannot be solved. The challenge, of course, becomes where again you are in that whole zone of, you have just given your first paper of GS, and then after that 3-hour gap, and again you are going to solve in those span of 2 hours the CSAT paper. That makes this paper a little bit on the tougher side. If I tell you all to maybe solve the paper and you have the entire day, of course you're going to solve it in a correct manner, right? So again, the point here is to understand that again, people usually tell that newspaper reading helps in comprehension. But if you have read Hindu, if you have read Express and the kind of language of articles, and then you see the language of these comprehension, little bit on a tougher side. But again, reading a lot, maybe in terms of the academic books, what you are reading, right? And if you have reading as a hobby, any novels you're reading or the newspapers would of course help you in comprehending the broad sense of the topic, right? So before starting, every time there is a passage over here, it is being told one general perception what we have, ki we have certain things in mind, because जो भी topics यहाँ पर हैं, all the topics which are there in reading comprehension, it is somewhere we have read in our GS papers. And the major struggle starts कि our mind has a lot of information regarding any set of topic which is being discussed over here, and we tend to perceive comprehension in that way. And that's why UPSC has very clearly mentioned that again you need to solve the answers on the basis of the content here given in the whatever words and whatever passage which has been given. That is a sole thing which is being provided to you, and you are going to write down or solve answers based on that only, right? And that has to be very much clear. दो टाइप के क्वेश्चन है, एक तो what is the central idea of the passage, and then the second question for most of the questions is कि what is logical assumption what you assume, right? But again, that assumption should also not be on the basis of what you have regarding that particular topic in mind. Assumption should only be on the basis of the passage here, right? So let's start. Again, we are discussing set B. All of you are clear on this, right? So the first topic, again what I'll do is I'll read out and again I'll try and see what you have perceived and what is the general perception regarding this particular thing, and then we'll try to solve the questions, right? So question number 1. In our country, and again, whenever you solve reading comprehension, specifically start underlining things, है ना? Because अब एक passage को you cannot read it 4 times, given the paucity of time over there. आप हर passage को 4 बार नहीं पढ़ सकते. But again, I am giving you guarantee at least 2 reading is required for every passage, है ना? आप पहली बार तो you read with a general perception, but once you see questions, after seeing, then you start reading maybe the passage in a different way, perceiving what is the demand of the question over here. Clear? So in our country, regrettably, teaching and learning for the examination have been our forte. But what they are telling here, the word here is regrettably. What does it notify? What does it tell? Ki we are too much focused on reading and what? Examination. मतलब the idea of rote learning. कि पढ़ो और examination दो. That is what they are telling. But the new demand society, but again society has been changing, and what is the new demand? That the future of work require critical and independent thinking, number 1. Because with the changing demand in society, what do we require? We require critical and independent thinking, number 1. Learning through doing. That again, just not reading, but again, practically doing things. That is something which is required. And asking questions from multiple disciplinary perspective on same issue. That one issue cannot be seen through only one lens. आप GS में पढ़ते हो ना? Every topic in the syllabus of examination cannot be seen through one lens. Every topic has a multi-dimensional perspective, political, social, a lot of perspective, right? That is what they're telling ki every topic needs to be seen from different multi-dimensional perspective. Using evidence for building arguments, that is what? We should not rely on perceptions. We have some evidence to back what do we feel and what do we have perception regarding certain things, right? And reflecting and articulation. What is articulation? What is articulation? Articulation means expression of what you believe regarding a particular thing, right? So that is what they are telling. ये क्या बता रहे हैं कि this is a requirement of society, but again, in what do we have in our society? A tradition of only teaching and learning and examination. That is the only thing they are doing, right? Higher education, now this starts. Higher education, what do you understand by higher education? Universities, colleges, right? Should be neither a mere servant of government policy. Higher education should not be either a mere servant of government policy. That again, the universities and the colleges should not very blindly rely on the policies of education made by the government. यही बोलना चाह रहे हैं ना ये कि should not be a mere servant of government policy, that whatever government is making policy regarding higher education, they should not completely rely blindly. They have their own logic, they have their own reasoning regarding those particular aspects. Or a passive respondent to public mood. If people are saying that this is the kind of education, higher education we require, that does not mean you start taking things on a very face value. आपको खुद का लॉजिक लगाना है whenever you are framing policies for higher education, right? Higher learning is all about how to think rather than what to think. मतलब idea is we should not think, again that is very general understood topic, that what to think, how to think rather than what to think, right? And teaching has to be reinvented. That is the passage all about. Let's see the question. Which one of the following statement best reflects the central idea conveyed by the passage? What we have understood here? What is the central idea? Ki in our education system, we are too much focusing on only teaching and examination, whereas the demand of society has changed. We need to be thinking independent, critical, learning through doing, asking questions, and all of these aspects, right? That is the central idea. And again, it is telling that specifically in higher education, the higher education, of course, the universities and colleges should not only rely blindly on the government policies or the public opinion regarding how education needs to be done. They should be, it's all about how to think rather than what to think, and they need to be reinvented. So let's see the options. India does not have enough resources for promoting quality education in its universities. Again, इससे आपको ये समझ में आना चाहिए कि this is what they are referring with respect to higher education, right? So India does not have enough resources for promoting quality education in its universities. Has this anywhere mentioned in the passage? Has anyone talked about कि India does not have what we call as enough resources? ये तो बात हो ही नहीं रही है, या तो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन की बात हो रही है, राइट? सो ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज समथिंग आई विल डू इट इनकरेक्ट, एंड ये करना ही होगा, आपको क्रॉस मारना है पेपर पे, राइट? द इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऑफ हायर लर्निंग इन आवर कंट्री शुड नॉट बी अंडर कंट्रोल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट. It is telling that again we should not blindly accept the policies of education or higher education made by the government. It does not nowhere tells कि we are should be completely independent of government. ये message आ रहा है passage पढ़ने के बाद? No. So again of course it is incorrect. Classroom approach to higher education should be done away with. Again they are telling कि something has to be done away. It does not tell, ये बोल रहे हैं कि teaching, learning of examination is something which has to be changed, but they never tell कि it should be done away with. We should reinvent it, that is the central idea. So of course it is not there. Classroom needs to be reimagined and teaching needs to be reinvented. That is the core idea of the message. Again, this was a comparatively easy passage. पढ़ने में थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा होगा, बट अगेन वंस यू सी द ऑप्शंस यू कैन लॉजिकली कंक्लूड टू वन पॉइंट, दैट इज दिस इज द राइट आइडिया ऑफ द मैसेज दैट इज वी हैव डिस्कस्ड. नाउ द सेकेंड वन, with reference to above passage, following assumptions have been made. Again, this is the second aspect, assumption. Now what all you can assume by reading this passage? हमने क्या assume किया था कि in India what is happening? Rote learning, teaching, examination is more focused. We need to reinvent our what? A higher education specifically, right? That is what we have understood or assumed. Higher education is a constantly evolving subject that needs to align towards a new development in all spheres of society. That is what we have seen. ये है कि in all spheres of society what is, हमने देखा ना कि perspective on same thing in evidence for building arguments, reflecting, articulation, that is what we are. And again the idea of one thing, I think there is a word what we call as multidisciplinary approach. एक लिखा है ना सेंट्रल आइडिया पे, that is it should not be seen as a cilios, मतलब एक तरीके से देखना नहीं है, it should be seen from multi-dimensional perspective, and that is what is the message here. तो ये हम assume कर सकते हैं, definitely yes. Number two, in our country, sufficient funds are not allocated for promoting higher education. Has anywhere it is mentioned in the passage? No. Of course, it is incorrect. We cannot assume because ये passage में दिया ही नहीं हुआ है. Funds के बारे में, resources के बारे में, it is not being discussed, right? So of course, one is correct and two is incorrect. So correct option here would be A, one only, right? Next passage. This was also, maybe I'll tell it again, given all the 29 passages, this was on a comparatively easier side. The passage थोड़ा easy था as compared to other passages, है ना? I'm giving it a comparative analysis. There is an inequality. If there is inequality in the pattern of population growth, what is the meaning of this? Inequality in pattern of population growth. Because in our, of course, if you see the world map, there are different countries where again population growth is happening in a different pace, right? Some countries have not generally population growth. फिर again assume, don't assume things, है ना? इसलिए मैं बोला कि again I understand कि हम जब GS पढ़ लेते हैं we have a lot of things which we have in our mind, but again हमें वो सब छोड़ के we just need to stick to what has been written here. They are telling if there is inequality in pattern of population growth, because population growth is not happening in a uniform manner across the globe. Some countries population growth is less, resources are more. Some countries population growth is very much, but again as compared to other countries. That is what they are telling. That is how inequality in population growth have been described in the passage. There is a greater inequality in food production and utilization. If there is inequality in pattern of population growth, ये statement है, there is a greater inequality in food production and utilization. It means as population across the globe is changing or is happening in or rising in a different manner, some countries have huge amount of resources where population growth is less, and some countries where there are less number of resources, population growth is high, and that is creating inequality, and in terms of what? Food production and its utilization. ये मतलब है. as societies become wealthier, their consumption of animal products increases. And that we have seen. हमारे society जो tradition है कि how we have evolved, it has taught us कि once we become more wealthier, people start to take more animal-based products. And again, animal-based products does not mean only non-vegetarian foods. It includes dairy, it includes other things as well. चीज़, डेयरी, ये सब होता है ना कि लोग जैसे से अमीर होते हैं शौक खाने के थोड़े और बदल जाते हैं, राइट. वी रिलाई मोर ऑन एनिमल काइंड ऑफ फूड. मिल्क हो गया, कर्ड हो गया, चीज़ हो गया, बटर हो गया, पनीर हो गया, ऑल ऑफ दीज काइंड, राइट. दैट इज बीन मेंशन्ड. दिस means that a greater proportion of such basic foodstuff as grains and legumes that could feed humans is directly is instead being converted into feed for poultry and large farm animals. As society is becoming wealthier, we are relying more on what kind of food? Animal based foods. अब animal को भी तो खाना पीना कुछ देना होगा ना. So they are telling the amount of food that is जो आप खाते हो, legumes, that is dal and again all of these grains, which supposed to be directly consumed by humans. Humans are, of course, it is consumed by humans, but again it is being given to whom? The animals, right? Of course उनको भी तो दाना पानी देना होगा ना. That is the idea, right? So again that is being discussed, that could feed humans is instead being converted into feed for poultry and large farm animals. Poultry मतलब chicken and all, large poultry मतलब what? Milching animals, cow, buffalo, right? Yet this conversion of plant-based food into animal food for humans is far from efficient. कि ये बोल रहा है this conversion of plant-based foods कि आप technically क्या दे रहे हो? You are breaking a food chain. Plants, humans are supposed to eat, right? And then again एक वो pattern है, and again you are not eating it, you are giving it to other organism in this environment, and then you are eating that organism. So of course the efficiency is getting reduced. Only 16 out of the calories fit to chickens are recovered by us when we eat them. If of course जो हम दाना पानी दे रहे हैं चिकन को, if it is of 100 calories, right, which is supposed to be 100 calories, once we eat that chicken who has consumed 100 calories of plant-based food, we are only getting how many percent? 16%. So of course efficiency is lost. And again they are telling this conversion rate goes down to 5 to 7% in large animals. हम chicken के बाद जो छोटे animals हैं, there again efficiency 16%, but once we go down to larger animals like cow, buffalo and all, it is ranging to somewhere around 5 to 7% in large animals that are fed grain to add fat and some protein before they are slaughtered. तो क्या discuss हो रहा है इस पे? What is central idea? What are we discussing here? कि again in societies, of course population growth is happening in an inequitable manner. हर country में population growth is in a different manner, and that is of course leading to what? Inequality in food production and utilization. It's very important to understand कि every society, in every part of the country, population is growing in a different pace. Some country, of course, population growth is high, but again resources are very limited. That is creating what? Inequality in food production and utilization. Then we have seen how maybe as societies are becoming wealthier, there is demand for animal-based food, and again how the food which is consumed or plant-based food which is supposed to be consumed by humans are being fed to these animals, and then we are eating those animals or animal-based products. ये बता रहे हैं. Which of the following statements best reflects the crux? मतलब क्या सार है इसका? क्या समझ में आया आपको? Let's see. There is an urgent need for a public policy to promote consumption of cereal-based foods in wealthier society. Is it being conveyed? ये कहीं बोल रहे हैं हम कि of course they are telling कि the efficiency is less, right? Wealthier societies are going for maybe animal-based then, but it is nowhere telling that again there has to be public policy to promote what? सीरियल बेस्ड फूड है ना. ये तो कहीं नहीं बोल रहा है, कहीं बोल रहा है अगेन, बट अगेन हम अपना एजम्पशन से बिल्कुल आ सकते हैं कि अगर जो हमारा परसेप्शन है इन चीज़ों को लेकर रिगार्डिंग, ऑफ कोर्स वी कैन कम टू कंक्लूजन लाइक दिस ओनली कि ये भी हो सकता है, बट अगेन अकॉर्डिंग टू पैसेज दिस इज कंप्लीटली इनकरेक्ट बिकॉज नो वेयर मेंशन दैट अगेन वी नीड टू प्रमोट सीरियल बेस्ड फूड्स इन वेल्थियर सोसाइटी. अगेन इनकरेक्ट. Animal based food is far less efficient than grain based plant food in terms of production and utilization. Is it true? It seems true, but again, I should not come to a conclusion now. I will read other options also. Plant-based protein should replace animal-based protein in our daily diets. Food replacement की तो बात ही नहीं हो रही यहाँ पर. They are telling you how maybe the calories are getting less efficient if we eat this, but again there is no asking for substitution की बात कर ही नहीं रहे the passage. Again incorrect. Inequality in food production and consumption is inevitable in any fast changing society. They are telling inequality in food production and consumption is inevitable. It cannot be avoided. Yes, with better management of course, and ये कहीं बात भी नहीं हो रही है. They are telling कि yes, if societies are getting wealthier, the food habits are changing, which is of course they are telling it is inevitable. It cannot be avoided at any cost. That is not the idea conveyed in the message in the passage, right? But if you see here, B, animal-based food is far less efficient. Efficient की बात हो ही रही है कि out of 100 calories, 16% of the calories is where. For larger animals, it is 5 to 7%. So it is, of course, getting conveyed very clearly that again, animal-based food is far less efficient than grain and plant-based food in terms of production and utilization. Because these two words, production and utilization, is being mentioned here. So that is the message here. We are clear on this? Or someone has any differing opinion? We would bata sakte. We are going to open to discussion as well. Yes, sir. What do you have marked? What have you marked for this answer? Not listening. B. Okay, B is the right option over here. Cool. Next. With reference to above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Again, the second set of nature of question कि assumption हम क्या निकाल सकते हैं इस passage को पढ़ने के बाद. The food manufacturing and processing industries in every country should align their objectives and processes in accordance with changing needs of society. ये कहीं लिखा है the food manufacturing and processing industries. Has it been discussed? Are they anywhere discussed here? Food manufacturing and processing industries in every country, which is not again in the passage itself. ये passage में है ही नहीं इसके बारे में बात हो ही नहीं रही है, right? Should align their objectives and process in accordance with changing needs of society. No, nowhere mentioned in the passage. Then, wealthier societies tend to incur greater loss of calories of food materials due to indirect utilization of their agricultural produce. Absolutely mentioned in the passage कि how 16% calories and 7% calories. Of course, wealthy societies, because they are going to, and ये भी लिखा है ना कि as societies become wealthier, their consumption of animal products increases. So of course, what can we assume? That if there are wealthy societies, they tend to incur loss of calories due to what? Because they are taking plant-based food in an indirect manner, which is again reducing the efficiency of calories, which you could have directly taken by eating those plant-based products directly. Clear? So this is the idea mentioned here. This is nowhere mentioned. So the correct option here is B. Anyone with any differing opinion? No? B? Good. Next. चलो ये हमेशा please keep this in mind for you guys going forward. Your answer needs to be based only on the passage, very clearly mentioned, right? One of the dismal realities of agricultural sector in independent India. So which phase we are discussing? After India got independent, right? What is the dismal reality? Matlab, what is the meaning or context we can get out of it? Okay, it is not in a good state, right? Has never been that it never experienced a high growth phase. There, unlike the other non-agricultural economy. अब यहाँ आपको पता करना होगी what do you understand by non-agricultural economy? Industries, services, right? 3 sectors of economy broadly: agriculture, manufacturing, and services. So of course, agricultural has not seen that much of growth, which has been seen by the other 2 sectors, that is the 2 non-agricultural economic sectors. Clear? The highest decadal growth, decadal means 10, right? The highest decadal growth, compounded annual growth rate or CAGR for agriculture has been just 3.5% in the 1980s. क्या बोल रहा है कि एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का हाईएस्ट ग्रोथ कितना है? it is only 3.5%. Right? The highest growth which this sector has seen is only what? 3.5%. And of course in the eras of 1980s. Also after that, after experiencing a spurt in decadal growth during 1980s, agricultural growth suffered relative stagnation thereafter. If somewhere thoda sa develop, thoda sa growth आई थी, but then again it has been stagnant after 1980s. Right? Which phase they are mentioning? The phase of 1980s. Right? This is this in sharp contrast to non-agricultural growth, which consistently increased from 1980s to 2000. The other two sectors or the non-agriculture economy, they have seen growth, and again a good amount of growth, but agriculture sector has not seen growth. That is a message which has been conveyed here. Which of the following statements best reflects the corollary to above passage? Again एक नया term आ गया, corollary. What is corollary? After reading, what is the best possible reasoning or a possible conclusion which you can come out after reading this passage? Okay, which is a logical sequence, which is defining what has happened in the passage. That is corollary, right? The benefit of economic reforms percolates down more slowly to agricultural sector than in other sectors of economy. The first statement, the benefit of economic reforms, again economic reforms, percolates down more slowly to agricultural sector than the other sectors of economy. Is it being discussed in the passage? ये है passage में, but we have seen that most of the time it is discussed कि other two sectors have performed well, right? And can we conclude logically by reading this? Yes, they are telling that there has a decadal growth during 1980s. So we are referring a period of reforms in economy, because 1980s to 2000 there were economic reforms. Again, the peak was in 1990s, but again this were the area of reforms, right? But let's see the other two options. For India, the Green Revolution was not as useful as it was expected to be. ये कहीं mentioned है Green Revolution? No, ये तो हम assume कर ले रहे हैं ना, ये कहीं passage में लिखा ही नहीं है. Incorrect. India lagged behind other countries in adapting mechanized and modern farming. Has it, again they are telling there is a dismal growth of agriculture in India, but have they compared anywhere with other modern economies or other countries in a global scale? No. Incorrect. Rural to urban migration resulted in stagnant agriculture sector. बोला गया कि agriculture becomes stagnant, but again the reasoning is not nowhere mentioned that it is due to what? Rural urban migration. Again incorrect. But फिर आप बोलोगे सर ये भी तो mention नहीं है कि economic reforms. But again the idea it is telling that the highest decadal growth for agriculture has been just in the 1980s, also after experiencing a spurt of decadal growth during the 1980s. ये बता रहा है logically we can conclude that yes, of course reforms were there in all sectors of economy, but it percolated more into the other two sectors or non-agricultural sectors as compared to the agricultural sector. So we can that is a conclusion, logical conclusion which we can come after reading this passage, right? That is, the benefit of economic reforms percolates down more slowly in agriculture sector than the other sectors of economy. So, right, we are clear on this? Or any other differing opinion? No? Next. Again, same passage. With reference to the passage, following assumptions have been made. है ना, ये assumption have been made. क्या बोला गया है? The growing divergence between fortunes of agricultural and non-agricultural economy in India, Indian perspective, could have been reduced. अब ये कैसे reduce कर सकते थे? ये जो बोला गया ना, they are telling कि yes, we are acknowledging the fact that the agricultural sector growth is less as compared to other sectors. What could have been the possible solutions? How it could have been reduced? ठीक है? adapting large scale cultivation of commercial crops and viable corporate farming, है ना? Has these two things mentioned in the passage? And can we assume कि agricultural sector can only be maybe improved by working in corporate farming or in commercial sectors? No. Nowhere mentioned in the passage, right? So again, incorrect. Providing free insurance for all crops and heavily subsidizing seeds, fertilizers, electricity, and farm machinery at par with developed countries. This is something negative. It would work towards negative sector in fact in terms of agriculture sector. Why? Because आप जितना उसको subsidy दोगे, ऐसी growth नहीं हो रही है, right? And if you're subsidizing it more, so of course it is not going to boom it. It is of course not going to boom that particular agriculture sector. And again, ये mentioned भी नहीं है passage में, right? So of course both of them are incorrect here, right? So D is the right option. That is neither 1 nor 2. ये लिखा है, क्या लिखा है? हाँ, ये, right? This one again. How could you expect that it is going to increase or maybe it could have reduced the demand? It, of course, ये तो और negative sense में है ना, right? Next passage. In our country, handlooms are equated with a culture. We all know what are handlooms. क्या है handlooms? हाँ हाँ हाँ, right, वही बोलो ना, सही तो बता रहे हो, right? In our country, handlooms are equated with a culture. Handlooms को किस नजर से देख रहे हैं हम? Cultural perspective से we are seeing as handlooms that ensures a continuity of tradition, है ना? कि this is something which tradition to tradition we have been carrying forward, and that is how we recognize handloom sector, right? This idea has become a part of public policy framing and provides a legitimate basis for state to support the sector, because in India we have unity in diversity, and again as it is a part of a culture, so again handloom sector has been promoted in terms of policy by the government, keeping into consideration the cultural benefit or the cultural legacy which the sector has. यही बता रहा है. But the notion of tradition as a single linear entity is being strongly contested today. They are telling कि you are only seeing handloom sector only through the lens of what? Culture, which is not right. That is what they are telling. The narratives dominant in defining cultural tradition in a particular way are seen to have emerged as identities and histories of large section. कि जिस तरीके से आप ये tradition को बता रहे हो, of course it's a tradition, but again it is tradition only visualizing the larger sections of society, है ना? But again they are also telling the discounted and at times forcible stifled identities are fighting for their rightful place in history. Some sectors or some handloom sectors are, of course there are some minorities or some sectors or some people, group of people who are also associating them with the sector of handloom, but again they are not recognized by the government. That is what they are telling. कि एक हैंडलूम है, एक कल्चर से हम उसको सिर्फ अलाइन कर रहे हैं, बट देर आर ब्रॉडर वेज टू सी दैट हैंडलूम सेक्टर अपार्ट फ्रॉम कल्चर. There are different societies who have contributed and they are telling that please identify us as well. You are only seeing a major chunk of people, but they are not seeing a smaller group of people who are also associating them with that handloom sector, right? Against this backdrop, when we promote handloom as a traditional industry, it is not surprising that large sections of our population choose to ignore it. कि if we are maybe seeing this handloom sector only as a traditional, only swaying by it's a traditional lens से अगर हम देखें, and that is the reason a large chunk of population are ignoring that handloom sector. That is what they have conveyed. So what is central idea? क्या है central idea? कि the idea is कि we are seeing handloom sector only through a single lens of culture and tradition, but there are different ways through which it can be seen. यही बता रहा चाह रहा है ना, right? That is what they are telling. Which of the following statements best reflects the most logical, again यहाँ हर क्वेश्चन में थोड़ा थोड़ा वर्ड्स चेंज हो रहा है ना, most logical, rational, again you need to give a rational mindset, right, which is conveyed by the author of the passage. कि क्या हम कंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, सेंट्रल आइडिया नहीं पूछ रहा है, वी हैव नाउ टू कंक्लूड कि अगेन कीपिंग आवर लॉजिक एंड रैशनल माइंडसेट इन माइंड, राइट. उसके बेसिस पे व्हाट वी कैन कंज्यूम, we need to free the handloom industry from limited narrative linked to preserving cultural heritage, right. Yes, it is something यही बोल रहा है ना कि we need to free the handloom industry. हैंडलूम इंडस्ट्री को हम एक नजर से देख रहे हैं, that is only through the lens of tradition, but again that has to be freed, right, and it has from the limited narrative of link to preserving the cultural heritage. But again, yes, it could be correct, but again I should see the other three options as well. Continued state support to the handlooms industry ensures the preservation of some of our glorious art forms and old traditions. Nowhere mentioned that, again they is telling that the state has been promoting this handloom sector through the lens of seeing it as a culture tradition, but it is nowhere telling that it requires state support all the time to ensure what, its preservation. ये कहीं लिखा है पैसेज में? No, it is telling the state is promoting it, right, that is the idea. Again it is incorrect, not conveyed in the passage. Household units of handloom sector should be modernized and made an economically viable organized industry. कहीं लिखा है ये पैसेज में कि again the household units of handloom, of course these handlooms are somewhere tradition से होता है, and again they are done in ये हम पढ़े हैं अपने GS में, but again it is not there anywhere in the passage. Handloom products need to be converted to machine-made designer products so as to make them more popular. यहाँ बात हुई है कि people are not associating them with the sector. Why? Because it is seen only through the lens of tradition. Modernization की तो बात ही नहीं हो रही है. Of course, incorrect. But looking at the option number 1 again, we need to free the handloom industry from the limited narrative linked to preserving the cultural heritage. ये बोल रहा है कि you are associating handloom with only one culture tradition, but there are few other people who associate them with that particular sector, but you are not recognizing them. So again, there is a need of ours to what, to see that particular sector from a diversified point of view, right? Clear? So A is the right answer over here. Next, क्या मार्क किया? I assume उस zone once you are there in the room, right? Okay, next question, question number 14. With reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made, है ना. अब हम क्या assume कर सकते हैं इसको करने के बाद, है ना. There is no need for state to be involved in any manner in the handloom sector. ये बोल रहा है कि जो स्टेट आप एक नजरिए से हैंडलूम सेक्टर को देख रहे हो, दैट इज समवेयर इनकरेक्ट. बट ये कहीं बोल रहा है कि द गवर्नमेंट और द स्टेट शुड नॉट इन्वॉल्व एंटायरली इन द हैंडलूम सेक्टर. हैज इट एनीवेयर कन्वे टू द माइंड ऑफ यू आफ्टर रीडिंग द पैसेज? नो, अगेन इनकरेक्ट. हैंडलूम प्रोडक्ट्स आर नो लॉन्गर अपीलिंग एंड अट्रैक्टिव इन द रैपिडली चेंजिंग मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड. यहाँ आता थोड़ा डिलेमा, ये करेक्ट है या इनकरेक्ट है ना. Because the last line is tells against the backdrop, when we promote handloom as a traditional industry, it is not surprising that large sections of population choose to ignore it. अब ना ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? Handloom products are no longer appealing and attractive in rapidly changing modern world. They are telling one idea is कि if you are only promoting handloom through the lens of tradition, people are not associating with it. People are tending to ignore it. But it nowhere tells कि the products have lost their what? Attractiveness and appealing factor. ये कहीं लिखा है पैसेज में कि you are not attacked. Maybe of course people are more, if you understand कि how people are associating with these new handloom products. So again, it is nowhere telling that it is no longer appealing or attractive. So again, this is also incorrect, right? But many a times it might felt by reading the last line that this is correct. But the point here is that they are talking about handloom products are no longer appealing and attractive. ये कहीं भी mentioned नहीं है passage में. So of course it is also incorrect. So neither one nor 2 is the right answer over here. सेंट्रल एक होता है कि सेंट्रल आइडिया मीन्स कि आफ्टर रीडिंग अ पैसेज व्हाट इज अ मैसेज विच इज बीइंग कन्वेड टू यू, है ना, कि क्या सार है इसका, एक हो गया सार. दूसरा होता है कि द सेंट्रल आइडिया फ्रॉम योर रैशनल एंड लॉजिकल माइंडसेट व्हाट आर यू अज्यूमिंग और व्हाट द ऑथर इज ट्राइंग टू कन्वे. वेरी थिन लाइन ऑफ डिफरेंस, ऐसा कुछ मेजर डिफरेंस नहीं है, बट अगेन इट इज समथिंग यू आर गोइंग टू कंक्लूड through your logic and through your rational mindset कि author ये बोलना चाह रहा है. In the central idea, there is a idea which after reading the passage, we should logically come to you by reading that 4 or 5 sentences only. कौन सा? Assumption. हाँ, लास्ट टाइम अब सही बोल रहा हूँ. हमें ये इसलिए मैंने बोला ना कि यहाँ confusion होगा कि people are they are telling कि against this backdrop when we promote handloom as what? हाँ, आप अगर हैंडलूम को सिर्फ प्रमोट कर रहे हो, अगर कोई लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये प्रोडक्ट को सिर्फ एज ए ट्रेडिशन प्रमोट किया जा रहा है, देन पीपल आर चूजिंग टू इग्नोर इट. बट जनरली व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, इज इट ऑल्सो टेलिंग कि पीपल आर नो लॉन्गर फाइंडिंग दिस प्रोडक्ट्स टू बी अपीलिंग और अट्रैक्टिव. ये तो अपीलिंग अट्रैक्टिव तो डिफरेंट कंटेक्स्ट ना, इट इज नोवेयर इन टर्म्स ऑफ एसोसिएशन. हियर इज एसोसिएशन इन्वॉल्व, हाउ डू यू एसोसिएट विद द प्रोडक्ट. The difference with how do you see it, क्या आपको अट्रैक्टिव भी नहीं लग रहा है वो, क्या आपको अपीलिंग भी नहीं लग रहा है वो, ये कहीं मैसेज मेंशन्ड है पैसेज में? नो. हाँ, दैट इज तभी तो मैंने बोला ना कि दिस इज समवेयर इट माइट गॉट कंफ्यूज्ड यू, बट अगेन दिस इज नॉट द आइडिया व्हिच हैज बीन कन्फील्ड. एंड दैट इज वेयर होता है ना कि कुछ क्वेश्चंस में वेयर अगेन यू नीड टू हैव कीप इन माइंड कि व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज द आइडिया व्हिच इज देयर इन मैसेज. क्या ये कहीं मैसेज कन्वे कर रहा है द पैसेज? नो. नेक्स्ट, again I also feel this passage, again kuch passage easy the, this is on an easier side. Each state in India faces a distinctive set of challenges regarding the impact of warming. kya bol raha hai, each state in India is facing distinctive, every state has a different way of challenges to what, the impact of warming. Number one, this is the impact by everything, but also offers, but ये काउंटर दे रहे हैं कि but also offers its own set of opportunities for reducing emissions depending on its natural resources. On the one side, every state is facing problems related to what? The idea of warming, climate change, है ना, mention नहीं है passage में, again warming का मतलब वही हो रहा है, right? But they're also telling that every state has own set of opportunities for reducing the emission. Emission मतलब what are emissions happening in society? Carbon, right? More idea for what? Renewable sources of energy depending on its natural resources. यही बोल रहे हैं. For example, coastal states, number one, need to take action to protect their shores from sea level rise, which is happening due to what? Warming. Due to global warming, what is happening? Sea level is rising, so coastal states need to tackle that situation. ये mentioned in number one. Districts that are drier need to prepare for variable monsoon precipitation. We have seen with the idea of global warming, what is also happening? There are states which are of course drier in nature, right? And of course they need to be protective or need to protect themselves from what? The monsoon, which is completely variable. कभी अच्छा हो रहा है, कभी अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है, right? Then Himalayan regions have their own unique challenges. But क्या challenges it has not mentioned. And selected parts of peninsular India and offshore areas offer greater opportunities for harnessing wind power, which is again mentioning the second idea, that again how reducing emissions depending on the natural resources, right? These various aspects need to be considered for developing clear and sustainable goals for future. All of these has to be kept in mind whenever you are framing policies for what? Clear and sustainable goals in terms of energy. ये बोल रहा है मैं इस passage में. Again, which of the following statements best reflects the most logical, rational and pragmatic message conveyed by the author of the passage? Right? हाँ मैं बताऊंगा ना, रुको. Right, so logical, rational and pragmatic, which is how it is, all three are very similar in terms of understanding, है ना. The mitigation and adaptation strategies to tackle the climate change is essentially the responsibility of each state. Is it mentioned in the passage? बोला तो है ना, each state in India. But फिर आता आपका second understanding. On what basis these areas are defined in the passage? Coastal areas. In coastal areas there are different states. बहुत सारे states आते हैं ना, coastal states बहुत सारे हैं. Himalayan regions में there are different states. So क्या ये बोल रहे हैं state specific approach? No, they are focusing more on region specific approach. जो passage में conveyed है, right? This is making it incorrect. It is not responsibility of each state which is being conveyed or which we can conclude. हमें क्या region specific देखना है, not state specific. India is too diverse to implement any effective strategy or program to tackle the climate change. कहीं mentioned ही नहीं है कि India diverse है, of course, but it is effective program. ये तो कहीं mentioned ही नहीं passage में. Very good, incorrect. It is basically the responsibility of union government to implement climate action plans and ensure net zero emission. Again, बिल्कुल deviate कर जा रहा है, passage में है ही नहीं है. Incorrect. हाँ तो आंसर तो मिल गया D, right? India needs to formulate effective climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies at the state/regional level. है ना? सही है ना? Okay, so D is the right answer over here. Next, question number 22. Again, same. With reference to the passage, the following assumptions have been made. Green energy production can be linked to/integrated with climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. Green energy production depending on natural resources. कहाँ था? Peninsular वाला. Greater opportunities for harnessing wind power. Wind power is which kind of energy? Green energy. So ये mentioned है passage में. Yes, green energy production can be linked to integrated with climate change mitigation. हमने बोला ना कि global warming हो रहा है, which is what? Climate change. But फिर ये पहले ही passage में बोला गया है कि it also offers what? Own set of opportunities for reducing emissions depending on the natural resources. Very clearly mentioned in the passage itself that how green energy production can be linked to or integrated with climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. Very clearly mentioned. Then next, effects of climate change are much more severe in coastal and mountainous regions. Again यहाँ confusion बच्चों को होगा. हमने ये बोला है कि coastal regions में क्या है? It needs to protect their shores from sea. हमने ये भी तो बोला है ना कि some districts are drier, which need what? A different variable monsoon precipitation होता है, and that's a different approach. We are telling Himalayan regions have their own unique challenges, but ये severity की बात तो कहीं भी नहीं कर रही है passage. It is not telling ना कि coastal और इसमें there is more severe and in rest India it is less severe. कहीं mentioned है ये चीज? No, that is making it incorrect. Effects of climate change are much more severe in coastal and mountainous regions. No, it is nowhere mentioned. Severity concept is nowhere mentioned in the passage. That makes the statement incorrect. So one only, A is the right answer. सही हुआ? Okay. Then next, question number 23. वही है कि if time है तब तो सब सही हो जाएगा. But the crunch is of time. That is the main challenge, and that is how maybe practice is something which is going to make you perfect, right? If the social inequality, again, first concept is what? Social inequality is the most acutely felt social problem. So social equality is considered as what? A social problem. ये बोल रहे हैं. In India, insecurity more than poverty is the most acutely felt economic problem. So what is the social problem which is being conveyed here? Social inequality. What is the economic problem conveyed here? Insecurity is the economic problem, and किससे बोला गया? It is more than what? Poverty. We are recognizing, the author has recognized social problem as what? Social inequality, and insecurity, not poverty, as the major problem or economic problem for India. यही है फर्स्ट लाइन. Besides those below official poverty line, कुछ लोग हैं जो officially below poverty line है, even those just over poverty line. एक तो है कि जो poverty line के नीचे of course they are having economic problem, but again they are telling some people or the middle class which are above poverty line also, they are also facing problem of what? They are facing multiple economic insecurities. Again जो insecurity की बात हो रही है, what kind of insecurities? Due to wealth or health risk, market fluctuation, job related uncertainties, है ना कि of course with health कोई भी घर बीमार पड़ गया, again a major economic problem. Job चली गई, again major economic problem. So again there are lot of economic insecurities among people in India. Financial global crisis होने वाला है, again insecurity. So people गरीबी से नहीं डर रहे हैं आजकल लोग, अमीर लोग भी, again not the अमीर, again the upper middle class, right? They are also fearing what? They have a sense of economic insecurity that is being conveyed. Many government policies are actually intended towards mitigating these insecurities. Ki now the economic insecurities which people are facing in terms of what? Health risks, market fluctuation, job uncertainty, wealth or health. So this is what the government is focusing in terms of making policies. Right? Number question, which of the following statements best reflects the critical message? Naya. Critical means what? Paper dekha aaye ho na? हाँ, that is critical message which is being conveyed over here, right? India's political executive should be aware that poverty and social inequality and the consequent sense of insecurity is the main social problem. Insecurity क्या problem define किया है passage में? Economic, ये क्या बोल रहा है? Is the main social problem. तो यही incorrect हो गया. कभी कभी ना इतना पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ facts देख के भी आप solve कर सकते हो. Make some statement incorrect. In India, poverty is the main primary reason for social inequality and ये तो नेगेटिव कर रहा है ना, ये तो कॉज इफेक्ट की बात कर रहा है कि पॉवर्टी के कारण इकोनॉमिक इनसिक्योरिटी, तो बात ही नहीं हो रही है. इट इज बेसिकली कॉज एंड इफेक्ट विच इज नॉट कन्वेड इन द मैसेज. पॉवर्टी एंड social inequality are so intricately linked that they pose an unimaginable crisis for India. They're telling poverty and social inequality, right, are so intricately linked that they pose an unimaginable crisis. यहाँ तो link किया ही है ना poverty को. Next, insecurity more than poverty is the main economic issue that government policies must address. That is a message conveyed कि गरीबी के ऊपर भी people are facing the more problem of what? Economic insecurity, and that is which has to be taken into consideration. The government policies are doing that also, and that has been recognized in the first line of the passage itself, right? So D is the right option over here. क्या मार्क किया था? C. तो D पढ़ा नहीं कि C को पहले टाइप मार दिया था. Right? That is where you need to solve all the options and see all the options. Right. Next, question number 24. With reference to above passage, following assumptions have been made. अब क्या assume कर सकते हैं हम इससे? People above poverty line are also more prone to suffer from anxiety above economic insecurity. About economic insecurity. क्या ये message conveyed है passage में? है कि नहीं है बताओ. ये क्या लिखा हुआ है? Even those just above the poverty line are subjected to what? Economic insecurities. Mentioned है ना ये चीज तो, right? Of various kinds. बताया भी है कौन कौन टाइप के. And again, of course, all of these are leading to what? Anxiety among people. Anxiety is a cause of what? Economic insecurity. Right? So it is conveyed. People above poverty line are also prone to suffer from what? Anxiety about economic insecurity. Very clearly mentioned in the passage itself. Right? Then, eradication of poverty can result in peace and social equality in country. ये तो बात ही नहीं हुई ना शांति और इसकी, ये तो mentioned ही नहीं है कहीं पर. Not somewhere. And how can we assume by reading the passage? है ना? So of course it is incorrect. So 1 is correct and 2 is incorrect. A. A. Very good. Next, question number 31. ये पैसेज ना थोड़ा पढ़ने में डिफिकल्ट लगा, बट अगेन वंस यू सी द ऑप्शंस इट वाज ऑन अ इजियर साइड. Reading it was difficult, but looking at the options and eliminating the options was an easier side. Maintaining an ecosystem just to conserve biodiversity will affect, मतलब क्या बोल रहा, ये सब तो हमें environment में पढ़ा हुआ है ना, वो concept यहाँ नहीं लगाना है. Maintaining an ecosystem is just to conserve biodiversity will affect its commercial potential, number one, as well as the livelihoods dependent on ecosystem. कि whenever you are maintaining an ecosystem, हम क्या सोचते हैं, चीता क्यों आया, क्यों आया था इंडिया में चीता, why India cheetah came, biodiversity, it was extinct in India, right? Biodiversity in terms of what, plants and animal species. So of course they're telling you whenever you are conserving ecosystem, don't just see it as conservation of biodiversities. There is other way of conserving ecosystem in terms of what, because many people are dependent on for commercial potential, forest produce, timber, all of these. And again, जो वहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, who are using, there are many people who are dependent on the ecosystem for their job as well. है ना? So of course these three needs to be integrated: biodiversity conservation, harnessing the commercial potential of the ecosystem, and at the same time what, livelihood dependent on ecosystem. All three needs to be taken into together while conserving the ecosystem, right? They are telling कि अगर आप सिर्फ ये करोगे तो आप वो दो चीजों को क्या कर रहे हो, नेग्लेक्ट कर रहे हो. There is also a conflict between using an ecosystem only for livelihoods, for commercial exploitation or strictly for conservation. ये बता रहा चाह रहा है कि आप किसी एक को प्रायोरिटी दे सकते हैं. You have to think all of these three things has to be taken into consideration while conserving an ecosystem. Deforestation caused due to commercial exploitation. अब commercial exploitation क्या होगा forest का, पेड़ काटेंगे, which is leading to what, commercial, which lead to indirect harm like floods and siltation problems. Again, which kind of problem, environmental problems leading to what, microclimatic instability, apart from adversely affecting the livelihoods dependent on forest. अब जो एक तो होगा क्या, अगर आप deforestation करोगे, that is you are using the forest for what, commercial purposes, right? It would leading to a climate change situation, floods आएंगे, ये होगा, and again people won't get any job. That is again being discussed here, right? So all of these are very intricately linked to each other. These conflicts are particularly acute in developing countries where dependence of people on ecosystem is significant. In developing countries, people are dependent on ecosystem in terms of its commercial utilization. Developing countries example क्या है, हाँ, तो हम क्या डिपेंडेंट नहीं है फॉरेस्ट प्रोड्यूस पे, yes we are dependent. Are we not dependent on maybe the jobs, many people are dependent on livelihoods in terms of forest ecosystem itself, right? That is being conveyed here. And commercial exploitation has a potential to boost national income. Okay, how the government or the economy have been using the commercialization of ecosystems to increase its national income because it has a potential. हाँ सही है, नहीं ये तो सिर्फ मैसेज आ रहा है, मैं नहीं बता रहा हूँ कुछ, है ना? Then the first question, which of the following statements best reflects the critical message conveyed by author of the passage, right? So critical, क्या क्या बोला था आपने word, हाँ, conservation of biodiversity is not an issue to be worried about when some people depend on ecosystem for their livelihoods. ये बोल रहा है कि इसकी चिंता करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, बट पैसेज में क्या बोला है, ऑल थ्री नीड्स टू बी लुक्ड टुगेदर. ये बोल रहा है कि इसको छोड़ दो, तो ये तो गलत है ना, इनकरेक्ट. कमर्शियल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ऑफ फॉरेस्ट गोज अगेंस्ट द फंडामेंटल राइट्स ऑफ पीपल डिपेंडेंट ऑन फॉरेस्ट फॉर फूड एंड शेल्टर. मतलब ये तो एक्सट्रीम, ऑफ कोर्स बियॉन्ड द स्कोप ऑफ द पैसेज, फंडामेंटल राइट की तो बात ही नहीं हो रही है, राइट? अगेन इनकरेक्ट. सस्टेनेंस ऑफ लाइवलीहुड्स एंड डिग्रेडेशन ऑफ इकोसिस्टम. सस्टेनेंस ऑफ लाइवलीहुड मतलब क्या है, क्या हम इकोसिस्टम पे किस लिए डिपेंडेंट है, जॉब सिक्योरिटी के लिए डिपेंडेंट, नंबर वन. एंड डिग्रेडेशन ऑफ इकोसिस्टम, एट द सेम टाइम इफ वी आर यूजिंग इकोसिस्टम फॉर कमर्शियल पर्पस वी आर डिग्रेडिंग इट ऑल्सो. दोनों चीज ही है. while being together exacerbate one another leading to conflicts and imbalance. Both at the end of the day, अगर आप ecosystem में if you are using it for livelihood, you are degrading the ecosystem. If you are using it for maybe what called as job, it is you are also degrading, right? So both are of course leading to one cause of what, degrading ecosystem. ये बता रहा है passage में कि हम ये सब कर तो रहे हैं कि we are seeing कि exploitation हो रहा है in terms of commercial and livelihood dependent है, but again this is a two main reason which combined together is aggravating the problem of what, conflicts and imbalance, which is assuming to be correct, but अभी आंसर नहीं मार्क करना है, right? Commercial exploitation of ecosystem should be completely stopped. ये तो बोल रहा है तीनों बैलेंस मेंटेन करना है ना? तो अगर आप सिर्फ ऑप्शंस को गलत भी कर रहे हो ना, then also you are coming to the right answer. That is other way of solving question paper also. Never look for, maybe of course in some options it is very visibly manifested that again this is the right option, but again जहाँ थोड़ा बहुत confusion आ रहा है, where again that is why I told you that why this question was tougher once we read it, but again once we read the options we can easily negate out the options over here and you can definitely conclude the right answer. So C is the right option over here, right? Chalo, very good. Next question 32. With reference to above passage, following assumptions have been made. No country need to depend on ecosystems to boost national income. यहाँ बोला गया कि of course commercial exploitation has a potential. यहाँ बोल रहा है कि no country need to depend on ecosystem. नहीं, of course क्या है, correct या incorrect? हाँ? Incorrect. Anyone with different opinion? No? Resource-rich countries need to share their resources with those of scant resources so as to prevent degradation of ecosystem. कहाँ mentioned है ये? Anywhere mentioned कि they are telling कि yes, there are some developing countries which are dependent on maybe ecosystem. लेकिन कहीं बोल रहा है कि resource sharing करने की बात है, आपके पास ज़्यादा है मुझे दे दो. कहाँ लिखा है पैसेज में? यही तो पॉइंट है, करनी चाहिए. इट इज एन assumption what you have made based on whatever information you had, that has to be kept away. दिमाग को जो पढ़े है उसको छोड़ देना है, जीएस को, and then only this is a passage what you have as a knowledge and then you do solve. तो ये पैसेज में कहीं मेंशन नहीं है. Again it is incorrect. So D. सारे पैसेज किए हुए अटेम्प्ट क्या? Nice. Okay. Next passage. The history of renewable energy suggests that there is a steep, again किसकी बात हो रही, topic is of renewable energy, suggests that there is a steep learning curve, meaning that as more is produced the cost fall rapidly because of economics of scale and learning by doing. What is being told? कि as and when we are steep learning, meaning that as more is produced, if we are producing more renewable energy, जितना जल्द, of course अब economics का scale का मतलब क्या होता है? What is economics of scale? If we will produce more of a products, its price is automatically going to be decreased. ये होता है ना economics of scale, कि अगर आपके पास ये इतना महंगा फोन है ना, आप इतने फोन मैन्युफैक्चर कर दो कि इसका प्राइस ऑटोमेटिकली कम हो जाएगा. That is economics of scale. That is being discussed here. That again, as more is produced, cost will fall rapidly because of economics of scale and learning by doing. आप करके ही सीखोगे, right? Then you say the firm's green innovation is path dependent. Again, एक word है path dependent. What does it mean? The more firms does, the more it is likely to do in future. How it is happening? The firm's green innovation. कोई भी firm का green innovation, how will it happen? It is path dependent. What is path dependent? एक बार आपने start किया, then again of course you are going to lead it in that particular path what you have followed for green innovation. That is being conveyed here. The more the firm does, the more it is likely to do in future. The strongest evidence for this is collapse in the price of solar energy, which became about 90% cheaper during the 2010s, 2010, repeatedly beating the forecasts. Example of how economics of scale. इतना हमने सोलर एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस किया, ऑफ कोर्स विद इकोनॉमी ऑफ स्केल इट्स प्राइस गॉट रिड्यूस्ड टू 90% अगेंस्ट व्हाट द प्रोडक्शन. अब इसको यहाँ है कि हाउ आर पीपल परसीविंग इट, एज अ पॉजिटिव और एज अ नेगेटिव, है ना. दैट इज समवेयर, बट अगेन यहाँ क्योंकि ये लिख दिया कोलैप्स, बट दैट डज नॉट मीन इट इज इन अ नेगेटिव सेंस. हम इकोनॉमी स्केल किए एंड एन एग्जाम्पल भी दे रहा है कि कैसे सोलर एनर्जी हैज मे बी द प्राइस ऑफ एनर्जी हैज रिड्यूस्ड टू 90% ड्यू टू इकोनॉमिक्स ऑफ स्केल, राइट. मूविंग अर्ली and gradually gives economies more time to adjust, allowing them to reap the benefits of path dependent green investment without much disruption. Matlab what you are telling ki if you want to get ahead in the race of renewable energy resources, you need to start early. Wait nahi karna hai, there is no ideal time. The more you start early, the more it is will become very gradual for the economy to grasp that particular change, and it will be more benefiting, right, allowing to reap the benefits. And the path dependent हमने discuss किया है कि once you start, of course you're starting doing it, right. A late, more chaotic transition is costlier. The more you delay it, it will of course become costlier because economics of scale would not be there. यही है message. Which of the following statements best reflects the central idea of the passage? No conclusion, no idea क्या है, right. Economics of scale is essential for transition to green growth. Yes, economics of scale is being discussed. That is one part of the passage, not the entire passage. एक part में बता रहा है कि yes, economics of scale is important for green energy. It is conveyed, but it is not the entire message conveyed in the passage. ये है entire message. क्या है entire message? Yes, ma'am. What is the entire message conveyed in the passage? Anyone? आप तो करके आए हो, बताओ. ये तो एक एस्पेक्ट हो गया ना, ये तो बता रहा है यहाँ पर. सेंट्रल आइडिया क्या है? ये है सेंट्रल आइडिया? नो, व्हाई? देन व्हाट इज सेंट्रल आइडिया? हाँ, डी. लेट्स सी. Modern technologies progress is intensely linked to path dependent innovations. Path dependent की बात तो हुई है, but again has there anywhere mentioned modern technologies progress? No, again making it incorrect. Countries with large economies are in a better position to adopt green technologies. No. Yeah, it is nowhere conveyed that only large economies are in a better position. Anyone any economy who is going to start early, it is going to reap the benefit. कहीं छोटी और बड़ी economy की बात नहीं हो रही passage में. Again incorrect. Timing plays a crucial role in the case of green energy and development. Conveyed, that is the main idea कि the early you start, the early you are going to reap the benefit. And ये भी लिखा है, अलग बताया भी है कि if you are late, it is going to be more costlier, right? That is being conveyed. So again, time is the main factor which is being discussed. So D is the right option over here. क्या mark किया? D. Then with reference to above passage, which of the following assumptions have been made? मतलब ये कर लिया है, आपको बताना है कि ये सही है गलत है, right? Path dependent green investments will eventually most likely benefit growth as well as public finances in a country like India. अब आ रहा है, एक हम assumption ले रहे हैं कि India is also a country, है ना? अब many people are telling कि this is something we cannot assume because not conveyed in the passage. Because ये जो बोल रहे हो कि 90% are we conveying it is happened in India or we are giving a global perspective कि solar energy का price globally 90% से reduce हो गया है ना? But again yes, it can be assumed because क्या है most likely है ना? Path dependent का मतलब हम समझा है कि if we start it, then by reaping that benefit of path we follow, of course we are going to take a benefit out of it. So path dependent green investments will eventually most likely benefit growth as well as public finances in India, right? Because of course the more you start, the more of course less. Okay, the more early you start, the more of course benefit it will become to you. So of course it is correct, but again मतलब there is a slight ambiguity कि यहाँ India लिखा हुआ है ना, but I personally feel कि this is correct because that is the idea being conveyed and we are telling कि most likely in a country like India, ये बोल नहीं रहा कि इंडिया में हो रहा है, it could happen. If other green technologies follow same pattern as that of solar energy, there will be most likely to be an easy green transition. Easy green, बिल्कुल correct. And example भी दिया गया, हमें दिया भी गया solar energy का. So of course very logical. So both of them are correct. So C is the right option over here. Huh? I understand. I am telling कि हाँ it could be. मतलब ये भी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. अब ये passage assumption का है. Assumption can be in all the other ways. Right, but again we have to assume the basis of passage. You are also right. I am not negating the fact कि यहाँ A गलत है. But again, the idea country like India and most likely this what makes me feel that again this is also a correct option. ठीक है? Let's see what the UPSC gives the answer. Right? How they have assumed this thing. Right? Because it is altogether subject to interpretation. Next. Question number 41. Again, I think, again, a little bit on an easier side. A single number for inflation is an aggregate across different commodities and services. The price rise differs for different items of consumption. What they are telling? कि inflation क्या है? What is inflation? Rise of prices. जो single percent में आता है ना कि 8%, 7%, is that actually conveying across, because we have inflation happening in different commodities. फोन का प्राइस अलग तरीके से बढ़ रहा है, right? खाने का प्राइस अलग तरीके से बढ़ रहा है. Every price is rising in their own way, and a single uniform inflation number is not going to convey us that idea of how inflation is actually happening across all commodities in the economy, or maybe in terms of goods as well as services. So the single number is arrived by assigning weights to different commodities and services. हम ये single number पे कैसे आ रहे हैं? हम average out करते हैं ना, सबका average निकालते हैं and then we conclude at one number. That is the inflation rate in the country, right? For WPI, that is wholesale price index, the weight in production are used. कि कितना production हो रहा है? WPI में आपने पढ़ा है ना? Of course, again यहाँ logic लगाना है, but again what is they are telling? Weights in production, that how much is being produced, that is being used for what? WPI calculation. For CPI calculation, the consumption basket is used, right? How much people are consuming. यहाँ production use कर रहे हैं, यहाँ क्या use कर रहे हैं? How much people are consuming. After that production has happened, how many people are consuming in what manner, right? But people are not homogeneous. In our society, there are, again, class is not actually there in society, but again, है ना, we have categorized in terms of economies: poor, below poverty line, upper middle class, middle class, upper class, and of course, their demands is different. Below poverty line is starving for food, उसके लिए food price very important है. But again, आप जाओगे upper class, they are maybe worrying about what? The gadgets and everything, उसका price कितना rise कर रहा है, right? That is how it is being different, because the classes is not homogeneous in India. The consumption basket is vastly different for poor, बताया भाई, middle class and rich. Everyone has their own set of requirements. Every son has their own set of requirements which is differing. Hence, CPI is different for each of these classes, and a composite index requires averaging these baskets. कि जो CPI है, it is not conveying the actual inflation with respect to different class, है ना? That is being conveyed in the passage. Which of the following statements best reflects the most logical, rational, and crucial message conveyed by the passage? है ना? Let's see. We must use WPI exclusively in measuring price rise, and CPI should be done away with. बोला है कि W हटा दो, नहीं? Incorrect. The present calculation of inflation rate does not correctly measure price rise of individual item or commodity. Yes, but again अभी भी टिक नहीं मानना है, ये हो सकता है, right? Inflation data underrepresents services in consumption basket. या गुड सर्विस, दोनों की बात हो रही है ना, एक की बात ही हो ही नहीं रही है. Incorrect, not mentioned in passage. Knowledge of inflation rate is not really of any use to anybody in the country. हमने बताया कि ये तरीका गलत है, but again we are not negating the fact कि inflation rate बताना ही गलत है. Again incorrect. But again this is the right option. Again how maybe you can do the other options incorrect, and again we conclude. And again ये पढ़ने से भी this my idea was very clearly conveyed by using the particular statement of statement B. So B is the right option over here. Next question. ये पैसेज पढ़ने में डिफिकल्ट है ना. नाउ आई विल आस्क यू ऑल, है ना. ट्रस्ट स्टैंड्स कॉमनली डिफाइंड एज बीइंग वल्नरेबल टू अदर्स. भरोसा, ट्रस्ट इज व्हाट commonly defined as being vulnerable to others. It means when I am trusting you, I am making myself vulnerable कि क्या पता you can betray me, आप मुझे धोखा दे दो, but again still I am trusting you. This is what it is making me vulnerable. So trust makes oneself vulnerable to what? Other people whom you are trusting. Entrepreneurship implies that trust in others and willingness to expose oneself to betrayal. Entrepreneurship में क्या होता है कि you are maybe employing a lot of people, you are believing in them, you are trusting in them, but there is also a risk factor that again the person you are trusting as a CFO, CEO of a company might betray you, might not function in a best possible manner for you. But again eventually you have to trust that person. That is the idea with entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship implies trust in others and willingness to expose oneself to betrayal. Trust in expert systems is the essence of globalizing behaviors. अब आता है इसका मतलब क्या है सर एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम्स का. Trust in expert systems is essence for globalization. We have seen what countries has went for globalization. There are international financial institutions, there are international e-commerce websites. Are we believing in them or not while doing any kind of transaction or a bank account कर रहे हो, whatever you're trusting that, there again you are exposing yourself to what? Trust in terms of globalization. Trust itself emerges as a super commodity in social market and defines the characteristics of goods and services in global market. कि trust अपने आप में commodity बन गया. Whenever you go and buy products, don't you go and search for reviews? कि किसने कैसा रिव्यू लिखा है, देखते हो ना. अगेन यू आर ट्रस्टिंग द अदर पर्सन रिव्यू इन ग्लोबल मार्केट. दैट इज बीइंग कन्वेड हियर. ट्रस्टिंग conduct also means holding others in good esteem and optimism that they are or will be competent in certain respect. एक हमेशा बिट्रेयल से दिखना नहीं है. ट्रस्ट का मतलब ये भी है कि यू आर बिलीविंग दैट द पर्सन आई एम ट्रस्टिंग इज समवन हु इज हैविंग अ गुडविल फॉर मी एज वेल. That is the idea which has been conveyed in the passage, right? Which of the following statements best reflects the crux? Huh? Let's see. Trustworthiness cannot be expected in entrepreneurship. It is one of the components. बिल्कुल ये तो गलत है, बिल्कुल ये मंच पर है ही नहीं. Trustworthy people are most vulnerable people. हाँ? Trustworthy people are most, ये कहाँ लिखा है पैसेज में सर? गलत. Trustworthy people are vulnerable, they are telling, are commonly defined as being vulnerable, but are most vulnerable? Nowhere mentioned in the passage. Incorrect. No economic activity is possible without being exposed to betrayal. हमने बोला कि there is a possibility of betrayal, but no economic activity is possible. That is again not conveyed in the passage. Trust is important though it entails risk. हमने देखा नहीं कि हर बार ट्रस्ट का, इसने बोला कि ट्रस्ट है बट वल्नरेबल हो जाते हो. एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में ट्रस्ट करना है बट अगेन यू हैव अ बिट्रेयल. ग्लोबलाइजेशन में देयर ट्रस्ट बट अगेन दैट इज एन अगेन बिट्रेयल. सो अगेन ट्रस्ट कम्स विद अ रिस्क ऑफ बिट्रेयल. दैट इज बीइंग डिस्कस्ड. ट्रस्ट इज इंपॉर्टेंट दो इट एंटेल्स रिस्क. ये क्यों नहीं सोचे? राइट, दैट इज द आइडिया व्हिच इज कन्वेड इन द पैसेज. राइट, सो डी इज द राइट ऑप्शन. सो सॉरी फॉर यू. Next. I think 4-5 questions are left. Thoda patience. There has been no democracy that has grown economically without corporate capitalism. कोई भी economy, कोई भी democracy has not grown in what way? Economic manner without what? Corporate capital. What is corporate capitalism? Private business, big firms, कोई भी democracy has not grown economically without what? Corporate capitalism. Corporate capitalism basically means big business firms, private business firms. It helps in modernizing the economy and enabling the transition from rural to urban, agriculture to industry and services, which are inevitable with growth. It tells that due to corporate capitalism, how it is helping the economy in terms of growing it economically. It is helping economy to transit from what? Rural to urban areas में भी help कर रही है, because if big firms are coming, है ना, आप देखो कि जामनगर जाओ, how was Jamnagar, now how is now Jamnagar, right? How then again agriculture to industries and services, which are and again all of these is of course going to create growth in the economy. It generates jobs, and there is no, बोल रहा है एक और fact बता रहा है, there is no other way to fix a country's unemployment challenge without a further impetus to private business. इन्होंने ये भी clearly बोला है कि unemployment problem के लिए there is no other alternative except for what? Private business. Big companies can operate on large scale and become competitive both domestically and externally. ये बड़ी बड़ी companies जो help कर economy के, they are growing individually in the country as well as at a global scale. A vibrant corporate capitalist base also leads to additional reserves for the state. If there are big business firms, of course they are going to pay more taxes to the government, and the tax money is of course going to be used in the economy for welfare of other social sections or social sectors in society, which in turn can be used for greater welfare of marginalized and creating more level playing field in terms of opportunities. Because state के पास extra पैसा आएंगे through taxes, by taxing this big firm, of course state is going to use such money for vulnerable marginalized sections and for creating more opportunities by making different welfare schemes. यही message है. Which of the following statements best reflects the critical message conveyed by the author of the passage? Corporate capitalism is important for economic growth of a state and also for democracy. तुरंत कंक्लूजन पे नहीं आना है ना, आपको देखना भी है कि क्या हम यहाँ मेंशन करें. लेट्स अगेन, इट इज राइट, बट अगेन लेट्स लुक एट द अदर ऑप्शंस आल्सो, बिकॉज दैट इज मेंशन कि कॉर्पोरेट कैपिटलिज्म इट इज गुड फॉर व्हाट? इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए भी है, जो फर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ द पैसेज बता रहा है, एंड फॉर डेमोक्रेसी के लिए भी सही है. व्हाई? थ्रू द सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ द पैसेज, राइट. नेक्स्ट, कॉर्पोरेट कैपिटलिज्म इज इंपेरेटिव फॉर अ मॉडर्न स्टेट टू अचीव पॉलिटिकल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स. Nowhere mentioned in the passage. No state can ensure its economic survival for long without role of corporate. ये कहीं बता नहीं है कि it is the only thing which how economy can grow. It is one of the important factors which has been conveyed, right? ये है कि extreme statement that no state can ensure its economic survival. Survival हुआ है, and again यहाँ बोला कि it is important but not the only thing. Again incorrect, not conveyed in the passage. Corporate capitalism and democracy have mutual dependence for their continued existence. It is good, but again ऐसा नहीं है कि corporate capitalism होगा नहीं तो democracy चलेगी नहीं, or there would be no social welfare schemes which can be launched by the government. It is logical. But again, this is the first statement, that is corporate capitalism is more important for economic growth of a state and also for democracy. That is the idea which is being conveyed in the passage. Clear? A. Good. 52. With reference to above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Corporate capitalism promotes the growth of labor force and provides more employment opportunities. Very clearly, जैसे बताया गया ना कि ये तो clearly mentioned था कि this is the only way through which we can generate employment. Right? Very absolutely correct. Poor and marginalized sections of populations are benefited by corporate capitalism due to trickle down effect. Yes, आप जितना promote करोगे उतना आप taxation लोगे. The taxation, it is going to flow down in the economy in terms of what? Poor and marginalized section. Again conveyed very clearly in the last line of the passage. Both are correct. So D is the right option over here. कुछ तो छोड़ा नहीं है, सब मार्क कर दिया है. ट्रिकल डाउन तो था यार, कन्वेड ना, इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़े हो ना, क्या है ट्रिकल डाउन? ओके, नेक्स्ट हाँ, अगेन one line but somewhere little bit difficult to understand. A network of voluntary associations. What are voluntary associations? Where again people come together with a sole idea of having maybe towards any kind of better things to be done in society. They come together and they form associations. Example, NGOs in society. It stands as a buffer. ये दो चीज है, इनके बीच में कुशन बन गया है. What is this cushion? The voluntary associations. Between what? A relatively powerless individual. ये कौन सा है एक person? A person like any citizen of the country which is feeling what? Relatively powerless. Again the word here is relatively. Related to what? And the potentially powerful state. अब होता ना कि एक कहावत है हिंदी में, अकेला चना है ना, that is again I'm not remembering the fact again, that is the idea conveyed here, but again that is a message of conveyance that again through these voluntary associations any person, any individual in the society, right, it will act as a buffer towards a powerful state, and that is what the NGOs have been doing and many other organizations have been doing that, right. That is the idea being conveyed here. Let's see the options. Which reflects the best explanation of the above passage. It emphasizes the inability of state to enforce its will in practice against the opposition of certain groups within it. No, nowhere mentioned the passage. ये बोल रहा है कि एक association बनती है ऐसे जो buffer act करती है between what? An individual as a single person in a society or in a country against a powerful state. State के पास of course बहुत powers है, but again आपके पास अकेला कोई power है नहीं है, but these associations are giving you that support. It is a cooperative organization for promotion of well-being and development of personality of its members. Nowhere mentioned here. It takes individuals out of state of isolation and gives them a chance to participate in common endeavor. It takes individuals out of state of isolation. कि आप अपने आप को अकेला समझ रहे हो कि मैं इतने बड़े स्टडी के अलावा कुछ नहीं कर सकता हूँ. But again, yes, these organizations are giving you that sense of what? Accomplishment or belief that again, yes, through these associations we can participate in what? The common endeavor. This could be right. ठीक है? It permits citizens to have a variety of loyalties and allegiance. Again, option दे रखा है, it is not showcase of loyalty, right? So again, not conveyed, incorrect. So C is the right option, which is the most logical conclusion we can come out of reading the passage. Next. It is hard to predict how changes in climate and atmospheric chemistry. क्या है दो चीजें? Change in climate, number one, and the atmosphere's chemistry, number two. It is going to affect the prevalence and virulence of agricultural diseases. It is telling with what? With change in what? Climate and change in atmospheric chemistry. What is atmospheric chemistry? Composition of एक balance maintain है ना, कितना nitrogen इतना ये. How it is being changed? It is going to change what? It is going to create prevalence and violence of what? New agricultural diseases can come out of this. ठीक है? But there is a risk that such changes will make some plant infectious more common in all climatic zones, perhaps catastrophically. So, ये बोल रहा है कि ये changes जो हो रहे हैं climate पे और in the environment, it is going to affect some set of plants more common in all climatic zones. कहीं specific नहीं होगा, सारे climatic zones में affect करेगा and in a what manner? In a catastrophic manner, a huge manner. Part of the problem is that centuries of selective breeding have refined the genomes of most high value crops. Again, the idea of biotechnology, genetically modified crops. हम GM crops में क्या करते हैं? We take one important gene which is required. जब हमने green evolution में high yielding variety of seeds थी, what was those? Some gene variation was being done and that genes were promoted which led to its growth in natural manner. But उसके चक्कर में हमने what is the problem? there are some other genes which are inherent in that plant which were subdued. तभी ना एक मॉडिफाइड प्लांट निकला कि कुछ जीन्स को हमने हटा दिया और कुछ जीन्स जो ग्रोथ के लिए जरूरी थे प्लांट के उसको रखा है सिर्फ. दैट इज बीइंग डिस्कस्ड हियर, राइट. एंड दैट इज, इसका प्रॉब्लम क्या बता रहे हैं कि व्हाई सम जोन्स आर एट मोर एट रिस्क. द प्रॉब्लम इज व्हाट? द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ दैट सेंचुरी सेलेक्टिव ब्रीडिंग. सेलेक्टिव मतलब हम कुछ जीन्स ऑफ प्लांट्स को ही सिलेक्टिवली यूज करके ब्रीड करने के लिए यूज कर रहे हैं फॉर प्रोडक्शन पर्पसेस, एंड वी आर सबसाइडिंग द अदर जीन्स, राइट. Have refined the genomes of most high value crops. They are spectacular at growing in today's conditions, and of course due to high yielding they are growing very fast pace, but genetic variations that are not immediately useful to them have been bred out. कि कुछ प्लांट्स में देर, अगर एक ह्यूमन बॉडी में बहुत सारे जीन्स होते हैं ना, हमें कुछ मॉडिफाई करना है कि मुझे अपने आप को लंबा बनाना है, तो मैं क्या करूंगा, लंबे वाले जीन को सिर्फ रखूंगा एंड बाकी ऑल जीन्स को सबसाइड कर दूंगा. इन द सेम मैनर ऑल ऑफ दीज प्लांट्स विच वाज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द ग्रोथ जीन वाज टेकन टू कंसिडरेशन, बट रेस्ट ऑफ द जीन्स हैव बीन ब्रेड आउट. इससे क्या प्रॉब्लम होगा? दिस इज गुड फॉर यील्ड्स बट बैड फॉर कोपिंग विथ चेंजेस. कोई एक डिजीज हो गई आपको, right? If I am having only tall genes and my other genes are subdued, but again some of the disease is going to affect me, my body is not capable naturally because that gene has been taken out of me. That gene was a defense mechanism against that particular disease. यही बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पर. This is good for yields but bad for coping with changes. A minor disease or even an unknown one could suddenly rampage through a genetically honed crop. एक छोटी सी disease भी can catastrophically destroy that particular crop. Why? Because it is the natural genes are breeded out of that particular GM crop. हाँ? Honed मतलब खराब. Through a genetically honed, मतलब honed मतलब genetically एक कोई जीन को आप hone कियो, बड़ा कियो, बाकी जीन्स को सबसाइड कर दियो, right? And इससे क्या प्रॉब्लम आएगा? What is the conveyance here? हमने बोला कि नेचर में क्या हो रहा है, चेंज हो रहा है, एटमोसफेयर चेंज हो रहा है, प्लांट डिजीज आएंगी. फिर हमने क्या बोला कि कुछ जीएम क्रॉप्स हैं जिनके कुछ जीन्स हमने मॉडिफाई करके प्रोडक्शन के लिए बढ़ाया हुआ है. उससे क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है कि कुछ इनके जो नेचुरल जीन्स उसको हमने हटा दिया है. अब क्या बोला कि कभी भी डिजीज आएगा, इट इज गोइंग टू अफेक्ट देम वेरी कैटास्ट्रॉफिकली. और जो प्लांट जो हम खाना वाना खा रहे हैं आज के डेट में, जो मोर प्लांट्स ऑफ हाई यील्डिंग वैरायटी ऑफ सीड्स, दे आर गोइंग टू बी मोस्ट वल्नरेबल एंड दे कैन डिस्ट्रॉय कैटास्ट्रॉफिकली, which will create a problem of what? Food insecurity in the country. वही होगा ना problem. The idea of food insecurity which is being conveyed here. Which of the following statements best reflects the central idea conveyed by the passage? Global climate change adversely affects the productivity of crops. Productivity की बात हो रही है यहाँ पर? No? Climate change, productivity of crops, genetically modified crops की बात हो रही है, but again not the productive, again incorrect. Our total dependence on genetically honed crops entails possible food insecurity. We have seen and explained how it is going to happen. It could be right. Our food security should not depend on agricultural productivity alone. ये बात ही नहीं हो रहा है passage में. Genetically honed crops should be replaced with their wild varieties in our present cultivation practices. बोला जा रहा है कि of course they have to be taken, but again it is not being conveyed कि उसको आप replace करके वैसा लेकर आओ. Again incorrect. Correct option here is B. Okay, next question number 62. Same passage, other question. With reference to above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Global climate change can result in migration of several plant species to new areas. ये कहीं mentioned है? Global climate change can result in migration of several plant species to new areas. Yes. Climate across all climatic zones and perhaps catastrophically. That is being conveyed here. So scientific understanding of the wild relatives of our present crops would enable us to strengthen food security. कि कौन से genes हैं जो कि wild relatives क्या है, it would help us for what? Food security. That is we discuss all together. Both are they conveyed here. So C is the right option over here. Next, a good statesman like any other sensible. क्या? हाँ. Just a second. Scientific understanding of wild relatives of our present crops would enable us to strengthen food security. यही तो कन्वे था ना लास्ट का हमने डिस्कस किया ना कि इट इज अगेन कन्वेइंग द आइडिया ऑफ व्हाट? फूड इनसिक्योरिटी. एक छोटी सी डिजीज भी हो जाएगी, जो जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड प्लांट है वो तुरंत खराब हो जाएगा, बट अगेन हमें पता होगा कि कोई जीन्स उसके अंदर है, द वाइल्ड वैरायटी विच इज केपेबल ऑफ केटरिंग दैट. साइंटिफिकली इफ वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट वुड हेल्प अस टू कोप विद द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ फूड सिक्योरिटी. अगेन assumption ना, assumption again we are assuming on the basis of last two lines which are mentioned in the passage. नहीं ये तो assumption की बात हो रही है. सेकेंड क्वेश्चन है ये, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन नंबर 63. A good statesman like any other sensible human being learns more from his opponents. ये पूरा जिंदगी का सीख बता रहा है ये पैसेज, प्लीज अच्छे सुनो. A good statesman like any other sensible human being learns from his opponents than from his fervent supporters. आपके कुछ ऐसे लोगों के आसपास बहुत अच्छा है यार तू, बहुत अच्छा है यार तू, हमेशा बोलेंगे. एंड अगेन अ गुड पर्सन इज ऑफ कोर्स, आप उससे क्या सीखोगे? हमेशा आपको प्रेज ही कर रहा है, राइट? बट अगेन इफ देयर आर गुड ओपोनेंट्स, दे आर गोइंग टू टेल समथिंग which you are doing wrong and which is of course going to help you down in your personality. That is being discussed. For his supporters क्या करेंगे? Will push him to disaster unless his opponents show him where the dangers are. आप प्रशंसा के चक्कर में इतने अंधे हो जाओगे, तुम अच्छा है, तू अच्छा है, तू अच्छा है, you are right, you are right, you are very good, you will feel blind. But again, if there are opponents who are criticizing you and again are putting your view or maybe intensity or direction towards something which is actually done to be in a correct manner. So if he is a wise, he will often pray to be delivered from his friends because they will ruin him. अगर वो अच्छा, if he is a wise man, of course he will take or he would not come around such people who is only praising him, which is of course good for that particular person. But though it hurts, he ought also to pray never to be left without opponents, for they keep him on the path of reason and good sense. टेक्निकली कोई भी नहीं चाहे कि मेरे साथ, ऑफ कोर्स मेरे सामने मेरा ओपोनेंट रहे जो मेरी बुराई करे, बट अगेन इट इज इनएविटेबल, इट इज रिक्वायर्ड, राइट? दैट इज मेंशन कि इट ऑल्सो हर्ट्स, ये हर्ट ऑल्सो करेगा कि वाई आई एम हैविंग एन ओपोनेंट विथ मी, बट अगेन दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड. द नेशनल यूनिटी ऑफ फ्री पीपल depends upon sufficiently even balanced political power to make impracticable for administration to be arbitrary and for opposition to be revolutionary and irreconcilable. इसका मतलब in any country every political party, एक political party होगा which is ruling party and there would be an opposition. In both of them there has to be a balance which needs to be maintained. This should not be very powerful, right? And opponents of course should be criticizing but not to the extent of what? To be revolutionary and irreformable. That is the there has to be a balance which has to be maintained. Clear? Let's look at the options. Revolutionary and irreconcilable, कि कभी वो वापस हो ही नहीं सकता. Which of the following statements best reflects the critical message conveyed by the author of the passage? बिना options के बताओ क्या है critical message, क्या जरूरी है? हाँ? Without opposition parties, administration in a democracy gets to become more responsible. Without opposition parties, democracy responsible हो रहा है. ये तो बताया, तो बोला है कि दोनों में होना चाहिए, opposition होना चाहिए, तो मैसेज है ही नहीं. Incorrect. How did you decide it correct? Statement गलत पढ़ा या अभी read it again. Without opposition parties, कोई opponent है ही नहीं आपका. The administration in a democracy gets more to be more responsible. Responsible होगा? हाँ. So again, incorrect. Democracy needs to have revolutionaries in opposition to keep the government alert. हाँ? बोला ना कि revolutionary नहीं होना चाहिए, दोनों में बैलेंस होना चाहिए. कंप्लीट रेवोल्यूशनरी हो गया, ऑपोजिशन कंप्लीट रेवोल्यूशनरी हो गया, दैट इज ऑल्सो नॉट करेक्ट. अब बैलेंस हैज टू मेंटेन, दैट इज अभी मैंने अंडरलाइन किया था बैलेंस, राइट. अगेन इनकरेक्ट. रूलर्स इन अ डेमोक्रेसी नीड्स टू सपोर्ट ऑफ ऑपोजिशन फॉर देयर पॉलिटिकल सर्वाइवल. सपोर्ट नहीं चाहिए, ऑपोजिशन करो, है ना. अगेन इनकरेक्ट. In a democracy, opposition is indispensable for the balance of political power and good governance. That is central idea conveyed here. कि एक अच्छा opponent होना जरूरी है for what? For a political balance of political power and for good governance, which was conveyed in the last line. ये भूमिका बनाया था passage का, ये था central message, right? So D is the right option. B. Next, again same question. With reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. क्या made? In a democracy, a strong opposition is required only if the head of government is indifferent. कहीं mentioned है ये? No. अगेन एन एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट कि ओनली इफ, हमेशा बोला कि ऑपोनेंट होना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ हेड ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अगर इनडिफरेंट होगा तभी हमें ऑपोजिशन चाहिए. पूरा ना इनएविटेबल, यू नीड एन ऑपोनेंट विच इज हेल्दी फॉर अ गुड डेमोक्रेसी और गुड गवर्नेंस. इनकरेक्ट. द मोर एग्रेसिव द ऑपोजिशन द बेटर द गवर्नेंस इन द डेमोक्रेसी. अगेन हमने बोला है कि फिर तुम वही आ रहे हो, रेवोल्यूशन नहीं होना है ना, बैलेंस हैज टू बी मेंटेन्ड. अगेन इट इज एन एक्सट्रीम थिंग. opponent इतना ही होगी, ज्यादा हो गया तो of course how a balance has to be maintained, there would be no conclusion which would come out. So again incorrect. So हाँ aggressive को तो है ही नहीं यहाँ पे, right? So again D is the right option, neither 1 nor 2. Next, दो पैसेज बचे और लास्ट 2 passages. AC is not working or what? Over the next 30 years, many countries are promising to move to a net zero carbon. हम भी उसमें हैं, India of course, right? So we are going by the idea of what? Net zero carbon, implying that household emissions will have to be cut close to nothing. अगर net zero करना है तो of course household में जो emission हो of course zero करना होगा उसको. A leading climate scientist reckons, इन्होंने क्या बोला है? At best, half of the reduction might be achieved through what? Demand side measures. What is demand side measures? What is demand side measures? The people demanding different kind of rate, such as behavioral changes by individuals and households. बोलते हैं ना, रूम से बाहर निकल लाइट ऑफ कर दो. Again, this is what is required, right? Because if demand would be less, of course this is how you are going to achieve the net zero. And even that would require, और ये behavioral change कैसे होगा? People are not going to naturally do it. They are telling even that would require companies and governments to provide more incentives to change through supply side investments to make low carbon options cheaper and more widely available. कि people अपने आप से नहीं अपनाने वाले. You need to incentivize them to change your behavior by terms what? Supply में आप उसको सस्ता करो. Of course, you see many times when EV vehicles were launched, of course subsidies were being given to them, and that is the idea which is being conveyed here, right? Which of the following statements best reflects the central idea conveyed in the passage? Moving to net zero carbon is possible only by reduction of household emission. एक important factor है household, but again not the only. Only is making it incorrect. Low carbon behavior in people can be brought about by incentivizing them. Clearly message conveyed, but again we will not jump to the answer. It is could be right. Cheaper goods and services can be made available to people by using low carbon technologies. Nowhere mentioned in the passage. Completely incorrect. manufacturing industries that use low carbon technologies should be provided with subsidies. ये भी कहीं mentioned है passage में? No. So first, the central idea is this: low carbon behavior in people can be brought about incentivizing. Again, that is the message conveyed in the last line. हाँ, ये तो सही होना ही चाहिए. Easy था ये. Next, same. With reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Supply side investments in companies can result in low carbon behavior in people. Last line में clearly mentioned है कि if supply side investment, how? Providing subsidy and everything, that is supply side investments to make low carbon options cheaper and more widely available. Very clearly pointed out is the right option. People are not capable, again थोड़ा सा ये conflicting option है ना? People are not capable of adapting low carbon behavior without involvement of government and companies. Passage tells कि of course household is required, behavior change in the people is required, and behavior change will come through incentives which the government is trying to provide them. It nowhere tells कि people are not capable. Capability की बात हो रही है इंसान की नहीं. This is what I feel it is making this statement incorrect. But if could have in general ये सही होता, right? But again यहाँ जो लिख दिया ना, people are not capable. Nowhere it tells. Of course behavior change करने के लिए incentive दे रहे, people are going to change. Are we talking anywhere here regarding the capability of people? No. That is why this statement, what I feel, is incorrect. But again, आपने लगता हाँ, but again, right? So again, I think by this not capable is making the option incorrect. क्या? तो यहाँ आप अच्छा ये फर्स्ट वाले की बात कर रहे हो? People are not capable of adapting low carbon behavior. क्यों? Many people are very environmentalist होते हैं ना, who are very eco-friendly. Without any requirement, they are advocation of what? Environment के लिए काम करते हैं, and they are striving for eco-friendly measures, right? ज़रूरी नहीं कि again this is one aspect which is being conveyed, but this line they are not capable of adapting, that is again telling the capability of people, which is not conveyed in the passage. That is why this is incorrect, right? So A only is the right option over here, right? Next, last passage. In only 50 years, क्या हो गया? What happened? In only 50 years, the world's consumption of raw materials has nearly quadrupled to more than 100 billion tons. क्या बोला गया है? In last 50 years, the world's consumption of raw materials has how many times? 4 times. And out of those tons, 100 million tons, only 9% is being reused. ठीक है? अब एक तो सेक्टर की बात है कि कैसे रॉ मटेरियल्स रीयूज कम हो रहा है. अब द सेकंड एस्पेक्ट, बैटरीज ऑफ ओल्ड व्हीकल्स contain materials such as lithium, cobalt, manganese, nickel that are very pricey and can be hard to obtain because these are very rare minerals and very hard to obtain. Supply chains are long and complicated. Sometimes these minerals are not naturally found in one country. They are maybe imported from different countries. That is the meaning there कि supply chains are long. Sometimes कभी-कभी किसी country में ये minerals नहीं मिलते हैं. They are importing, and that is making them long and what? Complicated. Buyers' risk are being aggravated by suppliers' poor environmental and labor standards. Buyers' risk are aggravated. Again, if some country is supplying me, if they are not judiciously maybe using these products, again it is buyer is at risk. That is being conveyed. Reusing materials makes sense. Reusable की बात हो रही है, right? Once batteries reach the end of their lives, they should go back to the factory where their ingredients can be recovered and put into new batteries. That is the idea of reusability of batteries being discussed as an example to the question. Let's look at the option. Which of the following statements best reflects the most logical, rational and pragmatic message conveyed by the passage? green economy is not possible without reusing critical minerals. हाँ, एक एस्पेक्ट बताया गया ना कि ग्रीन इकोनॉमी सिर्फ क्या, एक मैंने बोला ना कि यहाँ पर हम क्या दे रहे हैं, कि जनरली बात करें. An example of these things has been used, but that is not only thing which is going to talk about green economy. Of course, one of the aspect, but not the only message which is being conveyed. So again, incorrect. Every sector of economy should adapt reuse of material resources immediately. It is required, but again, कहीं passage में बोला नहीं कि this concern requires a very immediate attention. Again, making this incorrect. Circular economy can be beneficial for sustainable growth. What is circular economy? अरे again, let's see ये सही हो सकता है. We'll see. Circular use of material resources is the only option for some industries for their survival. Again, extreme statement, not there, but again, yes, यहाँ बोला गया ना कि circular economy is what? How things are getting reused. बैटरी में आपने लिथियम यूज़ किया, बैटरी स्क्रैप ऑफ हो गई, वापस बैटरी में जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उसको यूज़ करो, रिकवर करो एंड रीयूज देम. दैट इज द आइडिया बीइंग डिस्कस्ड, राइट? सो दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. ग्रीन इकोनॉमी इज नॉट पॉसिबल, एक एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट है ना कि ओनली बाय रीयूजिंग क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स. देयर आर अदर एस्पेक्ट्स एज वेल. उसमें एक एग्जांपल दिया ना, बट ये भी बोल रहा है ना कि 100 मिलियन टन से हाउ मेनी आर यू यूजिंग? ओनली 9%. And that example is being used. So again, that is again one part, but not the central idea of the passage. Last question. Again, थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ भी doubtful है. Why I tell you this? Automobile factories are examples of circular economy, right? We have discussed that again, once battery reach their ends of their lives, they should go back to the factory where their ingredients can be recovered and put into new batteries, right? It is nowhere telling that again automobile factories are examples of economy. अगर यहाँ पर automobiles sector होता है ना, because batteries कहाँ manufacture होते हैं? फैक्ट्री में होता है, फैक्ट्री में जाकर उसको यूज करो. That factory is a source from where automobile industry or sector is taking that battery, right? So of course automobile sector is an example, but automobile factory is not an example, keeping that sense in mind. So that is why this is an incorrect statement. Economic growth is compatible with circular use of mineral resources. Absolutely correct. कि circular use, once you are using it, once it is scrapped off, take it to the point of segregation, reuse it, and again that is how circular flow of economy can be maintained. ठीक है? So this is the right option. So again, B is the right option over here, right? So this is how we come to a conclusion. For all of you guys who have not written, have you written the examination this year? No? सिर्फ आपने लिखा है again one of those. But again, for all of you who are not written, this is a wake-up call, right? That how you are going to perceive once you read newspapers, and keep on reading maybe contents. कभी भी आप don't get fear that again this is something very difficult language. Many people, when I take current affairs classes, people tell कि sir Hindu language is very tough. Sir, please go and see reading comprehension paper of last 3 years. You will understand what is tough and what is less tough, right? So again, please adapt, make yourself adapted, right? कि आप अपने आप को इतना strong बना लीजिए by reading multiple things, by comprehending lot of things, right? Of course, it is a gradual step. You cannot succeed in the very first go. Gradually, once you have a habit of reading, understanding, this will become eventually easier for you. And again, paper, again I tell CSAT paper, of course, it was tough. Tough, why? Because the time limit, and given the fact that again we have written GS paper 1 in the first half of the paper, 3-hour gap, जहाँ हमने answers देखे, a lot of things came up in our mind, and then we are entering into a zone of 2 hours, 80 questions, and again कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है कि ये मुझे तो होना ही चाहिए मुझसे. Reading, I am good at English. There is no way I can do a question incorrect, right? And that is where थोड़ा बहुत fluctuation starts. And because where the start lies the idea, again we should not neglect CSAT in the examination. Number one, a thorough study for CSAT is very much required with the kind of questions UPSC has been asking for the last couple of years and this year also. You have seen maths paper, you have seen reasoning paper, you have read reading comprehension paper. it is getting tougher, right? So along with GS, equal, not highlight equal, again, good amount of time has to be given to CSAT as well, even if to get 33% marks, right? So with this, please keep in mind and again prepare yourself. And for all the students who have written examination, we wish you all the best, and I hope you have got cut off above marks in the examination, right? So all the very best. Thank you so much.